Thank you very much. Welcome to the late shift here. And, well, let me get you someone who's a little bit weird and also the only man here who can grow a beard. It's Tsunami.
Greetings, friends.
Man, look at that face, Brian. Think that'll ever be us? No.
No?
You know,
just an innocent bystander.
we gotta put respect on that. You know, he works hard on it, so
I do.
should be recognized.
Yeah, it was just collateral damage.
Ironically, it's actually me not working hard on it. This started from a no-shave November, and I was very lazy. And people were like, you should just keep it. I'm like, great, less work for me. It's just that simple. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to more DreamLeague Season 19, where I will be guiding you through the last two series of the day, along with Trent, and along with Brian, and along with one more guest. Could I please welcome Alex Sheepstick Roberts? Could I please welcome Alex Sheepstick Roberts?
Take two. No! What? You guys hear that?
Hear a like last hit sounds? Very ominous.
Kind of creepy.
What is going on? I hear some. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, on the triangle.
Wow.
It's Sheepstick. How many years have you known how to play that instrument?
Forever, my whole life. Came out of the womb just knowing this was my calling.
You're a triangler.
I am trying to. That's, you know, it's like really I've been playing off lane in Dota, but I should be playing the carry because the triangle, that's my home.
That's right.
That's my home.
No, it's mine now.
Not a triangle anymore, guys. All right, wait for the patch.
Okay. They're gonna bring it back.
That's gonna be a
There
pentagon.
better be something like resembling a pentagon or something at this point. I just want it so different that it's a completely different shape.
He's
Maybe
farming.
even a trapezoid.
He's farming the Nonagon right now.
There you
There are a
go.
lot of
Oh
camps
gosh,
he needs to
we'll
stack.
never see the carry players again.
You won't. Welcome, friends, to our third series of the day. We're going to be covering Evil Geniuses versus OG. And since that previous series went the distance, you actually are going to get a draft very, very quickly. We got about 2 minutes before heroes are going to start getting selected. So if you've got thoughts on rosters and players, better share them right now. Let's go through Evil Geniuses to start off with, because we actually got a chance to see them on our late shift go up against Beast Coast yesterday. They pushed it to a 3-game series, Trent, but
Yes, and they finally broke the. Oh, wait, what? Oh, right. No, they didn't. No, they lost
this is an
again.
online event.
Right. Sorry, it's got this land environment. I get a little confused.
I
I'm
understand.
old, you know. Yeah, this guy leading the charge here. Panda himself, not endangered, not extinct. He's only becoming stronger and stronger. I guess like the panda over time.
For real, yeah, he was a highlight of the series yesterday, in my opinion. His positioning on his supports was insane. We saw some amazing Bane saves, just over and over and over again. I mean, this guy, I really like watching him play healer slash save. Like, his positioning, top notch. He's a god.
Yeah, yesterday was definitely the support show because I feel like the time they get to shine is when their cores are getting initiated onto and there's a lot of team fights. And there was a lot of that yesterday. He had a lot of opportunities to prove that he was a grandmaster tier Bane player, not just any Bane player, right? So, I mean, this guy...
Chills.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on these guys. Like, if you push that button even slightly late, you manage to get yourself caught because you're slightly out of position. Hats off to him after, like, they're born and bred in the grounds of chaos. Like, we saw that game yesterday. I feel like every moment you think you know who's going to win, something happens that the other team takes it. And that's something that I think when you go through that enough, you see the impact on his performance over time.
And it's crazy that even after all that praise, we still ended up talking about Schofield Rubik more at the end of that game. It was the support show. And for OG, they were able to get a 2-0 against Shopify Rebellion last night. And perhaps credits to Chu as well, who will be the support on the other side of the coin. Not necessarily as save-oriented Sheep. I think that's kind of Panda's thing.
Yeah, Chu's been playing a bunch of variety of heroes. I think he's, I think at the beginning of his stint joining OG, obviously they've played tournaments together before, but like there was clearly like so many problems within the team that it was hard for him to like look good on 5.
Yeah.
You know, when they're not sure like how they're playing this mid game, everyone's a little bit disconnected, and like as a 5, you have to really bring the team together.
Yeah.
So I think he's looking a lot better now than he did.
That was a hell of a cymbal swell.
Oh,
as we
good.
get into
Killed.
kiss the sticks as we get into our first draft. I'm feeling it. Welcome everyone to game number 1, draft number 1. Broodmother and Doom taken out by OG, Undying, and Monkey King banned out by Evil Geniuses. First pick Death Prophet. It doesn't even matter if they're playing against Beast Coast or anyone. Just first pick Death Prophet.
They're just not letting it go. Every other region seems to be just kind of letting her do her thing, kind of moving on to other heroes. Not these guys.
We saw the first round Invoker work for Shopify earlier. I think this hero is underrated. I think a lot of teams that have these active mid laners, it's not going to work for you. But the one thing I think of when I think of BZM is one of the most farm-heavy mids of this tournament thus far.
Sure.
And one thing I wanted to mention about Chu is that he's not just babysitting 1 carry. He's babysitting 2 carries for the first 10 minutes of the game. And that's a lot of weight on your shoulders. And that's like, if either of those lanes is a complete disaster, we've seen some of their games where they just fall so far behind that they don't even get to play Dota. And something I'm literally looking towards in this game is how much pressure the off lane and in the mid lane are creating from EG. And the Death Prophet, that's like one of the top pressure heroes in the early to mid game, right?
Yeah.
How long have you been looking at BZM as being a farm-heavy mid, though? Because
Just this tournament so far. I don't feel like it's traditionally been that way, but
Okay.
as of like the last, not just this tournament, but like this DPC tour and this tournament. Like I looked at the heroes he was playing, and they've been the same in DPC as they have been here so far. The Tinkers, the Invokers. Like he just wants to be hitting those Midas heroes, or like the heroes when I'm carry, I'm thinking I'm getting less space on the map because I have this hero on my team.
Which is surprising a little bit, just because OG, the way they talk, it's also like DM saying, yeah, I was too sacrificial before, I want to have a game. So you have DM who wants to have a game, you have BZM who wants to have a game, you have Uragi who wants to have a game. It's a precarious balance. And something to be said about BZM, he's their new drafter, right? I think he swapped over recently into that role for them. And it was, the reasoning was that they just feel like BZM can pick his hero better when he's the drafter. So they gave him the power to click buttons.
I feel like this Doom ban is not what I would have expected out of OG. It's kind of thrown me off a little bit moving for the rest of this draft, because I feel like it's generally a pretty strong hero for them. Like if I think of DM, I think like, oh yeah, I could see him like wanting Doom in the first 2, especially when they're picking second like this. Like I'm not expecting EG to first overall it. I'm kind of thinking that's a solid setup. So I think that idea of BZM really being in control here and just like I guess they had a plan for the DP. This is what they wanted to do.
I was thinking that too. They knew it was either Doom or DP coming out, and they felt more confident because maybe like their traditional opening would be like a Beastmaster opening, but you don't want to pick that into Doom. So they were much more comfortable with like the core-to-core matchup because it's likely a Death Prophet mid too.
Yeah, exactly.
So it doesn't have to be, but it likely is.
And then we got ourselves the TA as well. So like they're gonna keep that open because since it is the Invoker, we might actually get a mid TA theoretically.
True.
It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, the real reason they banned the Doom is because they just wanted Invoker guys. And what happens if you're Invoker and you get doomed? You can't cast spells.
You know what? That hero has a lot of spells.
It's that simple, yeah.
Yeah, not very good when he can't cast them.
I didn't know that was unique to Invoker. You can't cast spells.
Well, he has more spells than other people, so the value of the Doom goes up.
The
with
sheer
each
number
spell.
of spells
Yeah.
comparatively would be
Exactly.
way
Yes,
less.
exactly.
I
Yeah,
see.
you know.
And that's actually literally how it works with time dilation with Faceless Void.
Oh, ban it.
Ban it, ban it, ban it.
Ban it. Oh, no.
Well, you also need to think about potentially synergizing the Invoker with the Void.
Also true. I would love some
Hashtag
unheard of.
synergy.
Chronosphere Cataclysms. But instead, Matthews, Ricky, which Beast Coast were consistently first phase banning, OG opt to ban it second phase.
I think it's just when you've played against Beast Coast so many times, you know what's good against them. You know you're willing to first phase it.
Yeah.
But against other teams across the world, you kind of can't just throw that out there as a strat because it can be punished. So I'm still glad that they respect it enough to ban it in the second phase, and I'm happy now to see choose Marcy coming out.
How crazy is a sniper on 18 for OG? Just like isn't
wild.
this Marcy's setting up the ranged carry to dominate
Yeah.
the DP, maybe even like an SF,
Yeah.
perhaps. I just think that like I don't see the reason to pick Marcy specifically unless you're looking to have a carry that capitalizes on that sidekick lifesteal, looking to dominate DP in 2 lanes, because these are now 2 bad lane matchups if they were to make those like kill lane on the side, invoker in the mid lane.
You know, oh, they're going with the silencer instead.
Sniper's actually really good here. I don't usually like that hero. I
Yeah.
usually don't.
Really?
Right now, I feel like Sniper got nerfed sufficiently.
Okay.
They go the other ranged hero that's not nearly as hype. We've seen a lot of it.
But far more reliable.
Yes, it's a better hero.
A way better hero.
It's a way better hero. I just thought like maybe
Maybe.
the
Oh,
one Sniper.
Yeah. Your reasoning makes sense. It's also just like choose probably one of his higher comforts on support so far in the last like Tour 2 and this tournament. I just really like this hero in general, actually. I thought it would be picked a lot more. But I think Sidekick is just so OP. Like the amount of healing that comes out in the lane.
Yeah.
Like you're sustaining your carry so hard in lane. Like it used to be about the other 2 spells, but now it's Sidekick. It enables a lot of heroes too. Like you can use it with like the Visages, which we don't see so much anymore, but I feel like it would still be strong with a Marcy and like the Pango especially.
Yeah.
Like Pango Marcy's
Cheeky
nutty.
combos. Wait, yeah. What happened to Visage? Why aren't we getting these? You know,
I don't know that hero.
bring that
for a
hero
while.
back. You know.
Execration was still in the
That's right.
tournament.
Yeah.
They went.
Yeah, I guess that's what happened to Visage. Yeah.
He got knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, this got cleaned up out of here. We have double actual rotating supports to go mid as well. You talked about Chu trying to save 2 lanes, like the ability to actually TP mid and get turnaround plays with rebound is there, but there's also the Tusk, who's also one of the other best supports at making something happen in the mid lane sort of out of nowhere, so really need to keep an eye on that. Contesting those early runes too, going to be important.
I think as a carry, one of the most important things to envision is what items you usually want to buy against the heroes you're playing against. And this is like a god tier Manta Scotty game.
Yep.
Like Manta against all of those slows and silences, and then 2 range cores for the Scotty. And I think that is partially why like Morphling was the #1 pick for them. Is those are not only does he have good core to core matchups, but he's also got like the very obvious item build that works for him.
And that's why we always see this Drow TV together. Like it's Drow TV Morphling. It's like Drow does Hypothermia, these 2 by Scotty.
Yeah.
So they're often all like lumped together.
Exactly.
So you eventually just get one of them anyway. So it kind of feels bad wasting bans on it in a sense.
Evil geniuses take out the Venomancer, perhaps signaling that they want to send the Templar Assassin as a safe lane, but OG are not biting. They're
Those some
banning
gross
out carries.
bans. Right
I know.
there. Viper and Veno.
Which makes me feel like you want to protect a Templar Assassin, but OG are like, nah, I think you're sending this TA mid. I'm banning out anti-mage.
I think it was potentially flex up until this point, but evil geniuses know they're going to have to reveal where this TA goes
Yeah.
before OG picks their last hero. So it's definitely more worth protecting its lane now than it was earlier.
I think the question is more on if DP goes mid or off lane. Like, I'm not super familiar with the matchup into Morph. Does Morph just LCS her?
It's pretty chill each way, but the fact that they have Marcy means that maybe level 1 and 2, that's when DP is punishable before the
Yeah.
2 points in Spirit Siphon, because it effectively quadruples your heal, because it's
Yeah.
double as much heal and 2 charges. So before that point, it could be a possible issue for her, but I think both heroes will do fine.
Okay.
But yeah, they really think this is TA mid, DP off with these parry bans. They have been picking Picaz's hero last, so maybe that alone is enough for them to think that.
Well, that's true. And on that topic, CK actually doesn't get banned.
It is. I think it's a bit weird. I actually think Picaz is that TA player 100%. I've never seen Chris Luck play it, at least recently, and Picaz plays it a lot. Like a lot. Like it's one of his best heroes.
He did play, Chris Luck did play TA against Entity.
Oh yeah, you're right. He did play one game in Tour 2. And oh yeah, he's played one game in Tour 2.
We have
and one
never
game.
seen it.
I've never
ever,
seen
except
it.
for those 2
Except
times.
for those 2
Unprecedented.
games.
But there's a lot of Picaz overall.
All right.
Yeah, I got
Sorry,
you.
in comparison to Picaz,
It
he
is
plays
way
it
more often.
way more.
Okay,
My point's nil. Let's move on.
No, I mean, what do you want, an offlane or a mid? I think that's where we're at now.
I think it's difficult to find an offlaner here that beats the Morphling Marcy lane.
This tells me nothing.
I have no idea what's going on.
Which is perhaps where OG are at too, but chances are that it's a little bit more straightforward that they're looking for a DM hero right
Well,
now.
I don't know. Hector said it's just not meta, guys.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
true,
So
actually.
heroes out.
That's
so,
true.
You know,
Maybe
we'll see if
because-
his,
But Hector's
his
not on
friends
this
here
team.
are just like, you know,
Yeah,
they
but
hang out quite a bit.
I would love to see an Underlord here. We've been seeing a lot of like 10th pick Underlords, and I think if you just pick some Aura Buyer, It'll solve a lot of your issues. It has pretty decent matchups.
I think you're really wrong and bad at the game.
Yeah.
Now, what a terrible
Oh shit!
suggestion.
It actually got. I didn't actually notice it got picked yet.
You're being suspiciously cool about this.
I knew it!
God.
A lot of people have been picking Rupik Underlord because they both have damage reduction. So as
Yeah.
a carry, you're just hitting for like half the amount of damage you normally would against creeps in lane, which is super frustrating. But I think what's lacking in EG's draft is they just have 3 ranged cores with no stuns.
Yes.
And so having just the ability to group up on your team with a global presence to match the natures, that's the only way you're going to get outmaneuvered, is that they just have more numbers. And Underlord solves both those problems.
I'm down for it. I definitely would like to see Invoker not go Exalt this game so that they can at least make
gonna go
some.
Exalt.
He's going to go Exalt. I mean, if he does, they have to play a really passive game, which gives EG like the space to do what EG does.
True.
And run at you and just try and kill you.
It is also what they need to do this game, though, because if they don't get off to a good start, like this game starts scaling.
Yeah.
Looks pretty damn good for OG.
EG are going to be like rotating heroes early to take your mid tower. They're going to be looking to
Yeah.
take that Roshan when they get the DOTA. And these are all things that OG just need to be really aware of.
Don't mess up your exorcisms. That's the key to this game.
Yeah.
Every exorcism doing something important.
Yeah, if I didn't know what 2 teams were playing this series, I would like heavily favor the Radiant draft.
Yeah.
But if there is a team that can pull off this dire draft, it is EG. So I'm still going OG, but EG, this is definitely their bread and butter type of playstyle.
I feel like there's been several games today where this exact situation has played out, and the fast team has lost every single game.
Yeah.
But
Like if
it's
you had to
EG
go
this
fast,
time. Let's go.
they've lost. Like they could not close it out in time.
Yeah.
So I think we had 1 per series so far. We'll see if this time EG can do it.
Okay. They are eagerly hoping to get a series of victory after losing to Beast Coast. Could I get a symbol swell, please? Jans?
Like the swell of the Morphling, the water raging.
It's raging right now, and I got 2 raging North American casters for this game number 1. It's Cap and SVG.
Wow, so epic, especially for the start of a series where 2 teams have yet to match up against each other. They got 3rd and 4th respectively in their groups, and now we're going to see. I mean, have you early feelers right now? Group A versus Group B. You feel like one team, one group looking stronger than the other?
I don't look at groups anymore, man.
Okay.
I think groups are
Why not?
like a 2009 thing or something.
That is absolutely not true. Didn't last TI, there was one group that did much better.
DOTA, just play DOTA, guys.
Yeah, but what does it mean, right? You want to be in the strong group? You want to be in the weak group? Do you want to play versus the weaker group? You don't know. You never know. You just go in the bracket, and then all of a sudden you got to pick between LGD and OG, and what was winning your group do for you? Nothing.
Okay, maybe that's that sounds like a good viewpoint to have as a competitor, but someone who is trying to analyze the entirety of the field.
I'll tell you what group there is. There's one group. It's the one you're not in, and that's everybody else, and you have to beat them all. So that's it. It's you versus the giant group of the world. If you beat that group, you win a land. That's it. That's how you should think about it.
But Avery, you're retired. There's no beating anybody.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll take
Sorry, were you getting flashbacks there?
Group A.
Where am I?
I just don't want to be in these group discussions. I've been in some nasty group discussions in my time, all right? 3-hour-long diatribes about statistics and groups and analysis. And
You mean when you were on a team?
no, that was just Nahaz in the back.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say that. I knew I recognized that.
Well, somebody got first blood in, and it went to Urag. So that's a damn good start for OG.
Very good start.
He was popping off yesterday. And you do not want to give these cores on OG a good head start if they continue that momentum. And we're back with the BZM Invoker. Need I say anything? If you've been watching Dota, you know what's coming for you. So I think the onus is on EG to kind of shut down OG's momentum from yesterday, especially after they had the Rust series against Beast Coast, where those games 2 and 3 did not go their way, even after a very strong lane phase. Once again, EG trying to get the lane advantage by the core swap up, put the DP versus the Underlord where you can just suck off his HP. And then you get this Furion Morphling matchup, which is one of at least my favorite offlaners versus the Morphling in general, because you can almost always have a free lane, get pretty high level, and out CS the Morphling, whereas most offlaners do not pressure this hero that well. So I kind of like this core switch up by EG. I think it could do well. You just have to think about these Furion rotations and where you want them to happen.
And I guess the Tusk would rather be up in that top lane too.
Yeah, he's not doing anything to pressure
But
the
it
ball.
is a lane that I feel like you can get a kill just because Marcy offers infinite possibilities when it comes to killing heroes.
Definitely can overstep. I don't think Bakash should die down here, but you never know. Marcy is beyond our mortal understanding.
I like how both of these heroes have some gimmicky way to be able to keep their HP high. Because TP's back to the base. Meanwhile, Yuragi goes down to 0 HP by full agility.
Well, he's just out.
Wait, what?
He just wants the better lane matchup. They got the Fury on TP out of that bottom for the regen, and he's just gone. See you later.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't have, like, he used a TP scroll to TP back, obviously, and his teleport skill is on cooldown for another 40 seconds, so...
Downside is this lane is super far in top, so I don't know if Yuragi's that happy with the lane equilibrium right now.
Do you think EG should chase when the teleport's up?
They might. The other thing you can do is just try and gank with it.
Okay.
I always used to think of it. You know who used to do this all the time was Ramses on the old VP.
Uh-huh.
When they played like the Luna dual lanes and that stuff,
Yeah.
he would always TP and hide in the trees and then kill you.
Yep.
And then he would wait for you to TP again and get the advantage that way. People
Yep.
haven't really done that in a long time, but I think that move is still good.
It was a sick move. It was a great way to be able to always secure
Yeah,
the
that shit
lane
like
advantage.
almost disbanded my team once. So that move works.
I mean, that... Oh, no way! Yuragi totally misread that one.
Mismorphed it too. Pure Agi with the 440 HP gets clipped and TP for what? Now he's gonna have to wait 5 seconds and decide where he wants to go. And now if he goes back top, that teleport from Pakaz could just come in and you get the lane back. In terms of the matchup you want.
I was almost wondering if Whisper would hold on to his TP to see if the Morphling would show first. But the Morphling actually is going to run out to lane. Yuragi's going to run out to lane and hold on to his TP. So they are very insistent on keeping the right lane matchup.
I don't think Pakaz cares about lane versus Underlord if the lane is this far up and he didn't get pressured on the early waves.
Sure.
And again, he can still get a teleport rotation into mid off of a level 6 TA, who is having a very good time here for C-Smile. He's just destroying BZM in the CS, and that's the advantage of knowing Invoker can only go one lane in Dota. You can just counterpick him and get a pretty good matchup in the CS department. TA, one of the better ones. This is just a free lane for C-Smile. He's really putting in the pressure. If he gets to a fast 6 here and you collapse on this lane with supports plus Furion, it's going to be deadly for BZ. He's dead.
He's dead.
Give me your
Even gets the intelligence for it too. Very nice. Whisper is going to be in some trouble here. Doesn't have another Spirit Siphon, so Yuragi will run him down. So their insistence to hold these lanes does pay out.
Still, they're just getting out CS across the board, and this mid is getting out of control very fast. C-Smile he's gonna be half a level ahead and he is literally 1,000 gold ahead of BZM right now. Wow. That is a large early net worth difference. And sometimes this can happen to Exor Invoker. You definitely fall behind in a lot of the early waves, especially when you're counterpicked and you're going that Midas. So I'm not too concerned, but what it's gonna do is it's gonna create an opening for EG on the map where you can collapse the Furion, collapse the supports.
Nice pick up there on Panda. So more side lane kills for OG, offsetting the CS advantage that Evil Geniuses are getting. Toss back to putting Matthew out of position. Nice snowball away to the side. Gets away from the waveform. 2 really smooth moves by Matthew, dodging 2 different abilities that probably would have put him down.
I don't know how much of that was Matthew dodging. How much was Hiraki just clicking the wrong part there.
Well, I mean,
Another game coming through, pressuring BZM. He's feeling it in this early game.
Okay.
This is going to be 6-minute rune going C-Smile's way unless Chu steals it out. 50-50. How good's your coin flip? Oh, they're bringing everybody.
they're going for the kill. Jeez. C-Smile.
Ice wall not on the mark.
Oh, the teleport's coming in. They might be able to catch BZM with Bakaz cutting through the trees. No, just the Sprout and the right clicks. That's good enough. They'll get him eventually. Still, though, trading mid heroes cannot feel good for EG when they were, holding such a big advantage in this lane.
And BZM got XP on that big TA kill.
Yeah.
OG just read that really well, bringing the supports in early, bailing out this lane. That's a big turnaround. They get the Furion port. Bakaz is happy to clean up that core and get a lot of XP himself, but now you're opening up a free lane for Underlord, and that tower's not taking any pressure off that rotation, which is what you really want if you're EG here. Another trade coming up. Might go for it.
He's gonna... Oh. Yuragi's having a... Did that waveform even hit?
I actually can't tell.
Yeah,
I
like
don't
he
think
used
it
his
did.
stick. I'm not sure how
yeah.
big of a stick it was.
No, you can recalibrate the sights a little bit. You know, you got some time.
But yeah, that mid play felt like because should have been TPing in earlier if C Smile wanted to make that dive, you know?
I don't know if Chris. I keep calling him Chris Smile, man.
Yeah.
This guy's messing with me
We,
so
of
much.
course, are talking about Chris Luck, a.k.a. C Smile.
I was just saying, I don't know if Chris Luck knew he was going to make that dive. I think it just kind of happened.
Yeah, just instinct. Chu tries to hop away. Does manage to hit the stun, so they'll trade out supports.
You know, all these skirmishes on the side lanes, and we still haven't seen any sunstrikes. Maybe that's just another product of that mid pressure.
Yeah.
You feel like you have to play this lane, keep your eyes on it with the CS battle and getting ganked, and it hasn't resulted in any sunstrike.
I was like, wait
That's
for
a nice
it. Wait for it. For a second there, I thought it wasn't going to ever come. But the Nature's Wrath eventually strikes down Taiga.
And they brought Matthew down here, so they probably want to try and kick DM out if they can. Supports can cut through the slug here. Whisper getting gone on at the same time. That's going to be the last of his siphons. They're doing a decent job of just forcing out these siphons, putting him in a position where he has to play a little back. As Powell, what music? That's for this arcane rune. The most dramatic arcane rune of the tournament. Oh my lord.
Well, C Smile better do something epic with that.
That was an epic rune grab. This did not end up
super delayed.
Oh, should be a free Taiga kill. Extra intelligence.
Yeah, Panda's getting a lot of it.
+2. I almost would have been happier if they just stacked some Ancients for C-Smile here too, though. I don't really like these mid-TAs when they don't have the triangle to fall back on. Maybe they're going to get it up now. All right, they're listening to the cast. What can you do? But still, I think even just having 2 to 3 here would be pretty nice.
Yeah, they seem more concerned about shutting down the Invoker and trying to, like, maybe pressure that tower than they are making sure the TA scales to a big mid-game point.
I mean, I think you can do both. Who's to stop you? I think you can make these mid rotations while still getting up a couple Ancient stacks because the Furion can always join it and be that 4th hero. Another Wrath of Nature up here. This is just a forced play. EG are going to try and jam their heads through this Underlord.
They may not know about the DM TPing in, but they knew about the Rubik, thanks to the ward behind the tower. Matthew, he's going to be struck down here. The Snowball can only do so much.
OG ready for it again? Just pre-TPing the heroes to defend these moves for their mid-invoker. Probably a wise decision. If you let EG get away with these moves, your map's going to crumble very fast.
And not only did they get the kill, but that was also the reveal of the Observer ward they just planted. So Taiga's been countering a lot of wards. EG, they might end up being a little bit blind here in the coming minutes.
Decent protection.
Oh, damn. EG has done a lot, too.
Is that even accurate?
I think the wards destroyed includes sentries. So
Yeah, it has to. I don't even think you have 8 obs.
Yeah. Chu is dead. Exorcism is going to work here. Let's see if they can do anything about Yuragi. Whisper almost
not your
steps into
gate,
the portal. DM's going to stop him with the pit. Taiga could not get close enough for the telekinesis, though. Maybe if he hits that, maybe they could have gone for him.
I actually hate that. When they summon the portal behind you, you're right-clicking to run away.
Yeah.
Click the portal. It's something you definitely do purposely now. I think more pros are aware of it, actually. I've seen it in a couple games. You just mess with somebody. Still poking this Invoker mid, but that big collapse move has not happened. And all of these tier 1s staying up for OG, they've done a really decent job of just protecting the early towers against this Furion Death Prophet. Another reason why I think the Ancient stacks are nice, because sometimes the aggressive game plan doesn't always come together. It's nice to have a little bit to fall back on.
Sure.
Just accelerates you to the next item here. Get some extra XP for your support, so you're not forcing some move that, all right, the 3rd time's the charm, and then they're all there again. You might just lose the game off that. Because you're still in a decent position here if you're EG in terms of your cores and all the items are going to be able to contribute. And fast, early Orchid on the menu for Pakaz. Pretty interesting. This is not the build we're used to on this Furion in terms of Gleipnir or Ags or Midas or early BKB even.
Is that specifically against the Morphling?
Morphling and Invoker. It's going to prove dividends against both these heroes who are not going to get the Dispel for a very long time if they lose map.
Teleporting in on a BZM. He's going to be caught by the Walrus Punch, slowed down. I'm sure they have sentries, even if he could get off Ghost Walk, which he couldn't.
Aggressive Observer paying dividends. It's also going to time out here in the next 30, so OG Might not even get the gold for the deny. Those are the types of moves Pakaz wants to come into. And that's where the Orchid's going to really help. Because he can make these aggressive moves while C-Smile continues to farms up. He's the real carry in this game. It's honestly a decent TA game, I feel. Yeah, Morphline's going to dunk on you in the late game with Scotty Manta, that type of territory, but you should be pretty far out ahead based off the Invoker laning phase in the Ancient stacks here. If you get an early Roshan, transition into map control with traps plus the Furion Orchid threat on these side lanes, you can limit a lot of the farm that this Morphling and Invoker are able to get. So I do like the Orchid pickup for Pakaz, but you got to make it work.
Also, Morphling's timing is kind of slow. It usually means that he can't really do much about Roshan, right? Whereas EG, they've got a great Rosh taking.
Oh, it's instant.
Yeah.
And again, test is difficult because the only zone control you have is Underlord, but Underlord is often not that good at aggressively contesting Roshan. He's better at defensively taking it.
This is a very aggressive move. Global Silence is going to cover this one. It still feels like it may not be enough damage. Oh, it was barely enough. He was just about to get the waveform off. Nice two-man stun, but can they burst down this Death Prophet? Doesn't look like it. C-Smile's cleaning up at the back line. CM's going to try and get out next as Chu's left behind. DM, the TP away is successful, but very bad engagement there for OG. Choosing to take a fight, or trying to defend a fight, that there was a hasted TA in. That's just unfortunate.
Cleans up the backside, straight into tier 1 pressure, and Pakaz straight back to bottom. This lineup is really going to punish you if you lose these engagements. The first few, OG reacted pretty well. That one, just not prepared for it, and this Morphling lingered way too long in this upper lane. Just getting silence off the snowball, and remember, Furion can come in with this Orchid at any time. He's just waiting to see what happens. Pretty nice global. Got him before the Morph as well. And Yuragi frustrated that he perhaps turned it off at all.
Yeah, that silence was just wearing out, but good coverage by EG, leading off of that Death Prophet silence and then following up with the global. Back to the farm. I mean, if you get another bad fight like that, I think this game might spiral out of control for OG. Because then that's probably mid-tower, and if you get mid-tower, probably means you get Roshan as well. Nice snowball over the side here, bailing out Panda. He may still die. The Fate Bolt will put him down, but Matthew, he will be fine for now.
Walks it off. EG can bring in the support now. They want to fight this. Don't have Exo.
Yeah, they've already burned through the refraction there. C-Smile. Okay, maybe can't be that bold.
The bounce.
Oh, it got him. Struck him down before he could get up to the high ground.
The hand of God. Ye shall be smited.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And now there's a quick smoke for EG.
Oh, they're going again.
Remember, every teleport with Orchid is a kill on these cores. There's no dispels yet for Yuragi. And he's just going to the high ground.
He's getting behind him. He's getting up to the high ground to hit him with the Orchid before he knows what's coming. Beautiful stuff. Yuragi, he is feeling the pressure that EG is bringing in this series.
And that's trap vision on that Ancient. Just knowing this Morphling's going to be there. Yeah, I mean, Taiga's going to look for the D-wards here. You're not going to find them. You're going to find a trap. That's it. Just good map abuse by EG, continuing to build the lead. And as OG will try and strike back for a support kill, but Exo is up. This could just be another fight.
Sunstrike is going to be able to nail Matthew. Not quite enough damage. He does eventually fall, but not before he puts out the damage to kill both the supports with the help of Whisper. Chases them away. Use the Exorcism to take that mid-tower. This is the snowball that's happening here. I mean, hell, this is early enough. They might be able to just go this tier 1 and do Roche.
And C-Smile went second item shard on this Templar Assassin. So extra silence is coming in. This is a lot of silence for Invoker and Morphling to deal with, right?
Yeah.
Because you're not going to have a fast BKB. You went Midas bots on Invoker. You're rushing Manta on Yuragi, but he's still pretty far because he's gotten picked off. So now you have to deal with the silence from Death Prophet, the shard silence from the TA, the Orchid from the Furion, global silence from Silencer. Even if you get a Dispel, it might just be too much to cast anything through. Another haste rune for him as well. Roshan is definitely next on the menu here for EG. If they get another big fight or pick into that, you're going to lose a lot of map space. And I kind of like the strategic idea from EG versus the OG Invoker. Because as we've seen, OG are very confident in this XOR Invoker carrying late game.
Yep. So
but
they
if you
take
don't
like
get
a
to late
core.
game,
yeah,
that's the problem. So they're just going to run at you and take away all your space. What are you going to do when you have no room to farm with that Midas?
You know, the talk about all those silences that they have, I don't think you ever build around this idea, but it is cool the fact that Arcane Curse becomes a lot stronger if you have additional silences.
Wow, I'm impressed you came up with that.
Dire's top tower
Do you play Dota?
A little bit.
Are you high
Time to
ranked?
time. I mean, it depends. It's
Radiant's bottom
point.
tower is under attack.
It's not based on your viewpoint.
Dire's
You know, there were a couple pubs that you got in with me,
Yeah.
and by like the second or third one, I was like, "Who is this guy? He's just griefing games." And then I saw it was you. Like, why does this guy keep picking trash Zeus and Clock, ruining games? These low-ranked scrubs, and I thought it was you. And then my brain had to retract the statement. So okay, I'll allow that one.
Listen, I'm washed up. I'm washed up. Silences, all those silencers can't do anything to stop a big slug stepping through the portal.
Radiant's
I mean, EG are just cruising to BKBs right now. Desto coming out for C-Smile soon. You're going to have an early BKB on Whisper after that Grease.
Jeez, these
And the
punches
pickoff
just
continues.
do not stop.
They're just going high ground. Level 2 Exo's up in 2 seconds here. What's stopping you? The Morphling and the Invoker are not ready to fight a base defense. And EG know it.
Might as well put him to the test.
They got half a tier 3.
Okay, I'm always excited by this move, but no team ever commits all the way and saying, oh, we're going to take this. Was it even worth it to hit that tier 3?
There's a couple teams that have committed to that play over the years.
Okay, well, not in the last,
You know,
like,
some
two
great
years.
squads. I would say the old Enigma used to do that high ground maneuver.
Okay, yeah.
The old Swindle Melon's Complexity.
Yeah.
Some of the greats.
The greats of our time, or a past time, rather.
Those are the two that come to mind. I'm sure there's some others.
Taiga, yeah, too much. Arcane Curse takes him out because tries to catch an additional hero with the Sprout. Not quite good enough. And the Rubik Stolen Traps can slow down some heroes here.
Oh, that damage.
BZM.
Any detection?
He has it. They do have the sentry. They're going to be able to kill him. BZM goes down. Uragi's going to try and fight through this one to be able to kill Matthew.
Too many
But he gets a force
silences.
staff over the shard. There's so many silences. He does have that strength morph going, but he can't
Another
actually
silence.
get away.
Oh my god. He got silenced 3 or 4 times. I like the attempt to snowball save your Invoker there. That was pretty cheeky, but once you're engaged with this Morphling, there's no words coming out.
No.
This is a very fast game from EG. And it's something this team is known for. They are happy to punish your greed whenever they feel like you're committed to it on the table. And maybe this first phase Invoker, just telegraphing OG's game plan from the get-go. EG were ready for it. Insta-TA into some fast early objective taking. Silences galore.
Hunting BCM. Oh, the shard does have him locked in. They know he's around here. They spotted him. They got him with the snowball. He's underneath a different sentry, the one placed on the high ground.
Silence after silence after silence after silence.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Can't speak.
You just wanted to say hello.
It's too bad this isn't a stadium match. Because, you know, there's so many OGs fans out there.
Middle tower
Be a
has
great time for one of those, you know, EG silencing both OG and the fans, you know? You know, Twitch chat is not quiet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You got a Whisper Cap.
I love that Evil Geniuses are playing this kind of speed. And I think it makes them a team that can actually, like, win tournaments as a result, because so many teams are greedy right now.
Yep.
If you can play this kind of style and play it really, really well, I think a lot of teams are so used to the pace of the game as it is right now. And the structure and the, you know, just like the...
I mean, this is South
steering a
American
further,
Dota, though.
further advantage. Yeah.
We saw it yesterday with Hector just going ACs and going to end the game.
Yeah, true.
You know, I don't know, maybe OG was watching the Tundra Liquid that just finished oh, these games are going to go 50 minutes, our Invoker will win.
They're like, oh, this is such a beautiful game. Such pure Dota.
EG don't give a damn. They're just going to run at you.
Meanwhile, EG just kicking the door. Here to play some high-octane Dota.
There's just nowhere to go on this map. It's the brutal reality of Templar, Assassin, Furion. One's going to shove your lanes, the other's going to see where you go. And the pickoffs just become too easy, whereas the moves for OG to come back are that much more difficult.
Now, there is still a reason that not everybody plays this style, right? It is super easy to slip up, and if you slip up like once, the game becomes really hard to actually close up fast enough, right?
Yes, that would be that Reddit-alluded comeback mechanism.
I thought you were going to say, when did EG throw last.com?
I think that site's still up, actually.
That's a dedicated Dota fan right there.
This guy's just been running it out of his basement for 20 years.
We salute you, sir or ma'am.
Did he change the URL now? Or is it still EG?
No, I think it's still EG.
He's just happy having this team throw instead of Shopify. You think he'd take this site
I mean,
down for
you know,
maintenance?
as long as EG stays in the Americas region, you are guaranteed some throw.
I don't feel like this EG squad actually throws that much, though.
You don't think so?
No, I feel like they either just win solidly or they just kind of slowly lose. But I don't feel like they throw big games, you know?
Target spotted. He's waiting for Bakaz to give the go-ahead to make the initiation. Bakaz joins in with the Orchid, get the pick off on the support. You just got to make sure they don't tread a little bit too far. Can't step into that enemy base just yet.
Stolen Refraction. Not going to do much, but he gets it.
It's cool looking.
I mean, we already have AC up for Bakaz. This is the base pusher.
Okay,
Because now
here
you have
we go.
BKBs, you have Boots of Bearing plus AC. So you have the armor to shred, and you have the attack speed to compound it. Aegis for 40 seconds here. Probably want to use it up if you're C-Smile.
Yeah.
Just don't want to end up too deep.
Yeah,
Sunstrike missed.
honestly, I bet he wished the Sunstrike landed.
I tank it for the boys. These pits are so annoying.
I mean, he kind of needs a reset. I feel like going high ground it sets him up to potentially die inside the base, which could be really bad. Okay, Whisper's just in. Jesus, both the supports are going to die. Now, the big tanky cores are kind of whatever. They can't do damage, but they do have to be careful of that fire pit.
Stolen Spirit Siphon. Maybe that's some comeback mechanism here. We've seen this spell do wonders in the fight.
Dire's top tower
Probably the best spell you can steal at this point. The question is, are you going to be non-silenced to use it? That has been the trouble for OG this game.
Or are you just going to get bursted too quickly that the heal doesn't have an effect?
That's another problem.
Because we've got some serious Deso charges for C-Smile already.
And there's a lot of physical buff as well. The minus armor plus the tag team plus the early Boots of Bearing for Panda. These are not your normal right clicks. This is a pretty good smoke if you can find Bakaz. He does have BKB.
Very big kill, but he backs away. If he sees him first, he can get off his BKB and should be able to get out.
has been killed.
Yeah, he's Gucci. No cancel for that. In fact, EG
Whoa,
coming in
the
from
team's
behind.
Yeah, because wonder if he's going to be able to come back into this fight. Either way, it starts off with one dead.
Ooh, Yuragi gets out. And DM's trying to go back through the gate, but it expires.
Oh no! He
The
TPs
Uber
instead.
left without the guest.
Oh, and Matthew catches him.
Oh, do not tip that Uber. At least DM was having a chuckle about it. That's a rough way to go.
All right, well, EG, I was going to say, you know, like, okay, this is the moment of time where you sit back, you wait, go for second Roshan. Second Roshan probably ends the game for you if it's successful. But an opportunity like this presents itself, you can hit high ground again. I don't know how long you can commit, but
There's just free damage. There's just no good initiation or drag back either, right?
yeah.
Like, how do you go on C-Smile here? What are you even poking with?
Are fortified.
It's not much. It's just Pit and Firestorm.
Yeah, best you can telekinesis him a little bit closer.
Stolen traps again. Going to be nice for the fight when it comes. But EG are just going to wait for next Roshan here. And I think Bakaz is going to be too big to deal with when that moment comes. So you probably need another good smoke out here if you're OG. You just got to find something.
Yeah, but
Silence. On silence.
Whisper does have a BKB, so he should be fine here. Meanwhile, they're going to target DM. Matthew saw that DM's just got a little bit farther away from the rest of his team. And once the hero is isolated, either because or C-Smile is going to rip him apart pretty quickly.
Just be
Matthew
looking at another high ground poke with no Underlord. They're looking at bottom, dragging the wave too.
Yeah, I mean, the Underlord is the biggest problem for them going high ground, right? Because it burns through the refraction pretty quickly. Oh, look at that. Because trying to get the catch on somebody here. A surprise quick move. Didn't quite pay out, but a good idea nonetheless. Jeez, look at that attack speed. Is that the boots up bearing or what? Guess
Yeah.
so.
Boots of bearing. Plus all the extra agi this Nature's Prophet has from the levels in Ban Brace. He's hitting quite hard.
They showed the Templar Assassin bottom lane, I think, so that's why OG tried to go outside, see if they can catch somebody. For staff, Matthews still
All right,
going to be
there's one.
brought down.
It's an opening. Can you do anything with it?
It's a small opening, and they C-Smile has been running his way back to his team. So it's back to a 4 versus 4. OG certainly not favored now.
The other thing about this TA Furion dual core versus the Invoker is it cuts off a lot of the split push rat potential on this Exort that can maybe stall the game with 4 spirits running down lanes and getting you in a position where you have that comeback potential like we've seen in a lot of these games. You just can't do it versus these cores when you fall behind. They cut it all off. They have the vision, they have the lane control, they have the global ability. And then the second you get cornered in your base, they abuse you with the Roshans.
Right.
It's just a very nice answer to this Exort Invoker that OG have abused all tournament. Strategically well played here from EG. I would
And if
count
OG
this as a strategic victory.
Yeah. If OG were able to do better split pushing, they still have more tools. They could get like Aghanim Scepter on TA. We never got an Ags on the Nature's Prophet.
Oh, there's a lot of scalability still in the tank.
Yeah.
Hanging on to that shard too. He says none of my team deserves it.
Whisper could take it. Matthew could take it. Silencer. The big right-click silence. Matthew, force-staffed it back down to low ground. Sunstrike, it's going to land, but it's not enough damage. The TA trap, the stolen trap, isn't enough either.
It didn't hit him. Oh, it did hit him.
It did hit him, but it was an instant pop, so...
He will pass that shard on to Matthew. You deserve it for tanking all that damage. Thank you, sir.
Wouldn't you rather... Am I crazy? Isn't the Death Prophet shard better?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, this is a weird situation. Instantly Manta's off the Orchid, but the global silence is there. On top of that one, the Exorcism is causing a lot of damage too. He's gonna try and waveform up here, but he's silenced for so long.
BCM is just gone.
It's like 10, 15 seconds of silence every single time.
There's no spells to be cast. There's no game to be played. Just go next, and they will. They silenced that Invoker quite hard here. With a max silencer strategy, lane pressure, global ability, early Roshans. That's how you do it. Very clean game from EG. I can't even think of anything that really went wrong for them in that game, other than maybe some of those early lane shenanigans off the like single Picas teleport. I don't even know if that's anything to point to. No, it's just domination. 30-minute victory for EG. Very clean. All 3 cores having a great game. What more is there to say? Sometimes Dota's straightforward.
EG certainly made it straightforward for themselves in this initial game 1 against OG. Looking at it, you feel like draft, big part of it? I mean, it has to be, right? In a 30-minute victory?
I think having this TA mid versus the early Invoker pick that you know has to commit to that lane, and then having the Furion that can give the TA the tempo to play around it is a pretty nice answer to this Invoker. Now, there's other things that OG's draft could do to deal with it, but I I do feel like strategically EG are favored in this game. I think their lineup just comes online faster. They can get the aura on the DP, who they put in the Underlord lane for a good matchup. It's reliably going to get there. And then the Roche that's going to come out from the EXO plus the TA plus the Furion who can push other lanes in that you might have to react to doesn't seem contestable to me unless you're just getting mass Sunstrike kills. And he wasn't because he's getting poke ganked on mid and BZM had a really left laning phase. So I do feel like this was a strategic, pretty sound victory for EG, and OG, you're going to have to respond next game with something else other than this Invoker.
Well, hopefully the panel has some ideas about that.
Evil Geniuses put the pedal to the metal in this game number 1. It looked a little bit greedy, opting for the last pick, Nature's Prophet, when you already have 2 other ranged cores in the form of the Death Prophet and the Templar Assassin. But thankfully, all these heroes have one thing in common. They like to push. You got the Deso on the Templar Assassin, you got the Exorcism on the Death Prophet, and Nature's Prophet. Well, we all know how much this dude likes to take structures down, and Evil Geniuses cleanly pull off the strategy. It was perhaps not something that OG were expecting. They were thinking that their Invoker would get plenty of time to farm things up. They thought that their Morphling would have a grand old time swapping lanes and stuff like that. Turns out that speed was the name of the game for this game number 1.
Yeah, teams we talked about, they had to play fast. They did it. It was excellent. Those 3 heroes you mentioned, they actually have something else in common. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
So many of these. You can't dispel them all. Sheepstick, I was overwhelmed by... Well, actually, it was Brian. You were saying that the lack of stuns is a little bit suspicious from all these 3 ranged cores, but instead they had... Oh, do you not have a Manta style, Brian?
I already used it.
Oh, you already used it. Oh no, only 1 dispel to get this thing off. Yeah, poor Morphling. Cracks me up. No. I have the soundboard. You guys don't need to be playing other stuff. Yes, it was a bit overwhelming for that Morphling, even though he rushed it. The Orchid was rushed by the Nature's Prophet. You had Global, you had Death Prophet, you had Templar Assassin Shard Traps, which he rushed.
I was so happy when that was out. Right at 15
Trent's like,
minutes,
please tell me he's buying a Shard right at 15. It was like 15:08.
So funny. So it's like, oh, he's going to have the Manta soon anyway. Once like the Orchid comes out and the Shards are there. There's Global. Oh, it was good. Oh, I love seeing miserable cores. It was awesome.
One of them was miserable. One of them was happy as we take a look at our Predator head-to-head of the mids. C-Smile going up against BZM's Invoker. I gotta say, this C-Smile Templar Assassin sheep was more impressive than I expected.
I really liked it. I mean, he was owning mid without help, but then it helped that Panda then came mid as well. He was roaming a lot, actually. They've set up, they tried really hard to keep like vision on this mid lane. Like the mid lane was clearly the most important thing to them. Even if they never ended up actually getting like the early tower, they were still, setting up that ward along the river banks. They could see the front. Then they were trying to put traps with TA behind the tower. Then they tried to set up a ward behind the tower. They were constantly like, we want to look for angles to just ruin BZM's game because we know this guy's the MVP and we don't want to give him his good game.
True. And we highlighted before the game between Panda and Chu, and I thought they both had some interesting things. As you said, Panda moving around a lot, actually taking an early point in the Glaives for some stealing. That was pretty nice. A lot of silencers have been ignoring that. And Chu with the early medallion. Like if there's any hope of maybe winning those fights, I thought that was a really nice pickup to try and turn the game around. But obviously it was too little too late.
Yeah, we talked about the lane swap a bit. I'd like to elaborate a bit further because what's so genius about this lane swap is when I looked at the drafts, I'm thinking they have Marcy Morphling. Death Prophet's going to consistently need help. Like the 4 position, the Tusk is going to have to stay in that lane, which is going to allow BZM to get the space that he needs as Invoker. But by lane swapping and keeping the lane near the Nature's Prophet tower, the Silencer, who's now like the 4 position on the map, is freely roaming to mid, and it made all the difference. He actually finished BZM off, and the pressure that was then created on mid with the Nature's Prophet chilling by himself bottom, the DP chilling at her own safe lane tower by herself top. They now effectively have 4 heroes mid because the Tusk is freed up, the Silencer's freed up, the Nature's Prophet can TP in, and I just think that like those type of little moves, like I wouldn't look at those drafts and think they need to swap up these lanes for the matchups themselves. They swapped it up for the supports to get freed, which I think enabled their entire game plan, so that was really cool to watch.
Is that why the Nature's Prophet didn't end up following the Morphling? Because usually whenever there's a lane swap, then there's a degree of stubbornness from the other core. It's like, no, I'm getting the lane matchup that I want.
Yeah, I don't think it was about the lane
Yeah.
matchups. That's what made it so cool, because usually it's straightforward. You see like a Bat Rider versus a hard counter, and then they swap it. But in this case, yeah, that's what, like the fact that they can do that too, it's like, because you have to be pretty flexible as a carry to be like, yeah, just go play Nature's Prophet off lane. And TP behind the mid at level 4. Like that kind of stuff, like what kind of carries do that?
Yeah, and what kind of supports like Silencer? Silencer was roaming on mid that early. Homie doesn't have any stuns, and BCM was like, what the hell is this dude doing here?
I mean, Homie showed up when BZM was on 10 HP. He's like, brains, love that for me. Woo! I mean, shout out to OG a little bit, though, because they were at least trying to be aware of it. Like, they brought DM for that anticipation TP, right? That was cool. I mean, it's not like they just rolled over and let themselves die. They did try and like make that smoke move to top when everything was in shambles. Like they're looking for things to do. The problem is it's just so hard because EG's kind of A, faster than them, B, stronger than them.
Yeah.
And like, you know, there's like wards in your triangle and your carry's getting picked off for this orchid timing, and everything just feels so pressured. It's hard to kind of get something proper going, especially when you're being so greedy.
It's crazy because I feel like I can picture so many of those good moves, like those preemptive TVs from DM, and I'm thinking like, oh, they obviously like they know what they're doing, like they're trying to find their way back in this game, and no matter how many of those good moves they made, it was just like better by EG. Like how many mistakes they actually make that game?
I don't think they even gave themselves opportunities to make mistakes.
Yeah, it was like very. We were kind of laughing like the top lane when DP had like 2 points. We were like, whoa, and then you actually got the counter kill on Yuragi. It's like, oh, nice. All right, that was kind of sick. And then like. Other than that, the game was so clean.
The only one was, didn't actually make a mistake, but there was a shade of me being like, oh, you better slow down. Whenever Whisper activated his BKB and whenever they were pushing the bot racks and he just, TA was trying to get rid of her Aegis and DP was just like, I don't need you.
That's a hater energy right here.
Listen,
the game was over at this point.
I've
He's
seen
like,
these EG games before.
Harsh critic.
Yeah. I mean, it's fair. That is, you know, they were doing some interesting moves, like even pre-Aegis. Pressuring that bottom tower, the high ground, like without going for Roche first, that's like ballsy stuff. And I actually think it shows a degree of growth and goodness in them that they didn't hard commit to that bot push and decided to actually then double back and go for the Aegis after forcing OG back to their base to defend.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think the fact that you have, I think buying into one game plan with like 5 silences is usually bad because it's countered by the same items. But the idea is OG doesn't have any items yet. So they can't itemize against what we're doing. It's going to be overwhelming. And the one thing I want to say about BZM's build is I feel like he got in his car.
Nope. I hear the music, Trent. And Brian, nope. Cut the music. Show me the game. Nope. Cut the music. Only, no. EG versus OG, game number 2, coming up next. Hey!
Hamma narsani dollarda aytasan, ha?
Hamma narsa dollarda aytib qimmatroq ham obro'li bo'lgan bo'ladi. So'mdoniga dollarda.
Dollarda aytinglar.
Ha. Hamma narsa dollarda. So'mda olsang ham dollarda.
Короче, uni arzon narsa kiymay qo'yganman-da men. Afshi. Soatini 40 sentga olganman.
Ya, bile, jo'rasang qoshdan to'kasan bu turishda. Men senga dollarda aytsam, tabar.
Xo'p, 40 sentga to'g'ri kelyapti-da soatim.
Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Thank you very much to the Smoky Pandas as we get into game number 2. And in our game, Evil Geniuses, our panda was also smoking. He was pretty good.
He's pretty alright.
He was
Yeah.
pretty all right. He was doing a good job. He was
Maybe
silencing.
up there, like.
Yeah.
Up there.
I would say for being named silencer, I don't know if he actually had the most silences.
That's true, actually.
You know.
Who had the most silence on that team, do you think?
Definitely.
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 I don't know. I was like, Pakav's actually quite a few clutch orchids. I don't know. But it
Yeah.
surely was the traps. I feel like.
But Orchid was probably the first one to get dispelled, though. Yeah, the death.
So are we
prophet.
talking about sheer number of instances or the
see, this is-
duration?
Cumulative seconds of silence on
But
enemy
that has
heroes.
to be silencer because he silences 5 heroes
Yeah,
at once.
because then he's the global.
But I mean, it's
so
a
he
long
definitely wins.
cooldown. What about Death Prophet? Death Prophet can
True.
silence multiple heroes, lower cooldown.
Yeah, but it's like Zeus who always does the most damage because he's
What a
hitting his
riveting-
ulti, you know what I mean? That's a
We
long
will,
argument.
we will try to crunch the numbers with Baze
won't.
Esports, who will give us the top stats as we get into draft number 2 of Evil Geniuses versus OG. EG, they ban out the Brood and the Doom, and OG take out the Death Prophet. Respect in the Batrider.
Yeah, I was thinking, you know, do you try and fight it, maybe leave it in or something and go for an earlier drow or like, I guess would be the hero that you would assume you'd try maybe earlier next time instead of going for the Invoker in that situation, more of like the Team Spirit style, but we're just going to get a Rubik first.
I like it. I also like how his stonks have gone up now that everyone realized that he's just really good against Disruptor.
My spells are just better than your spells.
XD.
I just take them. Except
I
he
have
doesn't really
500
take
extra
them.
cast range.
You know, it's called spell steal, but it's just spell copy.
It's like
Correct.
borrowing.
You know, it's like, you know,
He just,
he's like emulating the spell. One could say.
he's enhancing it.
Yeah,
It's like sharing it on a Steam library. They can still play.
yeah.
As soon as Tidehunter Ravages, it's like, you have to lose the spell in 10 seconds or I'm kicking you off. But yes, he has definitely been rising in prominence throughout this tournament. Even during the DPC, he was an off-again, on-again pick. It was Disruptor. That was the support of the DPC globally for me. But I'm definitely seeing Rubik rise to prominence.
By far the most picked hero in competitive. It's like not even
Of all
close.
time, yeah.
Yeah, it's like
He has like 6,000 more games in second place
yeah, he's gonna be doubling up on people. You know,
at this rate.
hero's a little too good, but oh my goodness. That's a nasty couple of heroes to open a draft with. I
You
gotta
know-
say that's an EG only draft right there.
You know what Matthew's going to be able to do this game that he wasn't able to do last game?
Do it.
Play Ricky.
Oh, they muted me.
I heard a little
No,
bit.
I
How
had it.
dare
I heard it.
they?
They silence your silence.
No, you're good.
I'm surprised they haven't snap picked Beastmaster yet. I feel like there's no other hero OG's going to pick here.
Why?
I say that with utter
Explain.
confidence.
Show your work.
Both Lesh and Ricky deal very poorly with the summons, and even though Lesh has his AoE, he's usually not able to walk into the roar. But that is a beast. That's more like
It is
the,
a
the
beast.
beast that he owns. rather
Can't be
than-
mastered.
Yeah, I don't know
Yes.
if this one's masterable, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
You don't have enough gym badges to control Primal.
I was so close. I
He
had
ignores
one
your
half of the
orders.
name. I'm actually surprised.
around.
I'm surprised they went for the Primal Beast here because
I like
Against-
it.
why do you like
I'll
it?
fight for it.
fight me.
I like
Podiums.
it. I like it because if you look at last game, what did OG lack? They lacked the ability to fight EG early. They got
Yeah.
ran over and they couldn't do anything about it.
Now they're gonna run over them.
Now Primal Beast, he can do both. He can either be the aggressive guy that runs into EG and messes them up, or he can counter gag. You know, like when EG overextend, you just hear a loud roaring sound and suddenly a Primal just comes in and breaks your neck.
Ryan, counterpoint.
Counterpoint. My issue is like in the mid to late game, they have a lot of casual control already coming out from the Ricky. Like the fact that you go in, you're gonna force out very little spells, and then have to pop a BKB. That's my concern.
Well, he always has to use a BKB to go in anyway. That's just Primal Beast in a nutshell. So Ricky doesn't really change the flow of that
Oh,
per
interesting
se.
retort. Okay,
You know,
all
their
right.
goal is he doesn't even need to charge it. He's just gonna have a blink dagger.
I would just like to say
We're just gonna ult someone.
that I saw a sheep debate Purge the other day, and
I
I
saw it.
said I did not want to be caught debating with her
And yet here
at
we
any
are.
point. I don't stand a chance.
Ryan, you're just wrong. I'm telling you now. This Primal Beast is gonna
I'm already
destroy.
convinced that I'm wrong. So I think
was
the
easy.
debate is sufficiently over. at this
Brian, I
point.
can give you an out.
I was wondering why I couldn't hear him. I was like, is my earpiece out?
Quickly, BKB, bro.
This is
Hello.
production is taking issues with its control
So
over
what-
the soundboard. This is why we have a co-host, ladies and gentlemen, just in case your main host pisses off production to the point where he's not allowed to talk. Back to my riveting panelists over here. Sorry, what were you saying before you so rudely interrupted by this
I was
man?
busy losing the debate with Sheep about the Primal Beast
Okay.
pick.
Well, I think what he was going to say, but I'll just say it better, which is why he's whining over there, was that they actually still banned the Beastmaster despite the Primal Beast.
That
being
makes
picked
me
up
feel
from
like
OG.
that much better.
All right,
That much.
we'll take it.
They even banned Zeus, which is, I think, a big respect ban, because I don't think very many teams pick that.
That was his.
Sorry, I didn't listen to you, BSJ.
I wouldn't listen to me either.
That was a nice roar.
There's a lot of ambient
I love
noises
it.
going on here. whether it's the silence, the music. It is hard to focus, but in a good way.
This is a good tune. This is one of my
Like,
favorites.
I'm vibing
actually.
right
Yeah,
now,
yeah,
but
it's good.
there's also a draft that I think it's my
Alright.
job to say something about, but I feel
We can talk about it.
like I don't have to right now.
All right. I was actually thinking when they were taking their time with their response in first phase, like EG, it felt like a lot of their openings have been were taken away with the DP bat. Like they would pair a clock with a bat, for example, and that would be one of their openings. So it's nice to still see clock coming through. You talked before about like these ranged cores and how they compare nicely with heroes like this. So maybe EG is setting up for that by picking clock here, because the Ricky's going to Matthew, right? So this is going to be a safe lane clock.
Four staff's looking pretty damn good for OG right now against Clock Ricky support.
Yeah,
duo.
and the telekinesis shard as well. Gonna be very helpful this game. Oh my God, ET into Clockwork. That is a painful matchup.
Okay, but they have shit tons of not disengage, but counter engagement, whatever, punishment, whatever. If EG runs at them, you're playing into Elder Titan Stomp, you're playing into a Primal Beast. There's a lot of ways to be punished.
I remember Purge mentioning on the panel the Elder Titan Spirit plus Nature's Prophet ulti.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow,
It removes
yeah.
your magic resistance and gives the vision.
That's
Yeah,
nice.
that's right. It's a lot of damage. And then Primal Beast obviously has a lot of magic damage as well. So there's certainly a lot of work you can do with the Spirit. You just can't get bogged down by Clockwork, which is very easy to have happen, because I think it's got to be the worst matchup for ET. I don't even think it's close. Like, it feels terrible. You just get battery assaulted and you don't get to play Dota anymore, much like our host doesn't get to host his panel anymore.
Really? You only need one host.
Yeah, I agree.
I think this is kind of just an experiment, because at the end of this,
Yeah.
we're going to be like, oh, it was better without him,
Yeah.
and then we can just
And
fire him.
We could just like put this like nice plant up there instead.
Oh, yeah.
And be like, like look at that. Isn't that nicer?
That's so
You know?
pretty.
It's contributing just as much. It looks prettier. Only downside is it can't grow a beard. So we would be a beardless panel at that point, unfortunately.
Give me about a month and a half. I'll take care of that problem.
Okay.
That's about how long it takes
That's
me to grow a
impressive.
beard.
That's not bad.
I still can't grow that beard.
What is it now? If I start November now, I could probably get there, I think.
Nice.
You know? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, we get an Ember Spirit. Another
That means
popular
Lush
hero
off
today.
lane.
Oh.
It was still flex up until that point.
That's true.
Kind of interesting they chose to put it off lane. Usually ranged heroes, they don't want to lane them against Nature's Prophet because they don't have the innate damage block against the trees. Lesh does struggle to deal with them until he's level 6. So might be a bit of a rough lane matchup bottom, but they can always do like the lane creep cut shenanigans with Ricky, one of the best 4s at kind of just making the lane not a lane. If you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Picking up what I'm putting down?
I'm getting your vibes.
Nice.
Couple of
I'm
quick.
glad we're on the same page now because I'm already 0-1 on the debate, so.
I was like, you're wrong. You're like, yes, sir.
Solid looking Ember game though, right? Not a lot of control they have to worry about too much here. Potential itemization, but I mean the support duo, like sure, Rubik's got telekinesis, but yeah, it's fine. you
I mean,
know?
that is a longer. Like, you need the shard, first of all, and then there's the talent for the extra range on it later down
Yeah.
the line. Like, this is something that comes out kind of slowly. If we look at the way EG played last game, then they're having the same issue again. Like, this Ember, this Clockwork, like, Clockwork's going to ensure you're laying against Primal. Like, Primal's going to have a rough time against Clockwork in general. Then you're playing against this, and Ember Spirit, like, Ricky's always going to be out on the map pressuring you, making you feel terrified. You know, it's hard to play, like, supports and stuff that want to sit back into these heroes.
That is a rare one.
It's not rare. It's OG.
Well, I mean, I guess to see it in a situation where you don't really know what the matchup's going to be. Yes, well said.
You need
have
to
to
read his
agree.
lips and tell us what he's trying to say, Trent.
Oh, I can't. It's a good thing he's silenced right now. That would not be appropriate.
Actually,
stream.
Trent, he said, fuck you.
Oh, thanks.
Final pick for Evil Geniuses. We're looking for a safe lane carry. What's Pakaz gonna get his hands on for this one? I see it every time. CK. And
I was
you get
thinking an illusion hero, CK,
How about
Naga.
the ABBA.
Yeah.
all these heroes kind of stand out to me. Even like PA looks pretty decent. I'm thinking like a Dispel. Okay, they go the Naga. That was like my #1. Nice.
Yep,
I think Naga, she's going to get very little pressure on her. The only hero that's capable of initiating this pressure is the Primal Beast. You love illusion heroes against Veno because the worst thing to deal with Veno is to actually have to be in the lane yourself and just have him hit you.
Yeah.
So like when minute Naga hits level 5, she's just going to push out the lane and ignore the Veno. And if Veno's not consistently using his Poison Sting to harass you, this hero's pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, that's typically why, like, there's teams that will pick it, and there's teams that will only pick it when they see the matchup. Right?
Oh, of course, yeah,
for Veno. So it's just that, I don't know, it's tough. Like, it means you have to have a real game plan around the Venomancer and understand all the other strengths of the hero other than just like, I won my lane and will build auras. Because, like, most offlaners can do that, but OG are hoping that, you know, with DM skills on the hero, they're going to get more out of it.
Yeah, like we saw the Veno versus Ursa against Team Spirit, and that's a big difference. When you see that matchup, you know you're going to have a crazy good lane, and DM did kind of carry the first, like, 20 minutes of that game. I think Veno's like a liability type hero when he gets picked like this. Yeah. I will be ultra impressed if DM pulls off like high impact in this game, but I think EG, I think they've got their number from game 1. Like, I thought their draft was harder to pull off, but they made it work beautifully. In this game, I think the draft's actually straightforward in how it's going to play out.
I've seen DM play this Veno hero into a terrible game. He gets crushed in his lane. He feels like shit. And then somehow they manage to just like hole up in their base for long enough where these fights are happening. Everyone's covered in Veno ult. He's got that shot. It's like stunning people through dispels or whatever. And then everything sucks. And then the rest of the heroes come through and carry the game. So maybe he'll pull off the same magic. I'm fully in EG's corner despite this.
I like the devil's advocate approach. I think that's important.
We got to throw a little bone here and there. They're really comfortable with this Venomancer.
I'll do some throwing as well, as I believe I've finally been unmuted. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready for game number 2.
Challenge.
Let's get it.
All right, so game number... We're going to head it right on back.
Production's finally getting the right idea. Most panelists are kind of useless. Just put them to sleep. Get into the game, shall we? EG versus OG. OG hoping to be able to silence EG this time around and push it to a game 3, and they're going to do so off the back of their Venomancer, which has been picked 4 times in this tournament. Avery won 3 of those games.
Damn.
2 of those games were OG themselves, and they were 2 of the wins. So they feel pretty good about this hero. And they're also willing to pick it and get counterpicked. No problem. They picked it 17th. They picked it 23. You know, they don't care if it gets counterpicked by 1 or 2 heroes. Do you think this is acceptable?
Why are you always asking me? Do you think this is a good draft?
Well, because I already did a lot of talking. I do the whole intro.
Good at my job. But I don't know anything. What do you think about this draft?
I think that, honestly, I haven't thought about it.
Yeah, it's not so easy. It's not so easy when you get put on the spot every 2 seconds.
Well, you had all that time to think.
All right, I'm going to make a bold claim. Are you ready for the bold claim of the day? That's going to not be true, and I'm going to look really dumb.
Okay.
Yuragi's going to live here. No, the actual... God damn it, Yuragi, you're not helping my bold claim. I don't even want to make it now. What I was going to say is
Oh, he denied the bounty rune, though.
My bold claim is I think OG are going to win this game. And BZM is going to be 13-0.
That's not a bold claim.
What are you talking? Literally everybody just said that this OG draft has no chance.
Yeah, but we already said the panel doesn't know what they're talking about.
That's true. Okay, well then it's a whatever claim. I'm just going to make the claim. The one thing I am worried about, the Naga pick's really good, but sometimes with these Naga drafts, I feel like you end up in a situation where you kind of don't have damage in the mid game. That's what I'm worried about with this EG lineup. You have Ricky, Clock, Cores, and then a Lesh Ember who aren't the easiest at following up on it unless you snowball the lanes. If EG dominate the lanes like they did game 1, okay, they're probably just going to win.
Yeah.
But if we get in this mid game where OG's in a decent position, which I think they should because Primal should do fine mid, this Spirit should free farm bottom outside of that first blood. And I think Veno will do something top. I don't know what, but something will happen. Then I think when you get in this mid game with the ET Spirit flying around, if you get early levels on the Magic Amp, if your Anal bounces through, Veno spells bans through, it amps the Primal, it amps all the Rubik damage. OG do not lack the damage, whereas I feel as though EG might. And I'm worried about their hero synergy in those mid-game skirmishes. And it might just be like a game like last time where Furion takes over the map versus the Naga faster than the Naga does because her team can't fight. That's the reason I made that claim. However, do I think that's a high probability? I don't know. Because they picked Elder Titan. So
yeah, you were very distressed by that hero pick. You went so far as to say that you couldn't really see a reason for it. You thought maybe it was the block pick scenario? As in you were blocking?
When did I say that?
Yeah, you said maybe they're trying to stop the Spectre pick.
Oh, I did. Yeah, that was pretty smart. I did say it.
Oh my god. The self-indulgent. Oh, that was pretty smart.
I feel like that was the best use for the ET in the draft. You're blocking a lot of the Agi carry matchups versus the Furion while giving yourself the team fight control and buffing up the Rubik Primal, which you already had. I think the ET pick makes a lot of sense with what OG had. The downside is you have to play ET into what you saw, which was Clock Ricky. Those are two supports that are just not fun for you to play into. They get on the backline very easily. They have multiple disables and silences. Clockwork is just a matchup you have no way of playing around. If he ever gets on top of you, he just takes you out of the fight. It doesn't mean you can't pick ET or it's a bad pick or anything. I think it's really good with OG's lineup here. It just means Chu has to be very careful of his positioning, and he has to ideally have an okay early game where you don't fall too behind in terms of the support level differential. If the EG supports get fast sixes in this game, it's going to make the map a nightmare to play for the Rubik ET. But if you can keep them low level by not feeding too many kills, not giving them the extra XP on the lanes, then I can see this mid game going pretty well for that support duo.
Oh, Panda, just a second too late here. Or maybe he's going to be able to get him with some battery assault hits because BCM walked back and he's stuck. Ember's going to come in, Slight to finish him off. See smile.
So the 13-0 BCM prediction about that one, you know.
Yeah.
There's a margin of error. You know, 13-0 plus and minus.
Right. 13-0, 13-1. They're kind of the same.
Like, I mean, it's whatever. We're obviously not going to count kills before the 6-minute mark. Nobody does that.
Yeah, nobody does. So you said you liked Elder Titan with OG's lineup. I'm going to say I like Elder Titan with Primal Beast because that hero does tons of magic damage and you amp that up and beautiful. You get the combo of ultimates.
Just beautiful.
That sounds pretty nice.
See that coming. Yeah, beautiful.
What?
Yeah.
And I like it with the Venomancer pick. What?
Yeah.
So that's it? Okay.
I just got done explaining this hero's good with her whole lineup for like 5 minutes. Sometimes I think you don't listen to me, bro.
I listen.
No, you don't.
I just think that sometimes, you know, I need to reinforce what you're saying because the audience doesn't respect you.
Oh, okay. Now it comes out. Now it comes out. Listen, son, you need help, and I pray you get it. Every night I go to sleep, I pray that you get the help you need. And so does the DOTA community.
Oof. Ooh. Man, Matthew, that was a chunk of damage right there.
He still had Fairy Fire. He's just baiting out the damage so he can leave Whisper here for the solo XP. Like I said, the lane's going pretty well for OG. I don't know why they were downing this Veno lane. Did I not explain that DM is a Veno Grandmaster? You know how many Veno lanes this guy has played? He plays them in his dreams. When he wakes up, he doesn't brew coffee. He brews the latent toxicity. This man is born and molded in the Venomancer. As Chu goes down to Whisper, that's rough.
Well, after a hot cup of Joe, DM is going to find yet another kill, it seems.
Gotta be careful of denies. They get it.
Okay, they do. I think they even paused to, like, hit him together.
Yeah, you make sure you double hit that. That's earn charges for DM. Now he can turn on Matthew. Another Gale coming up. Is it in range?
Oh,
he really wants it.
Slow him down with another war. Oh, that was so close.
Oh, he got the mini body block.
Wait, he still got him. I thought Matthew was going to run up and to the right and then use his E to get out, but
that sucks.
Hey, do you not get charges if you deny?
I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
I don't think you do.
I have a feeling you don't either.
Yeah, I think you have to get the kill as a team. I mean, he did not get denied there. But that other kill on the Ricky was really important because DM wanted to earn charges back. When you go this earn on Venom, you want to keep snowballing off every kill. That said, he's still having a very good laning phase up here. Just not being pressured. It's a product of Naga Clock. This is just a do-nothing lane. You have no kill threat. You just got to play for pulls, try and give as much solo XP to Naga as possible. And this is also what I mean when EG supports can end up out of this laning phase very low level. Because I don't see Ricky Clock getting a lot done on the map in combination with their cores versus what OG are presenting on the lanes.
Oh, BZM really wanted to use this haste rune somewhere. He didn't find it in the top lane, so he goes for it in the... Oh, nice little sidestep there. And yeah, finally gets to use that haste rune to get a kill. He wanted the Naga Siren, but she had already backed up. So instead, TP's bottom, gets a Whisper kill. Very nice for BZM.
That is terrifying. Hasted Primal Beast. Maybe only rivaled by Hasted Batrider in this early game. This is pretty much a guaranteed core kill. I don't think you can avoid it.
Yeah.
Now, that's a good core to get. Whisper was having a decent time down there. He's back towards mid.
Does get caught by the Pulverize. Of course, he should be... Oh, he doesn't have a Remnant now. I mean, still should be fine, but...
Give him the old stapler. I think Chu should go for extra natural order points this game. Like, earlier on. I think you can go 2-point stomp. Maybe a 2-2-3 build, something like this. I think it would be pretty sick with their lineup.
Good catch here from Whisper and Matthew. Finding Uranki while he was doing a bit of jungle.
These are dangerous core kills to give up. It's a lot of XP to the Ricky. And he's going to be able to get a lot of setup if he gets a fast shard from the extra assist gold as well. This is what you want to limit right now if you're OG. Just keep playing around the Primal with the Furion being able to connect in. Let Veno do his thing. BZM is strong. He just needs the help.
You really got to up the... oh, he's going to get the Arcane Rune top. Oh, no, and Panda's on the wrong side of the cogs, too. He's going to be thrown back even further. The smoke screen does not save him as the Nature's Wrath comes through and clears out the mid lane.
DM is just pushing aggressively into jungle early, forcing Hakaz to go to base on this Naga Siren. Really just taking it to him with the regen burn. And this is a good sign, because DM has gone up 1,000 gold off this Veno versus Naga lane. And this was your counter pick. This is a position you want to be in with Veno. I've said it before, but Veno can dominate any lane if the support is not messing with you in the early waves, because he will out-damage and out-harass anybody. And that's pretty much what happened. So now he's in a good position where you can take this top tower, swing it on towards mid. You have the Furion to accelerate all these moves. And does EG have the ability to fight you back on these objectives? This is going to be a nice early game lead for OG. As long as BZM ends up with 13 kills. Predictions looking spot on.
I mean, the combination of the Elder Titan helping him out, the BZM keeping the Naga Siren low, and, you know, if he doesn't get those early stat items, BZM, that's a pretty easy kill, right?
Yes.
You ever find the Naga Siren, just kill him, kills illusions too.
There's a lot of follow-up damage on any of these initiations from BZM. There might be a ward there. You might get hit by Wrath of Nature. The Spirit can amp it all up. This Primal Beast is pretty terrifying on the map right now for EG, despite having supports that, in theory, can deal with him.
And I would say the one thing that can stop that is Whisper's game. You know, you're talking about how he got that kill and stuff. He's the one getting all the aura items. If he gets a mech, Greaves, maybe even a pipe, then a lot of BZM's damage, he gets stalled out. He doesn't do quite enough to be able to burst somebody.
The Leshrac auras are really important for EG this game. No one else is going to build them here. The supports are probably going to be too poor, and they need a pipe. This is a lineup you need a pipe burst. You need a Greaves. There's just no other way you're going to win these 5-on-5s. So the faster Whisper can get to those auras, the faster EG can feel comfortable taking these 5-on-5s, as you have to also be ready for this mid-clash if Yuragi decides to commit on that push or a wraparound with the Beast through a smoke, something like this. If you got caught on the Ember and just burst it down during that Pulverize, that's also probably the team fight over, because he smiles a lot of your damage right now. He's getting chipped. He does not like dealing with these Venom wards.
He's using that damage to try and kill Venom wards over and over again.
Oh, bottom. Whisper making some magic happen.
Yeah, but is he going to die for it? It's looking like it. BZM pretty easily kills Whisper there.
The rampage continues. This is going to be a fast primal BKB.
And Matthew, it's about that time.
Oh, God, not this again.
Oh, no. Too bad he didn't go into the triangle. He might have spotted that other courier. Had a Hand of Midas recipe on it. That would have been so big.
I mean, the base ward has been planted.
Yeah.
The couriers are going to start falling. This is why EG likes the Ricky. You get to stall the games with deep wards, courier snipes, just delay the net worth on the map. but Kaz will push in the lanes, and suddenly you're not falling behind in net worth because these courier kills add up to a lot. They're also just hell of annoying in terms of the mental damage.
There is the sentry behind the tower mid. But he's going to wait until it comes back, so he doesn't try and catch it before the item gets there. Oh, he catches Choose as well.
That's a nice courier you have there.
3?
Be a shame if someone backstabbed it.
Number 4?
Are they just not even reacting to this? I don't understand.
No.
At least by the second or third, you think it'd be pinged out.
Hey, production,
Right,
do we have a courier count element at all? Okay. Well, don't worry. We'll keep track. So we got 4 courier kills so far, correct?
That's yes.
Thank you. Thank you, JJ. I think it's JJ.
It's not JJ.
No. Thank you, Patrick.
I don't think it's Patrick.
Thank you, Scriff.
Oh, there's number 5.
5.
There's actually so much gold. I think it's close to 1,500 gold that just went towards EG off of their entire courier repertoire getting destroyed. While the mid tower was getting pushed, BZM back into the game and out of the courier minigame. Steve Smile will get slain.
And Whisper gets caught by Taiga. Oh! What was he doing over here?
He's solo killing Yuragi. That's what he was doing.
He's out. He's fine.
It feels good to be this good.
I bet it does. I bet it does, my friend.
Oh! DM actually went deeper into EG's side to be able to sidestep that hook shot. Well played.
Those 2 minutes from the Riki just destroyed any momentum OG had on the map.
Really did. Because, oh no, he tried to get up the song. Still tries for it. Oh. Barely gets out there. But you can
no
see
help
the
on
difference.
that play. No Wrath, no TP,
Yeah.
no support to back him up.
Okay, really good Gale there from DM. That's going to do a lot of damage. Matthew's
stole the
ready to die, and C Smile's going to be chased after by Taiga, who stole the Remnant, and Smile does die after he gets the kill on Taiga, but well worth it for OG, certainly.
That's the fights OG are looking for. These open river areas where you have to fight into Venom wards and the early mech and earn from DM are not your friend. Those are really tough fights for Ember. The second you get Galed, your mobility goes away. Taiga is going to lift you, and then you're just going to get amped into the Earth Splitter. Finally, this tier 1 tower goes down after the couriers will be the necessary sacrifice. EG did a decent job slowing that momentum, but they're still going to have to play into this Veno ET lineup in the mid game that I think is going to be trouble for them in these fights. We haven't even gotten the later levels of Natural Order yet. That's when this lineup's really going to kick in. Another Stomp will land and Seal Hand is Fate. And remember, this Primal BKB is coming. It's coming fast. As long as OG keep playing around BZM in this game, I don't think there's anything that stops them in the near future.
So EG just have to push for some late game scenario where the Naga Siren is in play.
Keep ratting. Keep ricking.
Their heroes are okay at it. Obviously, Naga quite good, Ember quite good, and then I guess the Riki is still kind of that disruptive force that can stall out games, like you said.
There is a world where EG can win this late game, but I don't think it's actually that one-sided. Even though it's a good Naga game, I think ET sways a lot of these matchups. You just get melted by magic damage, and at some point, if you get stomped in an Earth Splitter, it's very hard to win these carry-on-carry matchups.
But given the current state, would you say that is the best chance to be able to win the game? Or do you think they have a better timing somewhere else? EG.
Probably have to play for Naga 3rd or 4th item.
Okay.
And then take some fights to take over the map. Abuse the illusions where OG's heroes can't deal with illusions on the map, so you split them up and get a numbers fight. That's how you're going to win the engagements. Good old Naga Dota.
Okay. So at least like the next 10 minutes is going to be pretty ratty.
Yes.
Where because he does not have Song of Siren this time around.
And you can't just TP here.
Nope. He's definitely dead.
Oh, look at that damage.
Ooh, nice Manta dodge.
Oh, BCM trapped himself. The beast self-caged. And yeah, they will see this obs. I mean, look at the Radiant sentries. I think Chu bought out the entire pool of sentries and just sentryed everything he could on his side of the map.
Oh, they see Matthew. They don't want to let him keep existing
This is how you
around
deal
here.
with this. This is what you should do. Do not let me
Oh,
away.
the stolen ensnare. That's a nice pickup for Rubik, especially with that extra cast range. Meanwhile, mid lane, EG, bad fight here too. OG getting some tremendous momentum going now, it seems.
I don't think EG have the damage to take these fights. I think it's the product of their lineup. You have to push it towards second, third item on all of your cores here. The question is, how much are you going to lose until you get to that point? You need the Ember to start ratting. You need the Naga illusions to go to work. Ricky to cause as much chaos as he can, but OG are starting to get a better feel for this map. Closing it off, and BZM is still hunting.
He does not have a dust. Taiga might be able to help him. I think the smoke may have expired naturally. Okay, they're gonna go for this and see if they... Okay. Missed the stun, and he's got BKB, so he was never in danger, and now he is the danger. They gotta be careful here. Pulverize quick. My God. Nature's Wrath plus Pulverize plus Fade Bolt. That's a lot of burst damage in just a half second.
Chews here.
Chew.
And DM's coming as well. They're going to hamp up all this damage. You are not taking that fight.
And they got the dust on Matthew, too.
Good response from OG. Cleaning up the end of this engagement and maintaining the map pressures. Matthew will try and skirt away, but he's going to tick out. And the issue right now is you have Grease on Whisper, but you don't have a pipe. You don't have the early magic resistance from BKBs on these cores to take the engagement into the overwhelming magic damage for OG. Normally this type of overwhelming damage would get punished by those items, but it's just not. And OG are happy to take every one of these skirmishes they can get.
He is going BKB on Whisper. He also went Greaves instead of like mech into pipe. Do you think these are... He's dead again. I am honestly surprised that OG is not at like a 10k net worth lead right now.
Oh, they're at a 5k one. Those are some back-to-back deaths for Naga. That is going to build the lead pretty fast because you're not getting the lanes in all of a sudden, and you're taking the highest rate of farm hero off the map, which will allow you to close out these areas. Map is closing in for EG. You're going to have to start finding picks soon, but you're just the ones getting jumped on. BZM does not care who he sees. He's charging you. Two fights happening. Yuraki onto the triangle, trying to clean up Whisper at the same time.
DM uses the Nova to see if he can kill C-Smile. Whisper does get a turnaround kill and does manage to get out. I think C-Smile is not going to take out either. He looks okay. Or maybe not. He's getting low. Oh, he's dead. I spoke too soon. The Flame Guard must have burnt out. Okay, this is an opportunity, perhaps, or not. Because is just dead.
Yeah, that is not the fight.
I thought there was a move there. I thought he was getting all offensive on them. I thought there was an idea, a play to be made. Oh, BZM a second death. All right, Avery, you're officially wrong. Oh, I'm sorry.
Come on, man. I feel like this is close enough.
5-2-9, 13-0. Those are two very different numbers. I'm sorry.
I have no response. How could I be so off in my estimation of this game? I shall resign in disgrace.
Finally.
You can bring back Kyle.
Well, I guess one upside is that OG is not the best team at being able to do Roshan. Though eventually you get such an overwhelming advantage that you could just do it as a squad because EG can't fight you.
Cap, are you telling me that you didn't watch any of those Jenkins tutorial videos where he talks about piercing damage change to wards and how Veno wards kill Roshan faster? Hashtag DHL drop. I don't know.
Is that even true?
Yeah, Veno wards do more damage to Roshan now.
Yeah, but it's probably not enough to say Venomancer is a Roche-taking hero, right?
I don't know. Jenkins said it in the video.
Oh, okay.
We're going to try and walk this off, but there is no walking away from this team right now.
Smiles going in, didn't see Smiles going out. Jeez, that one swing from the Elder Titan did so much damage to him.
Early Mjolnir for Yuragi, just pumping out the right clicks and the damage. There's your objective taking. Just raw attack speed.
It's crazy how EG just keep on fighting into OG.
I don't think these fights are winnable.
No, I don't think so either. But at the same time, I guess they have been getting caught a lot trying to split push. So, you know, maybe it is a better idea to see if you can get a pick somewhere.
They also just don't have that good of global ability with this Riki. Let's say if Matthew finds somebody on a triangle like he is now, right? Let's say Yuragi TP's right in front of him and gets darted. What do you do off this play? There's no play option there.
No.
That's part of the issue they're running into as well. You have pickoff with Riki and Clock, but getting the follow-up there is not as easy.
Oh. He sees it. C-Smile is going to be able to get away. The dust was delivered, but Matthew can get his... Has he not gotten any other curries? Is this the 6th one?
It should be the 6th.
All right, well, it's about that time. OG do have that overwhelming advantage, 9,000 net worth lead, and all of EG is up. They could be a 5-on-5. They just, OG doesn't care if it is. They've got plenty of BKBs, plenty of teamfight items.
This Roche is no longer that slow. Aegis to Yuragi, help him play more aggressive. Yeah, and number 7. You can add it to the belt. I mean, you're going to have a very notched belt here. You're going to get smacked with it in a minute.
I mean, they don't kill C-Smile, but they are kicking him back every single time he shows his face somewhere.
It's definitely giving him a concussion.
Few of them.
Hard finish for Naga. Here we go. I don't really know what that changes at this point, but it means your illusions are a little more annoying on the map, so maybe you can start to buy more time if you can get deep out on the space, try and abuse some vision that Matthew's providing. It's pretty much still your best hope here. I don't think you can win the 5-on-5 yet. I'm honestly not sure at what point you can. I think you have to find the numbers engagements. But if you don't have map threat, that's not working for you too much either.
Do you think Matthew has said anything to his team in like the last, like when he's doing this?
I think every time he gets a courier kill, he screams something absolutely obscene. And then he goes absolutely back to saying nothing. Just like a random bird death call. You know, sometimes the downside of these types of strats, when you're the captain and the biggest shot caller, is it is hard to make calls because you don't have any feel for the game.
Yeah,
your only feel right now is the courier mini game you're playing in Super Mario Party 30 or whatever, and you're like, oh, I know exactly where these couriers are. But then the rest of your team is waiting for you to make calls of where are you supposed to play on the map, where are you killing, and your shot caller is busy killing couriers. Sometimes these things kind of backfire a little bit. It's great when they work, and it feels really bad when they don't. That'll be another courier. I mean, he's getting a lot of them.
Is that 9?
Yeah, that looks like number 9.
Think you should get a prize if you get like 10 couriers?
What do you get? An Aegis drops?
No, it needs to be taking something away from the enemy team.
Oh, we speeding it. Juked it.
Oh.
4 staff will be delivered. Whisper just gonna run into Chu. This is one way to start a fight.
They're so distracted by the couriers and trying to save them to get caught in a fight. Or maybe they're just stronger. BZM marching through, chasing after the Naga Siren. Now needs to back away. The Sprout trying to get in front of him a little bit and is doing so because gets hit by the Gale.
They know he's there. They're gonna try and run him down. Or rather, BZM is gonna try and run
nice
you down.
little hop there from Panda. Used the hook shot to get up into the base. Ooh, fancy moves here.
See you later. Too slow on the primal. Where's your couriers at? I think this Rubik courier's dead. see it.
My favorite part is the vicious cycle that occurs with the
the Veno one.
Radiant's
This
courier
can't keep happening.
Is that like he stops dust and sentries?
Why do they show his face every time?
Yeah, I mean, waiting for that obscene phrase he was talking about.
They're gonna catch him one of these courier kills. Yeah, you're saying they fall behind on detection, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It allows Matthew to play, even more brazenly because then they're not able to lay down the sentries to catch him in the first place.
No, it is a compounding loop, and it's probably the best thing he can be doing right now. It's just at some point you have to start to threaten heroes on the map, unless you're just that confident in going ultra late here with Naga, which you are finding farm on the Naga and the Ember. I'm surprised how much farm C-Smile has in this game actually. Considering they haven't really won any of the fights and they've lost Roshan. He's still up there. BZM lurking in the shadows. I'm the real Ricky.
Got the spirit on him. BCM with the TP in from Yuragi. Let's see if they can burst him down fast enough. He gets off the song. The BKB is out though. Mirror image dodging a little bit of damage. Trying to run. The BKB.
No bounce.
Oh, did the Nature's Wrath never land?
I don't think it did, and BZM did not BKB for that song. Also, no Earth Splitter got thrown.
That was definitely a mistake. Surely, right?
Some
Naga
missed
Siren.
execution. That's a big kill to get. Can't let that Siren slip away. Because every time you let someone slip away,
there's
Matthew's
the
looking.
mother load right there.
I mean, this is a Dragonlance courier as well. This is not a bad pick either.
Radiant's courier.
Okay, what was that? Number 12, 13?
I think that might be 11 or 12.
Well, Taiga went back for his gem wisely.
Yeah, they got him now.
Justice. Oh, he lasted that one. He's like, whatever, guys. Took you 10, 15 minutes. I think that smile was the smile of Ricky haters everywhere. Rejoicing. Rejoicing in the final boss has been slain. We get to play the game again. It's been so long.
10 ping lag?
Or am I?
What does that even mean?
I think it means that, that OG, I mean, the Europeans in general just getting to play on some pretty good ping compared to the South American team who's obviously used to playing on much higher ping.
That?
Yeah, Panda said that.
Oh, I have it muted.
Really?
Why do I have Panda muted?
I don't know. Yeah,
I don't have any of the others.
I feel like he's pretty chill.
Yeah, he is. It must have been when I played him on Lanner's Lane.
Yeah, he was probably spamming voice lines.
I've got a lot of people muted. Well, like 2/3 of the players in this tournament, to be honest. Nothing personal. Just business.
Just business.
I wonder if we could tell how much net worth is missing off the courier kills. I don't think that other stat shows it, right?
I mean, it shows
golden items, but I think that includes items that aren't on the hero. Maybe not. Yeah, I guess we can see a decent amount.
I mean, you count it up manually right now. Sanj plus Dragonlance.
Well, that Sanj is flying out. That Sanj isn't dead yet. It still has a chance of connecting.
Oh. Matthew could appear at any time.
BKB got forced from C-Smile during all that. A little something. Next for Roshan is what OG wants here to probably end the game with throw it on Yuragi and go high ground or find that Naga pickoff. Because is still looking for all of the survivability he can get in this game, going Heart into Mage Slayer into BKB with Elven Tunic on top. He just wants his illusions to live as long as possible.
Are you going to do damage, though?
That's my concern. Now look towards Taiga. They do have numbers here.
The Rocket Flare giving him the vision. They quickly jump up. They do catch him, but now C-Smile is stuck, pulverized. Do they have any follow-up? Ooh, that was super close.
I thought one of those right clicks might have followed him too. Lucky to get out of there in time. As the tactical retreat comes out from EG, they take their kill and leave. Gem did get transferred to BZM there. So he is hunting. Hunting with vision.
Matthew slips on by.
I mean,
He's getting into courier killing territory.
They're stalling this game out.
They are.
Like, the win probability has gone nowhere in the last 10 minutes. It's flatlined.
Take a bounty rune for his efforts. And,
Radiant's middle tower is under
That's a
hey,
nice courier you have there, BZM.
Look at that.
Radiant's courier
Nice little courier kill.
At what point do you just stop using them?
I mean, surely, shouldn't you, when you send it out, have it go down?
Yeah, you go down
like
the tree line.
Down the tree line.
This
and
is just lazy micro by OG.
yeah.
And they're paying a hefty economic premium. There's a reason these EG cores are still pretty high on net worth. It slows your game down. It gives you some extra gold. It means a lot of these items that OG wants to abuse and find more momentum with, they don't have. Not to mention that lack of detection. Another problem when you're playing against Rookie and Glimmer Cape.
Bandit does not have a force staff, so he's actually going to just hookshot back into Uragi. Cause a little chaos and might actually be able to get away as a result, but Kaz gets a little close there. Telekinesis throw back. Any follow-up? ECM does blink forward and gets him with the pulverize. Of course, Kaz is very tanky like you were talking about, so OG can't quite threaten him. They stick together as a unit, all 5 heroes hanging out together.
There's no real poke from this EG lineup. That's kind of the downside right now. You can dart somebody, you can throw a Lesh stun, throw a slide in, but you're not chipping anything away for OG, so at some point you're just going to have to man up and take the man fight with the Naga, with the Ember. Try and burst one of these OG cores. Post BKB, I want to say, I don't think they can ever die in BKB. Now, you don't really have an easy way to prevent them getting that off until you get to layer Hex or something.
Jetpack? Telekinesis, that's why. Thought it was some weird pulverized interaction there for a second. All right, so Matthew is inside of the base.
He is. He is slowly cutting his way one tree at a time.
Oh, nice Daedalus.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a baker's dozen, I believe. 14 couriers.
you know, I think OG got interviewed about what they want to see in the next patch. I have a feeling this game might have changed some of those things. Remove the tree line. Remove couriers. Items now instantly teleport. You can keep killing couriers. You can keep evening out this lead, but you're no closer to taking the 5-on-5. That's my worry here. What is the solution to that part of the problem? That will be Aegis and Shard.
Radiant's middle tower.
Uragi, certainly you do not want this Shard, man. Give it to somebody else. Primal Beast would be happy to take it. Latent Toxicity, Rubik save.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to keep running couriers out here because, I mean, you know, if it didn't work the first 15 times, number 16 is sure to be the ticket. Just unlucky. What can you do?
He's got Ochre Steel Totem. It's not that easy to catch him, but there was a clear. I mean, you know what? Matthew's having a fun time. And they are just terrorizing OG. Even if OG wins this game, I have no doubt it's going to leave a mark.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Sure would be nice to have a Daedalus right now.
It really would. Actually, he doesn't have the slots to use it, so. He still has Shard in his backpack, by the way. I don't really understand this. Did you just forget about it?
I think he might have, yeah.
He's like, you guys don't deserve it if you keep killing your couriers.
It's also DM bought a Shard, so...
Oh, it's stuck on the courier? Yeah, but don't you give it to Taiga here or Primal Beast?
Yeah, somebody else should be getting it. It was probably...
Matthew?
Oh, Matthew! Run!
He's going to BKB for this. I'm sick of you, man. Is he going to get him, though?
Oh, blink, 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 blink!
You got another courier!
He got another courier!
It can't keep happening. Make it stop. What? Just run them on the tree lines. Please. Just shift click it.
No!
You don't even have to manually do it. You just shift click twice and it runs the whole way.
No! They need to show that they can beat it. They need to show Matthew that it won't win him the game.
Even when he's trying to live, he still gets the courier.
Courier just comes in.
Oh God, dude. I hope OG are enjoying this as much as we are, because they will likely still get the dub in this game if they don't mess up a high ground push. That was also Ags completed for Chu, by the way. I love this Elder Titan Ags.
I mean, they have the Bloodthorn. There's your damage.
That's some damage, yeah. Just got to connect it on a hero without Dispel, BKB, 4-staff, Greaves going off.
But they've got the Bloodthorn.
They also have this Shard Split Earth, which is really annoying for the high ground. OG are having trouble.
Apparently, Yuragi doesn't seem to care.
Meanwhile, C-Smile is split pushing you bottom, and he's kind of doing it at an even pace.
Gets caught by BCM with a dangerous rat bouncing through. So much burst damage are going to happen in an instant.
Okay. He paid the price there for his tower greed. BZM getting tipped. Matthew holding on to this ward. This is another way that OG can scale versus the Naga. This ETAgs. I know it maybe sounds a bit clowny, but you do chunk these Agi carries if you can get in there with a big spirit and start punching them.
Sure.
Especially when you have like AC aura and maybe some drum aura from something.
Naga does not buy any plus armor or items.
No, it's just pure damage. You're hitting for 400 or 500 pure damage every time.
Once again, the Jetpack trying to get away, but the Telekinesis holds him in place. There's the Bloodthorn. Which really just does not do that much damage.
It's too much utility right now. OG are going to try and push this high ground again into the Splitters. No Ember to rat you this time. And that'll be a range tracks. How much more can you get here? Aegis out in a minute. EG might be timing this. Maybe take the fight after it expires. You have to be careful on the retreat here if you're OG.
Meanwhile, more important business to attend to, says Matthew. All right, jump in, BCM. Because Telekinesis as well, they're getting a lot of control here. This is too much damage over time. Way too much AoE. The illusions get cleared out. The real hero dies. The buybacks are coming into play, and they're going to go again here. See if they can kill BCM. But he does have that enrage. Is able to get himself outside of the ensnare. The Ember Spirit committing for it. C-Smile needs his kill so badly. Got the chains and got the kill. But now he's going to be stopped. Now he's silenced by Yuragi.
He still has buy if you want to commit it. It's just because can't walk in and hit anybody. There's way too much AoE and utility from OG right now. This Naga, where is the right click? It has to come soon. You're falling way too far behind despite the infinite courier kills.
Panda was trying to chase after him. Now the buybacks come into play, but their catch is a little limited. Oh, never mind. They got the Nature's Prophet.
Gonna have to burst him down. He still has Satanic.
Oh no, the Satanic's going off. They can't kill him fast enough. They do have this Split Earth though. They're stacking him up here. They get a 4-staff away.
Some damage coming through.
Is getting low. The Satanic is no longer there, and he finally does die. Chu is doing some hefty damage though. He is banging on heroes right now. Matthew gets up to the high ground with the Ogre Seal Totem, but looks like he may take out Chu. Stop. Can't make it. Hook shot does manage to land onto the Venomancer. EG blow every single buyback they have to be able to hold on to this game. They do manage to wipe OG.
That's still a sick fight. That is not an easy fight through the amount of sustaining utility OG has. Even those Chu punches are starting to look scary towards the end. 5 buybacks to get 5 heroes in a gem. Is it worth it? What is the win probability say?
Reminder.
It is worth it. It's by 3% right there. That's a one-team fight.
It's because you forgot to include the one courier he killed.
Yes, Matthew did get a courier before that fight.
Yeah,
we should make special note.
That's where the 3% comes from.
That's a lot of XP. If you can wear through the OG BKBs and you still have yours up on the Naga, there's some glimmer of team fight hope there. I just don't know how that's going to happen without the 2 lives. Because that's what really did it in this fight. You just stalled out so much of the time that you can come in and have your BKBs up. Whisper still has his first engagement. And suddenly you can wear through this Satanic with the smoke screen, with the disable from the disarm. Halberd on Whisper doing some work there versus Yuragi Furion. And these Chu punches, you gotta watch out for him, man. You got slept that time, but you might not be so lucky.
Okay. OG.
you know what that face is? It's the face of a man who has to have his courier sniped for another 15 minutes. It's like, get me out of this game. I don't want to be in this game anymore.
Stop.
Chu has a Crystallis. What a monster build.
Damn.
That's a Chad ET build right there. I respect that. When you play this hero, you go the Chad builds. You don't go some 4-staff glimmer nonsense. You go in there and you staple somebody's face to the back of their scalp and take some names. That's what this hero is designed to do. He's got a penta-edge sword. They gave him the penta-edge. He's the carry now. You know what, Yuragi? You had your chance to carry this game. It's time. The Earth Forger showed you how to do it.
We'll see if he, how much more damage he gets.
Oh, he didn't want that one.
He only wants the couriers that have items on them, I think.
Doesn't want to reveal his position.
Tome, whatever.
Keep in mind, Matthew has gem on him right now. So he also does not want to lose this gem for a single courier with nothing on it.
Yeah.
And Yuragi holding double damage on top of full 6 slots with an aesthetic cap and permanent cooldown teleport.
Oh, Butterfly. That's a bit of a timing. That's going to make things much more interesting when it comes to killing the Naga.
Nice versus the Furion, but the rest of their lineup doesn't care, right? The rest of the OG lineup is centered around the magic damage going into that Naga.
Sure.
And predicated on the fact that the Naga is not going to kill him before that happens. I mean, you have a Shivas on BZM. He is a tanky boy. And again, you don't have the hexes or anything yet. This EG lineup really wants a hex on somebody at some point in this game so you can start and clear through that core off the burst. That clean initiation is just not there, and the OG utility is going to run circles around you still. So you have to play these long fights, which means if you're EG farming for buybacks, as Matthew continues his courier campaign of the century.
Panda died. It's kind of the same.
Same amount of gold.
1-for-1 exchange.
Actually, it almost is the exact same amount of gold.
That is sad. I like how it's just this trail of him basically getting to the Radiant side. All right, OG, time to end this game.
Is it?
I mean, is it? 40 seconds still Roshan's
What are you
up.
asking me? You just said it. I don't think they can go high ground.
Well, I was just narrating what they were doing, but
I'm going to take a break. They're going to look for their couriers right now, make sure they're all intact. Oh, guys, where's this Ricky?
You know, everybody's, it's a battle buddy system, you know?
I mean,
Everybody make sure you have your battle
Chu was
buddy.
trying to use his courier, and it wasn't coming, so he paused the game. Now he's getting told it's been dead for 20 minutes. He says, oh, okay. Well, we can go then. I thought...
Wait, the couriers can die?
Guys, my courier's not working. It's just because it's been dead for 10 minutes. Oh. All right, let's continue.
Anyway, I'm going to back away from the Dire base and wait for Roshan, which is going to be in 20 seconds.
Well, the upside of this period as EG is that Yuragi's maxed. So all his gold Furion's farming right now isn't going into anything. It's just going into retirement accounts.
Yeah, but isn't that kind of the same for Naga Siren at this point?
I mean, Naga still got another slot here.
Yeah, getting rid of the treads.
You still have Reel in cap.
Diminishing returns. I mean, the problem is nobody else is really scaling, I think, on the side of EG, especially not the supports.
No, the
Where
supports
Chu
are
has,
capped.
Yeah.
I mean, Whisper can scale. He starts getting into the late game territory with some Bloodstone Octarine nonsense, whatever. Nihilism could prove to be pretty interesting on this Leshrac. And Ember can always keep scaling off the level 25. He has double Sleight of Fist. He has a lot of room to grow with the Refresher, perhaps Octarine of his own, finishing up a Gleipnir in that late game. There is room for growth on this EG lineup, whereas I think OG kind of want to end the game with this period right now. You're not going to be too happy going ultra late with the Veno, for example. It's just going to put more and more emphasis on the ET and the Furion, as well as the Primal Beast to pick up the slack. I think it's good Chu started to go carry him this game. They might need it at some point.
Is under attack.
Oh, Moon Shard for Yuragi. Instantly eats it. Is carrying that Aegis cheese.
We'll get an Aghanim Scepter, I guess. See, Smile quickly breaks free from the Sprout. Thanks to the Aghanim Scepter, he can jump pretty far, pretty fast. Back home he goes.
I mean, you got to keep in your mind that Sprout leash. Do not want to get caught in that in the middle of a fight. Oh, now they're doing a little courier hunting, huh? Yeah, how's it feel? Well, they didn't get it, so I guess they don't know how it feels, but
Feels pretty good if you're EG. Wait, what was it getting?
To a future of grief.
nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't Whisper want buyback? His buyback is back up in 50 seconds.
That's why he's laughing. He's like, you fools. You think you're sniping my courier.
Oh.
It's just a distraction.
God, he's level 14 on Matthew. Because he hasn't seen a creep die in like 15 minutes.
I mean, he's seen a bunch of couriers die.
Yeah, that's true. Do couriers give experience when they die? They don't, right?
No. He's gonna get this one.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
These are actually worth 500 gold each. You got 4 TPs out of OG. VZM's so mad right now. Oh my god, the amount of troll happening in this game is just uncalled for.
Oh, he's gonna get another one.
Why do they keep running that here? I don't know.
Oh wait, no.
Oh, BZM, he's evolving.
He's microing it. Taiga?
Come on, man. Come on. It's the same spot. It's the same spot. The courier bodies are just falling on other courier bodies. They're just stacking. There's mounds of them in the back.
You're gonna open up a tannery down there.
It's a courier cemetery.
Oh, man.
And OG still aren't going high ground. They have a 5v4. Okay, Yuragi's done. So, guys, I'm not playing this game anymore. I'm just hidden. I don't care what happens.
Oh, initiation on the Leshrac.
3-man stomp.
He's still stuck above the high ground. Smile is going to be able to finish him off. Oh, that was a bad initiation for OG. Panda.
This does not look great.
Yeah, the Nova does hit because, so at least they get the bit of damage on the important cores.
But that man-up did not work.
No,
EG
not at
just
all.
Repel it. Didn't even have to use Pakaz's BKB or any of C Smile's items. That looked kind of rough. This game's getting weird, man. I don't know how else to phrase it. This game is getting really weird right now. You can't go high ground if you're EG because the split earth plus Naga illusions plus slight is too annoying. Fighting up the cliff is really awkward for your lineup. Your Venom's damage is starting to fall off. You haven't seen a courier for 10 years. The last time Yuragi saw his courier, he was a wee lad.
You still have some 25 talents, so 25 for both the Primal Beast and Venomancer. Those are both pretty transformative, I would say.
BZM.
Doesn't carry the gem, so he doesn't see Matthew.
Well, they got the Sprout Leash.
BKB
Yep.
forced out.
Still had that BKB. Didn't even have to use it in that fight. We are back to a game where all the buybacks are up. Except for Taiga.
I can't believe they weren't able to, like,
they got nothing out of that entire...
get something out after they forced all of those buybacks. They had all of their own buybacks. EG had none of theirs.
You need hexes. I feel like when you're in these weird games, hex is what breaks it open for either team. Just gonna throw some damage on this clock, but...
Someone help Panda? No.
Kinda chill.
Okay, somebody can. Because can.
It's gonna heal him up a little.
Are they gonna have a split earth ready in time? Nice. 2-man stun. Beautiful timing. Ooh. The gem dropped on the ground too.
Because man it up.
He does start going for that damage. Okay, his BKB is wearing out. I think he wants to reset a little bit. They got to play around their high ground. Smile poking at him even further, and he does manage to get the kill on Taiga. Taiga forced that forward through the Ren. Then Yuragi's gonna get some trouble. Refresh is turned around, does have a Satanic to be able to use, but he gets the hook shot. Oh, cheese goes off just in time. Smile needs to be able to back away. Another round of the split earth, and it is just crumbling OG. Because is he gonna live with the heart?
He missed. He missed 3 hits on the Elder Titan because lives. The evasion from Butterfly plus that cloak. Just too much. Chu needs an MKB.
What is his evasion at? 48%.
He needed one more hit to finish off this Naga, and it could not land. The stapler is not big enough.
3 coin flips in a row. Oh, man.
And that's a Benno buyback that does not get you anything here, as EG don't even have to use anything.
Oh, what if... I mean, there's no...
Oh my god.
You stop it. Matthew's actually... Every courier kill, it's like -5 sanity to OG.
They're failing the sanity rolls.
What if Ricky had a talent or like a shard or something that gave him a permanent buff every courier he killed?
This man would be absolutely yoked.
He's got like 25 courier kills, right?
I mean, I hate to say it, but EG have a net worth lead in this game, Cap. And I cannot help but believe that a decent 5 or 6K of that is off the courier snipes. This game got out of OG's control. They just don't know how to end it. And now they are in a tough position. Because as long as EG has buybacks, I think it's hard to go high ground. And suddenly, I think you are getting outscaled. I think the Ember Lesh Tricore is starting to kick in this late game. C-Smile is killing you on the backside of these fights with all the remnants and slights. He has the talents. Where's the damage going to come from in this OG lineup right now? Your Vlad's 4-staff Venno is not picking up nearly the same slack. I think it has to come from this ET. At the same time, now you need MKB on a 5 Elder Titan to win you the game. That is a rough position to be in.
I mean, how are they not doing damage to...
Okay, this is some special technology right here.
How are they not doing damage to the Naga Siren when they're able to take away all of his armor?
He just has a crap ton of resist. There's not much physical getting pumped into Pakaz right now because he has the 50% evasion. And the magic damage is going into 4,500 HP with 54% magic resist. Yeah, if you're removing that, it's okay, but that's still a lot to deal here.
Oh, that was cute. Well played, Taiga. Used the telekinesis on Yuragi and throws him onto...
Take that.
The Riki.
Goddamn rat.
Stomps on him like a Goomba.
Okay, we actually have completed MKB for the 5 Elder Titan.
All right. Where is Yuragi's MKB,
Nice.
by the way?
It's on Chu. He just doesn't have one.
Like, why not? Yeah, like I understand Mjolnir, like that, like proc goes through evasion. That's nice.
I mean, he's bought out Moonshard, Ags, and that Daedalus from earlier. So the next item probably will be MKB slotting in for something. Probably Hurricane Pike.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of net worth to grind through. And maybe an item he didn't think he would need at this point in the game. He's just going to man up.
Oh, this is getting a little risky. Telekinesis throwdown. Taiga does manage to force staff to the low ground again, and Yuragi's going to do the same.
Oh, he did get Ags on Pakaz. The Reelin's there.
Now when they force staff out, you pull them back in.
You're coming with me.
Where are you going?
I mean, the bigger thing is you get the other buffs from this axe, which are just your ensnare's way better. Goes through spell immunity, extra cast range.
Does Raylan stop force staff in any way?
I don't think it should.
Oh, that would make it a lot more interesting.
What has happened in this game?
OG,
what have you done?
Honestly, I feel like this game has just been some sort of weird fever dream of couriers dying nonstop.
Are we alive right now?
Can you imagine the couriers? Why, Master? Why? Why do you keep sending me out in the same spot?
When you leave that base and you slowly fly over the corpse valley, riddled with fallen brothers and sisters slain for the last 60 minutes.
My God, what
and
happened here?
You gaze upon their souls and you think, am I next? Is this my fate?
And then all of a sudden you hear that noise, the sound of Riki.
That slow laugh.
What is Riki's laugh? He like the whoo.
There's no way it's that. Are you kidding me?
It's something like that. I swear to God it is.
He's still level 17, by the way.
You know what's missing? I've realized, does Matthew not have the taunt?
He hasn't been using it.
Yeah, it's the music taunt.
He does have it. He's just not using it. He's polite.
But doesn't it automatically go off when you kill couriers?
No, I don't think so. All right, this is 4-item Roche. Ags and a Refresher Shard. Oh, they found the Riki. They didn't find the Riki. They found the Riki.
Found the Riki.
They didn't.
High ground ward. He sees everything.
This is delaying Roche. They had Roche on.
Yeah,
it's
the
been
team
delayed.
is coming. EG is here. Oh, and he's going to get information on the back lines.
This Riki is looking for the backstab. He got it.
It's immediately a jump. Whisper's going to be able to hit him with the split earth, and he's dead. No buyback
on
there
Yuragi.
either. Jumping around, BZM's going to march away. Yuragi is caught inside of the cogs right now. Can't see the clockwork. As soon as he does, he actually blows up, but Bakaz is here. Carry on.
MKB.
Look at that damage.
Whoa, that is not your fight, son. Get the hell out of there. Choose the real carry. You got to respect the stapler right now.
Oh, Yuragi.
Gets slept. Trying to reset. That stomp.
The stomp.
Sleep on sleep.
Is that going to stop him from being able to TP away? Is that going to stop him from getting out? Is that going to allow BZM to be able to catch up to him? Bishop Blake turn around. He maybe kills him. No, BZM's going to be able to march through that one. He grabs the wrong one. Real Bakaz is getting away, but the uproar now. Chew right on top of him. Hit him with another stomp. Doesn't need to.
He got the Ember.
And he got the Ember off of that. Ember refresh goes around.
Buybacks galore for EG. They need to get back in this fight.
Going after DM, and Matthew's going to join him. Whisper, they're killing all the backline heroes right now. The Furion got away, yes, but that was a DM dieback.
He's dead for 120 here.
EG has the numbers advantage.
I mean, you got Naga by. You have to feel at least a little good about that if you're OG.
Yeah, but they're going to get Roshan. I think EG just gets Roshan.
I agree. It's going to be ages for Bakaz on top of Ags and Refresher Shard for this lineup. Who can even take it, though? Is that Ags going to Whisper for Nihilism? It has to be.
Oh, Yuragi's going to fight for this one. He's actually trying to kill the Riki.
He leashed him.
Matthew, he hit him with the smoke.
3 buybacks for OG. They do not want to give up Roche right now. They feel like this is the game. It's their time.
Nice stomp. 2 supports are dead. One of them with no buyback. Riki will be back soon, so OG are going to secure Roshan for themselves. Am I crazy? I thought they didn't have buyback on some of those heroes.
No, they had buys. It was just coming up, I think, for DM. The timer hits. And now all of a sudden, that Roche that was EG's goes the other way. 3 buybacks committed. That's going to be 4 on the clock for OG here. But I think you're happy for this exchange. That would have been a rough period to push through. And more importantly, you're going to get an Ags on, looks like the Veno.
Yeah. I mean, it's...
Oh, no, to Primal. So BZM just got a huge stimulus package as he gets a Refresher Shard and Ags. His Primal's hitting a little harder now on top of that Pulverize through spell immunity. Whew.
I'm surprised he never built the Aghanim Scepter earlier. I thought this, like, AoE damage was actually a really good counter to Naga Siren.
I mean, he just went Shiva Strength Blink, which is also a significant amount of AoE damage, so you can't blame him in that regard. And it ends up working better this way. You also get a cheese on Chu, and we've seen Chu manning up in these fights. Cheese on this Elder Titan could prove to be a big deal. This is the time.
There is no bonus armor on this Naga Siren, so when Elder Titan is in range and the Furion is right-clicking him, he just dies.
They're looking for the lift. They want Whisper. He does have buy, though.
He does have BKB as well. In fact, he hits the stun onto the Furion, gets a Force Staff away from the split Earth that was coming through the second time around.
Stomp. Earth Splitter looking up a cause. No follow-up. He will walk it off.
It is very hard to walk into these splitter spams that are happening. With the slight,
there is so much garbage on this ramp. I don't even know whose is whose. That's stolen Shard Split Earth as well, by the way. So half of those are your teams, half of them are the others. Try and guess.
That is a DMZ right there. Do not enter the DMZ.
Oh my God. Another decent stomp. Yuragi trying to man up here. He needs to find a leash.
Once he needs to find something. Spotted Tiger, he goes straight for that kill if possible.
Matthew just walked through all of them? How did that work?
Yeah, Matthew's in the back lines here. Yuragi starts leading into that damage. T-Smile still chasing after and does manage to get it. Matthew jumped in and actually cooked the Pulverize away. With the Aeon Disc, he managed to get away.
Oh, they found Shu. Your carry eats cheese.
Yeah, but they also found because at the same time, who's going to be winning in this carry matchup? He used the song. He knows he can't stand toe-to-toe to both the Nature's Prophet and the Elder Titan. He's not getting very far away, though. Force Staff will get him up to that high ground, so he's good now.
He wants to turn.
Does he, though? BZM's going to chase after him. Got him with the Shiva.
Oh, that hit.
That burst damage.
See ya later.
Woo! Chu. He is hitting hard now. No Naga Siren. There is no way C-Smile and Whisper can hold it by themselves.
You say that, but they're doing some work here. Split Earth going to town, take out Chu. No buyback on him. This is a three-man show for OG if they can end the game. And the question is, do they feel confident to go throne? Can they go throne into all this poke? Hex up for C-Smile as well. Do not underestimate the damage right now. You gotta respect it.
Panda's gonna join him too.
Remember, 2 minutes still on this Aegis for Yuragi. You're gonna have to kill him twice.
Hold them in place. See if they can get those split Earths, the reoccurring ones, to keep landing. Poke at him, poke at him. Question is,
you're spending a lot of time right now. You get the leash on Ember.
Big, 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 big. They've got him.
Yes, bye.
He does have buyback. They're going to chase after Whisper. Whisper already super low. Does have a BKB. He's able to get that off. C-Smile immediately goes back into the play. Goes for the Prophet. Whisper's going to join him, but he got off the BKB Satanic, and now Whisper dies. It couldn't even burn through that Aegis. He buys back as well. They turn to BCM instead, but the throne is dying fast. Yuragi is focusing on the objectives, and he will have it soon. The glyph goes off. Stalled up a little bit. Hurricane pushes back C-Smile. He's taking tons of damage. Slight dodges a little bit of it, but he needs to get back to base, but the base is dying currently. OG will finally take it in the end. Game 2 will be won off the backs, the mountain of corpses. That Matthew.
A victory forged in the furnace of courier souls as Matthew gives them one more hee-ho for the road with that Ricky voice line. The smiles are starting to come to this OG lineup as they realize what it took to get that W.
Matthew's going to show up to game 3 in a new fur coat.
My God, man. I felt like some point in that game, EG might have won it somehow.
I was beginning to wonder, but I mean, they just needed MKB. They just needed MKB because Naga Siren had no armor, but she had tons of evasion.
The statement that you needed MKB on your 5 Elder Titan to win the game should never be what you have to say. That's not a position you want to be in. Nonetheless, give it to Chu in this game. Because honestly, I don't know if they win this game without him itemizing for that late game Elder Titan.
Yeah.
Imagine he just goes Veil, Force Staff, Glimmer Slain. I don't know if you're killing because of these fights. I seriously think he did the most damage to Naga in 2 of those last 3 engagements. That is how you play Elder Titan right there. That is how you play that damn hero. I'm biased towards that hero, obviously. I love that hero, but that is damn cool to see. OG pull it out. Another Veno win as well. And Yuragi, BZM playing their hearts out in this game.
Wait,
it's not easy when you
highlights
lose
literally
courier.
Every courier kill that Matthew got.
I mean, these were the highlights for him.
We're going to be here for a while because, again, I think he had like 25 of them. Somebody counted up. Anyway, we'll leave you with the wonderful images of Matthew killing couriers.
Give me another one, Bach. Give me another one.
You know, I did actually prepare something here as we're going through this. As you know, I felt like it was kind of sad to see that many deaths. I feel like they just weren't cared for. You know, these couriers. So I just thought we'd say a few words. Like sometimes the smallest things take up the most room in your heart. Beautiful, isn't that nice? My heart will always wear the hoofprints left by you. I crossed the rainbow bridge knowing I was loved. Heaven's the place where all of the couriers you've ever loved come to greet you. And the hardest part of having a courier is saying goodbye.
What about all the couriers you've killed? Are they up there?
That was one for each player.
Did you just like copy a bunch of like dead dog lines from the internet? Just replace dog with courier?
That's what I assumed too.
That would be crazy.
Just that's what the vibe it was giving me there.
Were you a good boy? No, I'm told you were the best.
Whew, jeez. Yeah, we got to work on some of that courier micro, guys.
Who cares? They got the win, right? It only took maybe 30 minutes longer than it needed to, and it actually looked very much like Evil Geniuses was on the verge of turning that game around, even though I don't think I saw any of the EG heroes besides Matthew in the camera for a solid 40 minutes. It would be Matthew cam, high ground defense. Matthew cam, high ground defense. And that was the dynamic for basically everything post 30 minutes.
I like to gamble on whether he was going to smile or be stone-faced on each one.
No, there was a very clear pattern that you could figure out. It was if he kills a courier, stone-faced. If he is murdered by OG running back to kill him and bringing multiple heroes, then he starts laughing. He's like, ha ha ha, idiots, you fell for my trap. My cores are farming.
My impression of this game was that when I watched GG Gaming play against EG, I remember watching Matthew do this at the start of the game, and maybe by like 12 minutes in, Game and Gladiators Couriers, they were taking treks like through the very edge of the map so that they were avoiding any of the middle where Matthew tends to sit. And on the other hand, OG, they would have a courier die, and they'd have 3 couriers fly through the exact same spot within like a minute or two. So you said drills. I think they need some because that definitely prolonged the game. And I feel like I have no gauge of how EG's lanes are going to go. I've now done 5 games of theirs in the last 2 days.
Correct.
And I think I've predicted the first 10 minutes wrong every single time. Like, I thought they were going to lose the lanes in the first game. I thought they were going to win the lanes in this game. And I don't know. I don't know what's up with these guys. I feel like they're so hit or miss. And when they hit, it's like, wow. And when it's miss, it's like a 50-minute, they make you work for every freaking tower victory you're going to get. So I think that's a lot of what defines this team is like when worst case scenario, you're going to have to grind out for 50 minutes. Best case scenario for them, the game's over at 20.
Yeah, they really did make you work for it. Like they're OG are trying to take like top side of the map. They're pushing in bot. Like you see Chris Luck trading his life away, trying to push that tier 3 tower, making heroes TP back for it. Like that's just kind of it constantly. That they're just trying to be on the enemy side of the map and force their TPs. And like we saw Matthew getting it, we saw Chris Luck getting it. That's how they're playing to extend the game for as long as possible. Custom waves with Naga Siren, and then we saw timings like Butterfly on Naga, Ags on Ember Spirit. Suddenly their fights went from, okay, our Embers being like 3-shot by some heroes to we actually have tools now to take these fights. So they're still massively kind of behind, especially with these like poor matchups in like the Naga and the Elder Titan, right? But they gave themselves a real shot.
Yeah. Chu clutched up, though, I will say, just like they mentioned at the end of the cast, though. I feel like his build was the correct way to go. At first, I was like, really? He's going Agnims? I thought, like, just get some items, like, end the game. But thanks to going that Agnims, you know, it definitely helped out in the later stage of that game because they really needed his damage as things got a little bit too spicy near the end.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about EG, but OG won the game. I feel like I loved their adjustments in the draft. I think BZM on a more active hero instead of the bots, Midas, Invoker. He was all over the place. He was losing mid by I think a full level around minute 7 or 8.
Yeah.
He was just in every single lane. And then we had Uragi on a carry, much more capable of participating in the game in the first 15 minutes. And DM, I'm watching this replay, by the way, because I said that Naga was the lane counter.
Yeah.
And he's like invading jungle. He chose to invade jungle over taking the tower. That is a hard decision to make. But I think it was sick.
I forgot. It was so long ago.
Yeah, that was like
when
an
this
hour
all
ago.
occurred. But like, all I remember was there was a level 6 Primal Beast charging up top as the Venomancer is also invading the jungle, and it's just like, well, where does the Naga go now?
It's like minute 6.
yeah, I don't really have a lot of choices here. And so really, I mean, that's how the game got to the state that we wound up at, was all that pressure in that safe lane. So.
Master tier Venomancer.
It was nice as well. Just in general, how they were able to play with it. Because all he really needs to do is like push the lanes in and keep them there with the wards while his team like smokes around him. Like BZM and that, they're the ones that are going and brutalizing people to death. He's just making sure he's like farming up, getting his items. He's getting that Lotus. He's got the Greaves. He's just making sure his cores are able to actually play. Obviously, they ran into problems going high ground, but they kept a lot of the map control they wanted.
And these are all items, assuming they get delivered at any point.
Oh, yeah.
The other thing that, like, legitimately speaking, I imagine a lot of their timings were delayed. Like, Rubik's Shard was coming in on the courier when they were getting ready for a high ground siege. Yeah. Matthew snipes it, and then Tyga's just like, let's just siege anyway, I guess. So it bought a lot of time, but we are seeing both the shades of Evil Geniuses. Game number 1, it was nothing but nonstop aggression. didn't make any mistakes, get the clean win early on. This one, it was OG have to claw tooth and nail to get a victory against all of these time-buying mechanisms that Evil Geniuses had. Leshrac Shard also was another issue that they had sieging against.
Sometimes I feel like the team that was getting really annoyed could be like in a disadvantaged state going to game 3, like OG in the situation where they were like way ahead. But I actually think that considering how much of a comeback actually occurred, OG being able to like steal their nerves and finish that one out gives me more like positive thoughts towards them heading to game 3 than I would typically consider.
I think I'm gonna put my bets on whether or not Ricky gets first phase banned in game number 3. Stick around, everybody. The conclusion of this series, EG versus OG, coming up next.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Thank you very much to the Smoky Pandas for bringing us to our third game of series number 3 of today. Evil Geniuses versus OG are upon us, and I'm on the edge of my seat to know how OG are going to react. Are they all cool and collected after winning game number 2, or are they shook after getting rickied for 45 minutes straight plus?
They'll just ban it.
Yeah, they'll ban it. I'm gonna concur.
Let's find out.
Oh, they got one more.
They got one more?
Whoa.
What's it gonna be? Maybe a Snapfire ban, Ricky ban.
I would actually rather ban the DP.
Death Prophet ban.
Okay. Hear me out. The thing with the Ricky is they usually pair it with Lesh, DP, or Batrider.
Right.
All right. And I hate this Lesh.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of it in the offlane.
Tell me why. Show me your work.
Because usually when you see a Lesh, like the two main things it's able to do are run in and not die and kill everyone, and like split push lanes using boosted travels.
But Lesh is really good at that, right?
Yeah, he's great at those two things, but when you put him in the offlane and he's buying a Greaves, how often do you see Whisper just explode and die instantly every single fight?
Pretty often.
I feel like it's so hard for him to fight. He has to play like the outskirts of fights and like wait to use his stun on like Ricky's setup. I feel like there's potentially better things you can do on your offlaner.
I mean, you're a Beast Coast fan. Like, they do it too.
I don't like it when they do it either.
I'm wondering, like, what you gotta enter their minds, though. Why does the SA region as a whole still believe in the offlane Lesh? Because we saw a lot of offlane Lesh prior to the nerfs, like maybe like 3 or 4 months ago, and they keep nerfing him and nerfing him and nerfing him, and people are now only playing it mid, pretty much with IO. But SA, still 3 position, no IO, no help or anything. What do you think? Like, what do you think's happening there?
I think they just like it. Like, they find it fun. When I look at that, like, obviously,
vibes?
Yeah, like you could derive some ideas from it. Like, oh, it's good. Maybe they like the lane. I don't know, but at the end of the day, this region will do whatever they want. They were still playing Snapfire more than any other region when she sort of fell off, and they were playing it in like mid and off lane way more. They'll just, especially these two SA teams too, they have like their comforts that they just want to play and they do it every time. And I don't think it's because it's better than everything else. It's just because they want to do it.
I respect that.
No, I don't. Stop doing it.
You don't have to like it, but maybe you respect it.
Okay, I suppose I could respect it. But
You
if
don't
they
like
lose, it'll make me mad instead.
Okay, I see.
As a fan.
And I don't respect losers.
And then I'll go on the Reddit daily thread and I'll type, God damn it, Whisper, how could you pick Lestrak 2 games in a row?
Is that on your
Kick him now.
account or fifth
Yeah,
account?
which alt will that be on?
That's the 7th one.
Oh, okay. Cool.
That's the one with lots of numbers, so I look like a bot.
No one suspects a thing. OG, they first phase a Rubik and a Nature's Prophet. EG, they first picked the Doom. Batrider ended up being the second ban from OG, so Ricky still lurking, Death Prophet still lurking, but instead they go Primal Beast.
So they take it.
Yeah, it could be a carry Doom 3 Primal, could be 4 Primal 3 Doom. I think both of those are viable
Mid-primal,
options.
if it works out as well.
Primal mid, yep.
got options here.
They even respect ban the Veno. You know, I said before game 2, if DM has high impact, I would be immensely impressed. And I think EG's kind of thinking the same thing. They're like, we lane countered this fucker and he still owned us.
He boomed us.
What is it about some heroes that really draw the spammers? You know, people get enthralled by the hero and they want to play it no matter how bad it seems. Veno's one of those heroes. It's like supports and Treant, you know?
I think it's partially the emotions you evoke from the opponent.
Oh, that's true.
Veno's definitely one of those heroes where it's more about, it's just like Doom, you know?
Yeah.
I'm more feasting on the misery of my opponents. It's different, though. Doom gets to choose one guy. Venomancer gets to choose one area.
Yeah,
that the opponents just don't want to go.
Yeah, it's also hard because Doom wants to find his target and kill him and doom him, and Veno makes that near impossible.
Sure.
Like, with all these Plague Wards down, it's like, as well, you want to, when you doom them, you can't just doom them and call it a day. You want to stick on them, you want to keep chasing. Veno's so anti that. He's going to ult your whole team, and you're going to want to kind of disengage from it or, like, out-heal it.
He buys, like, Lotus Orb and Force Staff, too, so...
Yeah, it just doesn't feel very good. It's a hard matchup.
Do you guys think it's worth to ban Beastmaster even though you have the Doom?
We talked about that earlier. I'm still skeptical, but a lot of teams are doing it. I'm kind of confused because I assume the teams look at the stats. Like Beastmaster's win rate is bad against Doom. I don't know exactly what it is now because I feel like I haven't seen it since then, but
my only thought
it's not good.
Is that it's just too good in like the team synergy with like Nature's Prophet. Just like you can do so much. Like if you're playing that super fast game, like for example EG in game 1, it can make it pretty high tempo, but it's, I mean, you don't have that many bans, so it's kind of intense.
When you talk about Doom vs Beastmaster, your main thought comes to the creep, right?
Yeah. Yes.
But Beastmaster is more than that. He's a roar. You're playing with a Doom and a Primal Beast. Both these heroes want to just jump in and go on you.
With a BKB.
Exactly, and Beastmaster can instantly disengage his team from that.
True.
So I think that's probably the idea there. Ember, I think, is a nice ban as well, just because BZM is an absolute beast on the hero. Like, he is insanely good. I think that's consistently been, like, his best hero that I've watched him play. And the way the OG would be able to play that sort of tempo, like, being able to set up with some Rubik Ember and having Nature's TP in. Did you... What are you pressing? I can't hear it.
I see a best button ever has been added. Not to disregard any of your analysis, Trent, would you care to press one of the best button ever?
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's nice. That's really good.
And they say that I'm the immature one on this thing.
Are they? Oh, they're all the same.
Well, it's the best button ever. Of course they would all be the same.
4 of them.
Welcome to DreamLeague Season 19, everybody.
Thank you, production.
Professional time.
I hope you're enjoying the show.
Yeah, guys, I found a really good one over here, though. That one's nice. I could just hold this the whole time. Just
Is that mute tsunami?
mute.
Nice.
Yeah, and then we don't have to worry about it anymore. That's not bad.
So I says to Mabel, I says, oh, okay.
What do you say to my daughter?
Is that really her name?
Yes.
Oh. It's a Simpsons
Nice night. Clearly where I got it.
Clockwork picked up for OG. I don't remember where I left you off, Sheepstick.
I don't care. BSJ, predict the next hero!
I was gonna say Clockwork for EG, but then OG took it, so...
Damn.
I don't know what they're gonna pick. Maybe Undying? Maybe...
He's banned, too.
Wait, oh, he's
Work
banned
faster.
out themselves.
Yep.
Holy
Silencer's banned out also. What's Panda gonna do?
They actually own him here. He banned his own hero. They banned 3 of them and then denied pick the other. What's left? I actually don't know. Io.
Whoa.
Plus
There you go.
Leshrac, perchance? Oh, no, you already have
No way.
offlaners.
Interesting.
Okay. Well, Panda
I'd
gets...
much rather see the Storm if they want to go like an Io pairing right now. Just because all of your core so far, if the Primal is a core, yeah, there we go. It dies the clock.
He's
That's
so
the
good
problem.
at predicting, guys. This guy is on another level.
He have out of the 2 heroes people have picked with Io, I nailed it.
You did nail it.
right.
You could have gone from past experience and guessed Lesh, but you didn't. You veered off and grabbed Destiny with your own 2 hands.
So brave.
I mean, a classic IO pairing was IO CK. I would have given you credit for that one also.
Oh, no. He's back. The BZM puck.
Does anyone ever buy Orchid on Storm anymore?
We did see it once earlier this tournament, specifically against Puck. It didn't work that well, though. I don't remember what game it was, but Yeah, the problem with this matchup for Storm is that Puck does not have to buy any items to kill you, while you do have to buy items specifically targeted at Puck.
That doesn't sound very fair.
Yeah, but if the IO's in position, it's going to be a lot of weight on, I believe, Choose Shoes, who will be playing the Clockwork to make sure he cancels the reload. I think that's his primary responsibility, because that's the... If they manage to save the Storm and have one of those like short distance relocate... Yeah. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I lost focus there
Classic
for a second.
fart
I didn't even press that
SJ,
button.
you know?
I swear I didn't press it.
Oh, yeah, okay. It wasn't me, guys.
Likely.
Yeah,
Was the
typical.
camera on him?
We know it wasn't him. It was Fart SJ.
He's being honest.
Poor Fart Studios. Pour one out. Fart one out.
Let it rip.
Thank you.
Seriously, man, it's kind of gross now.
It's only game 3 of the first series.
This is only
We're not
series
even
3.
halfway through the event yet. There's a lot more that needs to be played here at DreamLeague Season 19.
She's putting up the barrier
Yeah.
to protect herself from the stench.
There's a fan upstairs
Yeah.
you could bring down.
Centaur War Runner banned out, and OG finally do succumb and take out Matthew's Ricky in the final ban phase.
Wow, wait. So they're assuming the Primal is off lane and Doom is core, or they're like still respecting
Yeah.
Ricky enough just to say, just in case.
I think that's fair, 'cause that's probably the best setup support that you would expect out of EG. If they were to go for a different support for setting up for IO relocates, it's probably what it would be. I'm still assuming they're going to pick a different one.
Me too.
I don't think it's going to be one Doom. And I'm sure OG also, again, respect that too.
Out of all the ones, who are we looking at?
I mean, there's Faceless Void, but I don't think the damage into Chrono's that great.
I'm leaning towards, maybe a Luna, maybe a... Do you want another IO partner? That's the thing, because like it's nice if you have it in lane, but then in the mid game, the IO's playing with the Storm.
It can still go the CK.
They could one DK.
IO
still
CK,
just do it.
yeah. I'm down for that.
CK or DK.
But you might be dealing with a DM last pick. I assume it is going to be a DM last pick. But even then,
That's what EG are expecting. But even then,
my issue is that your Primal's mainly good against Prophet as a core, maybe not as much as a support. So if they do pick the carry in the last pick here, then...
What about Annie? Oh, there he is.
Whoa!
I saw it come up first. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, Trent.
yeah.
You were just reading off the screen.
would
Yeah,
either
that's
of
what it
you,
was, yeah.
Would either of you care to explain why?
Yeah, after you read off the screen, what were you thinking?
Yeah. No, actually, I'm not going to lie. I was going to say for OG. I was thinking it would be kind of hype if they swapped it to like a DM, like because depending on what the matchup was going to be, I thought it would look pretty good for them. But
That's
you know
true.
what? It looks great for EG as well. So there you go.
Maybe they kind of had to pick Anti-Mage as like a deny pick if they leave it in, you know?
Yeah, but I also
Like they either ban it or pick it, right? Because
Yeah.
you're against Doomstorm,
Yeah. Disappointing.
or you have Doomstorm, so you're giving it to the other team with those heroes. You know what I mean?
I pick up what you're putting down there.
I think they should
Thank you.
try to deal with this now, though. Maybe they could just go for the very classic lane counter of like a Slardar.
Yeah, Legion or
a
Slardar, right?
Legion, yeah. I would maybe like Slardar a bit more because, or actually no, they both work for me because I'm thinking Slardar is nice because he doesn't really care about like Doom and stuff, and he'll
Yep.
just hit you. And well, I mean, you're not doing him anyway, but
Yep.
yeah, it's just nice.
We've been
the
waiting for
Ampure
this
Nature's
one.
Prophet, and just then you can both just turn and there and sit and hit him, and he feels bad being in the middle of that.
These are the classics. The best two heroes in the game versus Anti-Mage by a large margin, because not only do they have strong lanes against him, because they have damage that comes from passives that don't require mana.
Boom.
But then also, they're both like 90% physical damage, and they don't have stuns that can be blocked by counterspell. So they kind of just own Anti-Mage every stage of the game. But it's going to be, I believe, on C-Smile, because it is very annoying to play Slardar against the spirits. They just
Yeah.
jump you and control you. So it's all about Slardar being able to get the jump and being able to get that momentum. I want to see EG rotate a lot of their heroes away from the Doom, the Primal and the Storm, pick on the Slardar, because it's going to be the only way that OG gets that pressure up on the Anti-Mage.
Don't get coiled, because you're probably gonna die. Just a thought.
That
you
was
know?
Well
fantastic.
good
said.
advice. You
That
know?
was way more efficient than what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why
No
use
problem. I was using ChatGPT.
many word when few word do trick?
There you
Boom.
go.
There it is.
What do you think, Sheep?
I really like this Slardar pick. Like I'm genuinely a fan of like the idea of just amping people and hitting them to death, and they like feel bad. But I'm I'm just a little SA biased. You know, we're game 3. I want to see EG win.
It's true.
I'm just going to say that I think they'll win. And hopefully that doesn't curse them.
It's a Tricor of Anti-Mage, Storm, and Doom.
It's pretty greedy.
It is very greedy, yes. They could easily get run over by OG. Like, BZM's set up for a pretty nice puck game as long as he doesn't get ulted by Anti-Mage.
This is also a stressful game to be an IO. Your Storm's bolting around all over the place, your Anti-Mage is blinking away, and you're like, please, let me hold you.
Yeah. I'm just
hold
hoping
your
BZM
hand.
pops off and shows the best Dota ever, because he on mid when having a good game, that is beautiful.
He's set up in Prime for it right now.
Yeah.
We saw an Anti-Mage get 3-shotted earlier, the PA versus the Anti-Mage in the Tundra Liquid series. We might be seeing that again.
What's the Slardar build? What's the build?
I'm down if he goes like the Mask of Madness Blink.
Yeah.
I'm down for that.
No
Usually
early
want to build like
BKB.
one item that, then you go BKB.
Yeah.
Like you go like one item that allows you to sit in your lane. Your whole purpose is to zone the Anti-Mage out because Anti-Mage doesn't really jungle very fast. And then you buy the Blink and hunt him down.
All right. You guys predicted it. Let's see which of these teams can execute it a little bit better. And for game number 3, here's my impression of Cap in SVG. Easy. Take it away.
Very clever, Tsunami.
It wasn't clever at all.
Yeah, that was
Just
sarcastic.
tasteless humor. Do I even call it humor? Just tasteless. Tasteless nothing.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. We would never, as casters, stoop to something so low as fart humor. I want everybody to know I have no control over the sound effects that come over this cast. Welcome to Game 3, everybody, of OG versus Evil Geniuses. As we have a Slardar pickup against Anti-Mage, a classic counter pick to the AM, which I don't have the stats to back this up. I'm a little unprepared here, Avery, but I feel like AM has been a pretty potent hero, so I like to see an old school counter to it.
Actually, I think his win rate was pretty bad.
Well, I feel like he's been strong.
Okay, well,
Can't see, the stats don't matter when I say it that way.
stats also don't lie. As you're looking up those stats. Now you're trying to see how big of a fool you looked. Sam's looked okay. The thing about the AM in this tournament is he's been early picks so much. It skews so much of the game because he ends up playing against a lot of bad matchups, primarily bad carry matchups, so he has to kind of just power through those. So maybe in that sense he has looked good, if he's been able to still do okay versus a lot of counter picks.
20 games, 35% win rate.
Yeah, that's
oh my God.
He has not done that well. I think it's just a product of teams are overconfident picking him, and he ends up in the hard games like I was saying. In this game, he only has to deal with one counter pick in that Slardar. It is a big one. It's going to make his lane a little rough. It's going to make the early fights tough. Honestly, though, I feel like the biggest problem in this game for EG might end up being the puck. We've seen BZM pop off on this hero, but this is another puck game where what's the lockdown for him? A Doom? Good luck casting Doom on this puck when he gets the 3rd or 4th item Lincolns. Even before then, it's not the easiest.
Yeah.
That's your only disable. You have Vortex. I mean, do you have to go Orchid Storm or something in this game?
I was just about to ask that question. Like, do you dare think about that? What if Yuragi goes in Orchid? Is that grief to do it on carry?
Well, that doesn't help him with puck. Well,
Yeah, it's
Orchid
true.
his own. I mean, that
Sorry.
would be grief if he started orchiding his own mid.
What
That's
about
pretty
the
grief.
AM goes Orchid?
All right, now you're just trying to save your dog AM stat. There's no salvaging it.
35%.
And how nice do you think it feels to play Clockwork into a double melee lane?
Oh, yeah.
That's a clock player's dream. Every battery guaranteed. Every cog a dream.
Yeah, especially when Matthew has to do these pulling shenanigans, too.
Boots first primal.
Hey, buddy.
He might. He's not going to die here. It's going to be close. Oh, I got
Nice little
juke
juke around the trees, though. Dodges a lot of damage for that one.
I mean, double melee lane, they first phase these heroes. Upside is they got that AM pick, but the downside is it going to be good enough to carry the games? Because is getting bashed early, and he's going to be getting bashed often. They have no real way to combat the Slardar on this lane, even if they get through the mana burn. Bash, no care mana.
Okay, so they don't really have good ways to be able to stop Puck from going on a rampage, and they have inherently slow heroes. I was thinking about this. when you have like kind of greedier cores, sometimes your supports can make up for that. Is IO better with greedy cores, or like how does that work exactly? Because he can enable the Storm Spirit and power him up to be stronger earlier. So does that mean he's not as greedy because he's able to play a little bit more active? Jeez, that was close.
Oh, look out. No, that is the age-old question, right? What does an IO really want? I'm asking you.
I don't know, obviously.
Okay. My feeling in all of the patches that have been IO patches, which is pretty much every patch for the last 8 years.
You guys were an IO specialist team.
Well, yeah, MSS was a pretty good IO player.
Yep.
I think this hero thrives when your cores bring Disable to the table, they bring Catch to the table,
okay,
and they do pretty well out of lanes. Those are the general 3 things I always want with the IO lineups, because if I feel like if you have that, then the IO can just enable them to run the game over. If you fall behind in lanes with those cores that are your playmakers, the IO doesn't really help you get back. Your cores are weaker than the enemy cores, and you're buffing up a weaker core, which feels a little bad. And at the same time, if you lack catch or stuns, a lot of times these IO lineups just get run around on the map. They get run around in the team fights. It can be hard to just latch on to people. I think one of the best combos of all time was IO Mars, because I think Mars gives it all to you.
Oh, BZM stole that. He got double water runes. Oh, no, he didn't. Matthew was on the other side, so he's going to protect that one.
There's no way you're giving double rune to BZM here. That's just asking for it. You're gonna man up and just take the fight.
It was a pretty cool move by BZM,
good
though.
Try. So in general, that's where I think this EG IO lineup lacks a lot in terms of the initiation and the stun, which means they can get kited around these fights. It's going to get Puck a good game. Even Slardar just running through the engagement if it's ever a river fight, going to be pretty nice for him. So yeah, I think they do have some difficulties to overcome, and I think I would favor OG a little bit here in this game.
I was just thinking about that fact because somebody's got to be, like, if they are going to lose lanes, and I'm presuming because is going to be pretty well threatened by this Slardar in lane, you do kind of need somebody to be the playmaker. And I was just, IO Storm Spirit, it's a classic pairing.
IO Storm can help you with the playmaking just by buffing up the mana pool enough that you can just chase people down.
Right.
So you can bypass a little lack of catch. That's pretty nice. It's kind of like the IO Lesh. IO Lesh doesn't need as much catch because you're super high MS and you just run people down on the map and they have to run away from you, so you just out-farm them.
Okay.
IO Storm works a little differently in that you're not running people down, but you're just capitalizing on the fact you can just keep jumping, keep refilling the mana, making more plays on the map, and picking them apart. That's what I would look to have happen for this EG lineup. It has to be through C-Smile here. He is the bulwark of this early and mid-game. You're going to have to play through him. Combine your supports around the Storm, ideally with power runes, and not let the Puck gain an advantage. Because if Puck starts killing your Storm with early coil, getting early power runes, this game is going to crumble really fast.
Taiga may not have gotten any of that CS, but he took half the experience, and that is super annoying for the Storm Spirit, who was just trying to get his level 6 before he returned to lane. Instead, BZM may have a kill opportunity here, especially if the support is around.
Level 6 rune will spawn bottom illusion.
It's a Steam Wagon wave. They want to be able to pressure him here.
Bring
they have
everybody.
A TP coming in from Uragi, and that is enough. Well played, OG. Make a big rotation. Whisper to try and offset this.
Yeah, eat the catapult.
Eats the catapult.
Power pressure, but he's not getting much else.
Yeah.
Did go Hurricane this game, or maybe not win it, but he has it. And that'll be pretty nice versus a lot of this OG lineup in terms of Sprout, Cogs, all these small disables outside of that coil. Something to keep in mind this game. You might keep it for a long time. We've seen this Hurricane rise in priority for Dooms across the globe. Early rotation.
Gets the Rubik. Did not immediately kill him, but they'll get him eventually.
A little extra assist gold going Pakaz's way and relieving some of that Slardar 1v1 potential. And these are the types of early moves you can make with the Storm IO and not get punished as hard as you can just regen his mana straight back up.
Do you like his idea here of going the Vanguard to alleviate some of that pressure? And then I assume he's going to disassemble it for Battle Fury?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you always go this Vanguard on AM in most of the games we're seeing, unless there's some really free lane that is just not getting contested. But again, you have to remember this AM is basically getting counterpicked in all these games, so I think it's pretty rare. You can just disassemble it for the Battle Fury anyway. I feel like it pays itself back. It helps you in the fights if you want to join an early engagement off a TP or something. Sure. And versus Slardar, it's going to just buff your EHP by a huge margin.
I like how that average time was so weird because obviously if you don't go the Vanguard early, then you're not getting it until you want Abyssal Blade. So,
I mean, that's just saying he got it really fast.
Yeah. So you're either getting it at 6 minutes or you're getting it at 30 minutes. There is no in between.
It's also nice a lot of these anti-mages are going more stats early. We're seeing double circlet build, multiple branches, just load up the slots with the stats. Well, if you get early Vanguard on top of all the stats, I mean, it makes your Vanguard better.
Sure.
Yeah, quite a little thing, but it adds up. Honestly, lane's not going too bad for EG. Like, Doom's at the top after a double melee lane. Burst that Furion. Not too shabby, especially when he had the TP in mid for that catapult eat. And your AM is still sitting bottom, so that's a good sign for EG. The longer you can stay in these lanes that maybe get worse over time, the happier you're going to be. Especially versus a lane dominator like Slardar. Rubik's not the best support at just accelerating the kill potential. So EG getting a decent amount out of this lane. But it will come at some point where you just amp up this AM and he does not want to sit there forever. If some threat can come through off a Furion teleport or a puck rotation, that said, EG just going to make the first move and gank for the second time on this Slardar lane.
The panel actually wanted this exact play. I think they said they wanted to see these rotations catch DM and shut him down as much as possible because he was the biggest threat to this anti-mage. And that does seem to be the game plan here for Evil Geniuses.
It's also really nice when you can shut down Slardar because this hero does not farm incredibly fast until he has that Mask of Madness or his first farming item.
Yeah.
So the more you delay that, he's kind of just sitting down here, hitting creeps one at a time. And it just pushes him farther back where AM's going to accelerate off this nice laning phase they set up for him. On top of that, you got there before BZM did. That was a gank OG were looking to commit on the anti-mage, so by going there, you're also dissuading this aggression from them.
Witchblade is pretty dangerous on this puck, but okay, still has the chance to be able to catch Matthew. Coil snaps, actually, but they're going for the kill onto the Storms here instead. The IO's going to be able to help him out, though. Big heal. And they'll the turn. Good thing for OG, though, that Yuragi didn't get caught. Because if he dies there as well, then that would have been something else.
Early mech timing for Whisper coming through big as they laugh off that puck kill. EG willing to defend their lanes and defend the Storm and the AM early in this game, giving a lot of space to the Furion, but honestly, it's worth it. Because you just want these cores to have as good an early game as you can. It's going to set up the fights. The one good thing about this puck matchup versus the AM is you can always pop them with that ult. So maybe you don't have the stuns, but you might not need too many stuns if you're in a good position. You can just jump in and man avoid them off of Vortex.
Yeah. Now, a lot of times we don't see the puck, or excuse me, the IO, the one going the mech. We actually still have like a core that's getting it, but I like it even more this game because Panda obviously wants Soul Ring to help out the Storm Spirit Mana Battery. And then, I guess, Healing Locket or Glimmer Cape or something.
Probably Soul Ring Locket. I think that's the play. Locket is still pretty nice on this hero. Honestly, it's not that worse than mech. Just super depends on your core matchups. The extra mana is going to be really nice this game. And another ult committed for Primal Beast that does not land the kill. It's a lot of resources committed for OG. They smoked for that, committed hook shot and this coil, and got nothing. Time equals wasted as Whisper continues to devour the map. And Pakaz is still sitting down here. He's amped. This is kind of your green light to gank this AM, kill him, push him out of the lane. Instead, he's pushing your Slardar out of lane.
Yeah, and this is all because of his stat build-up. The Vanguard into Treads, not trying to rush a Battle Fury or anything, which, you know, I'm a terrible carry player. My thought process would have been, oh, I'm going to rush Battle Fury so I can leave lane as soon as possible. But Pakaz has the opposite idea.
That's why you're sitting here with me.
Absolutely. And another gank. Boy, DM cannot catch a break here.
They got the silence.
They do manage to get the hook shot to follow it up, too. So this time, they'll punish the rotations from EG. Whisper pops out, gets pulled into the cogs, and hurricanes himself out of it.
Awkward TP for him. I think he would have been really happy just staying bottom after that engagement dies.
Yeah.
And very clutch silence by BZM. They needed to get this AM kill or at least kick him out of this lane based on how those ganks were going. This Slardar has been significantly set back. And EG have the levels on their supports. Matthew found him off of taking mid for a long time while the Storm was off lane. DM back. Do you want to fight with these early amps? BZM might. He is invis. Oh, some Courier revenge from last game. Yeah, how's it feel? Not so good. They're going to jump
Oh, he
orb.
zipped him on the orb jaunt. BZM does have a coil, but he may not get a chance to use it. Phase shift, another orb, but no.
The early
EG.
group up. Just punishing OG in these fights.
Yeah, they just bring 5 heroes to any of these engagements. I guess that's one way to stop the Furion trying to get the numbers advantage on you.
I don't think Jiragi's joined anything, right? He has ult up as well.
Well, he's tried. I mean, he joined that bottom lane, but he also joined that one jungle fight that was terrible.
EG playing this early game pretty well. I do feel like OG had some decent lane matchups, but if you make the moves first, you just bring the numbers. Lane matchups don't mean a damn. Now you're in a decent position. Keep playing around this storm. He is going Orchid. Look at that.
Cool stuff.
That's some old school right there. And I think the IO enables it because he doesn't need to go some heavier mana item or some cheaper buildup. You can just go for the greedier lockdown that's going to make Puck's game as hard as possible. Not to mention it'll be decent versus Furion on the map. Even the clock, when he hooks in, if you get a fast Orchid off, can stop that cog coming out for his other cores. I like it. Also, just decent right clicks with the IO overcharge. It's a significant amount of damage.
It's really concerning to me that OG have yet to be able to take this safe lane tower. I mean, this is one of the things about Furion, right? They're early objectives. I mean,
just the ganks. The ganks at the start are so far back, he couldn't kick the AM out, and then that rotation isn't as easy. They decided to try and gank top or around mid with the puck, not towards that bottom lane, so AM didn't get kicked out from that either. There's just no move for Yuragi to TP into, and it does feel a little slow. Ideally, when you get this pick going, you want to be kicking that hero out, taking that tower, collapsing the map in for that mid rotation that Yuragi wants to be able to join.
Hook shot.
Not close to happening.
Catch the IO, but he has a tether to be able to separate because thinking about it, instead they're just going to turn on a Chu. Telekinesis will stop him. Now he blinks forward, goes for it. Chu, his mana is mostly gone. Doesn't go for the mana void just yet. Storm Spirit is going to be able to jump onto BZM again, and now the mana void goes to work.
3-man coil to sit in the grave. As once more, EG are just bringing the numbers to these fights, man.
Whoa, he actually went for that because are they going to relocate? Yeah.
They sure damn are.
Boy, DM.
Grease them up before they go back. Whisper. Whisper.
Hey. In the end.
There we go. Gotta get that double mana value.
Is there anything else you could do as a Slaughter? I don't think there is, right? Like, you can hit some neutrals very slowly.
Can farm Ancients. That's what Amar did on this hero. Doesn't feel as good as hitting heroes, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a whole lot of heroes that are showing on lanes, just in general, right now for OG.
You know, something else that makes this a worse Slaughter meta is Greaves being so popular. Greaves is pretty nice for Slaughter. Not only is it a dispel, you get the armor on the low HP heroes that he has to commit in for. Just a hard item for him to fight into. So fast Greaves on Whisper plus this fast Battle Fury Vanguard of Bakaz, you're set up to nullify a lot of this Slaughter's impact going into that mid game. He's just going to go Crimson as well. That's going to negate a brutal amount of damage here. Orchid up for Storm Spirit as Bakaz is running down more than just CS.
Counter TP. Matthew got a little too aggressive there trying to catch BCM, who had a haste rune, so you weren't going to be able to get him. And Smile dies as well.
Stolen Ball Lightning setting it up from the Rubik.
Nice.
And hasted BZM commits with the damage. That was your Orchid reveal on Storm that backfired. So OG striking back, finding something on this map after what felt like a lot of little wins for EG. Game is still very close. Whisper flies out of Midas.
Dude, I can't believe Whisper is still trying to hold this tower. After losing all those heroes,
he's tanky.
Hurricane's over to the side to TP out, but Taiga finds it with a Ball Lightning. So that kill on the Storm Spirit results in another.
He's living for a while.
He is living for a while. The tether goes off. That helps out. Panda does eventually die. I mean, he doesn't have a blink tag or anything, and he doesn't have a TP, so I don't know how he keeps getting out.
Did it die? No deny.
No deny.
did get Midas off during that engagement, so.
Also, I can't believe Taiga traded the ball lightning that he had for Hurricane.
I mean, probably wanted something better.
Dire's top tower.
Devour. The Rube Extreme. The free Philosopher's Stone.
Steal his Midas.
I mean, Hurricane's not a bad spell. I don't know why you're hating on this spell.
Wow. I think ball lightning's just better, that's all. Nice cogs push.
Nice
Orchid. The perfect Orchid timing. They were gonna coil the AM with DM being this close. He would have blinked into a coiled AM and just beaten him to death. But C-Smile, he strikes first.
This Orchid's already paid off. Well, honestly, just getting 1 or 2 clutch kills on his puck to kill his momentum in the game, incredibly valuable here. It's gonna help you push into that late game, feel a lot more comfortable without this puck dealing with your limited control. So I like this itemization. He has IO to boost up the mana pool, can go straight into a Kai Assange, whatever he wants to do. And it's just going to scale really nicely in this game because you have Doom providing you all the ores as well. So early Roshan is going to be on the menu here for EG, despite OG having the Slardar Furion, who would want to take it. And Gleipnir Rush for Yuragi. This is an item where he wants to fight. You just got to get him involved at this point. If you're going to rush this item after a Midas, versus Storm, versus AM, where your opportunity to use the roots in the early game are limited, you better start it fast and not just waste your window.
It is super dangerous, though, when he doesn't have BKB. I mean, he just gets jumped by, like, he tries to join some sort of fight in the Storm Seared or the AM isn't showing, and they see a Furion kind of naked, just sitting out there in the open. They pounce on him. I think he dies.
It is scary. I think you just have to rely on the amount of stuns you have. Like, you have Rubik Lift, you have a Hookshot Cog, you have Silence and Coil from the puck, you have Slardar who can blink in and crush people. All 4 of your other heroes can bail you out with stuns and control in the early fights before EG get to BKBs, and then can just burst you during the spell immunity. That's what I'm saying. This window is a decent period for OG to fight if they can find the initiations and just use the chain stuns to their advantage. Because if you just wait till EG get later items here, particularly Manta, 3rd item on Anthony,
he's got moves. Force Staff Hurricane, and he gets, oh, that was so close. The coil is going to snap on the IO, but imagine if they caught the AM there instead.
Smile looking for something. He's committing a lot of resources for this.
He is, and he's going to be silent too. Now he's going to be crushed. Can they get the bashes in? Oh, yeah. They destroyed DM's game, but in one fight, he might just be back in business. They're going to buy back on Matthew for this?
Can he even get here in time?
I don't know, but
it's a big mana void.
Certainly can. Matthew does arrive in time. Goes for the pulverize. He gets bashed instead. Breaks free from the trees. Starts running himself away. DM's going to chase after him. And will be able to get the kill.
That's a dieback for him. Very early dieback. That'll put him at the bottom of the net worth chart. Just killed the Primal Beast game for sure. Big fight for OG. They found the jumps, and once you just start running you down with those chain stuns, it is brutal. Maybe a little too angsty of a committal there from C-Smile. When your IO's dead, you're just going in to kill a clock.
Yeah, that was
a heavy committal. Risk. I also like the Yules from BCM. Just respecting the Orchid, as well as just giving him even more lockdown and chase potential.
Sure.
I mean, hell, you can even dodge Mana Void with this if you're really good.
What?
You can dodge the Mana Void damage.
Really?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Isn't it instant?
I'm pretty sure it acts like, maybe it is.
What?
No, I think like if you get it on the frame, when the Mana Void hits you before the damage procs in your Yules, you have an iframe.
I don't
I'm starting to doubt this too.
Yeah, I don't believe this for a second.
I mean,
also,
refute
it has a mini stun, so it's like...
Refute it, though.
I think it always... I think most of the time it doesn't all spells work that they do the stun first and then the damage. So if you get hit by it, you're getting stunned, and then you can't take the damage.
There's a hidden iframe in
there. You're losing it.
Okay, what it can do, though, is when AM blinks into Mana Void you and Yules,
yeah,
he loses that animation time, right? And then he has to recast it on you. And then when you come down, you have another phase shift, you have another orb.
You hit him with silence, sure. Yeah.
So this is what I meant by that, but it actually got me thinking,
iframe.
Is there an iframe in there? I feel like there is, actually. So I'm going to stick by both ends of that coin.
Okay.
just so I can be right and wrong at the same time. You know, that's the beautiful thing about Dota. You can always be wrong.
Some people are wrong more often than others.
Okay, well, I mean, you don't have to beat a man while he's down.
You know what the funniest part is? We're gonna finish this cast, and so we're gonna get
There's
people
so
reporting
many messages.
Avery's right. There is an
Yeah, somebody's gonna go test it. Someone's already testing it right now in a lobby.
And I'm gonna.
And what if it works? What
it's
if it
gonna
works?
blow my mind if this ends up being.
I'm telling
true.
you, there's an iframe in there. I'm convinced. What if he does it in this game? Will you pay me $10,000?
I will pay you $10 if he does.
Well, I'll take that. That's more than I've gotten in a while. Big smoke from EG. Crimson Guard finished for Whisper. Locket finished for Panda. This is a big time to strike in terms of
Iga
utility.
was not the kill they wanted.
No, but they'll take it.
If they... Oh.
The thing is, they just want Roche. This might be enough to do it. I mean, Bakaz is really farmed, man. He has Manta, Basher closing in on Abyssal. AM is out of control in this game.
Yeah, I mean,
he's outpacing Furion right now.
The lack of lockdown against the puck, AM solves this problem for you.
Yeah, if you get this fast in Abyssal, it's easy cleanup time. Yule's iframe or not.
Because I also think BZM has to show himself to get a good coil for DM to get the damage in the first place.
He's baiting this with the Yules.
Or it only lasts so long, but the Doom lasts a little bit longer. He'll eventually die because make sure of that.
That bait did not go as planned. Trying to reel him in, get the Yules, you get the turnaround with a slaughter jump. But not if you just get doomed.
Reel him in was the last game.
What is wrong with you, actually? Like,
what is wrong with me?
I told you last time, get help. You need help.
Mr. iframes. Are we going to roach?
That's true. There are iframes in Dota. I'm pretty sure. You're never going to let me live this down, huh?
No.
Well, I don't know if OG are going to live this game 3 down because it's not going their way right now. They got to find a way to turn it around. If you can get to the Lincolns on puck, that's going to be a big boon. But you are very far ways off of that due to the early Yule's pickoff, which paid a little dividends, but not a huge amount here. As EG have just continued to farm and out-farm you with Midas, Devour, Doom, Battle Fury, Anti-Mage, Abyssal, and level 20 finish for Bakaz. Wow. He is on the line. That is a 6-minute faster Abyssal than average.
Ooh, that's crazy. And I think he's looking at Butterfly next. He's got the Talisman of Evasion already queued up. If he gets that...
You just win the game off that timing.
Oh, yeah. The Furion and the Slard are just stop being threats to you.
Some might even say he overwhelmed that Abyssal timing.
Is that the name of the Abyssal active?
It is. Okay. That pun didn't work because nobody knows. Initiation. Trying to get the chain bash.
Bashes. Somebody needs to come save him, and here comes Panda to the rescue. Okay, Bakaz is going to be just fine. Matthew managed to get away as well. Bakaz does manage to find his first victim. It's the Rubik. Panda needs some help. Bakaz, he tries to help him, but no, Panda dies first. He spots Uragi.
No,
now
Panda's
that's
out
a
of
good
there.
Target.
That was reload. They got nothing off that.
Oh, he did get out. And they found Uragi too. We tried to go for the TP away after the Sprout. Not going to be able to make it. The Orc could only last so long, but because
I get the chase.
Chasing, and he's got that Basher. No.
3 seconds for Abyssal, but he says Roche is an easier target.
Roche doesn't run away from you.
I feel like that was the fight OG kind of had to win, in a way, to avoid this crazy timing from the Anti-Mage with Aegis and Butterfly coming out soon. But the damage just wasn't synced on the coil on that AM. Uragi did not go on it. They were split on targets. Half that team's focusing the IO on the back end. Half of them are going on the AM trying to chain bash him. This is not a lineup that does well when you split that focus because Florida's AMP is not doing you any favors.
They're going to give the Aegis to C-Smile, which after that fight, I'm pretty convinced Bakaz just can't really die. So, and Storm Spirit's the best Aegis user in the game.
You've got to split push this game out and go late if you're OG. You need to get the 4th and 5th item on puck. You're going to need an MKB plus something else on Furion. going to be tough to get there, though, because this is an IO Storm lineup that can easily catch you on the map. Not to mention they have a bunch of very strong lane shovers right now.
Primal Beast, AM, both of them very, very good at it. Storm Spirit with constant mana refills, very fast as well.
All right, we got to see Yuragi just doesn't know where to show right now. And this is Midas off cooldown for Yuragi. There's no creeps there.
It's going to teleport to find some.
Matthew's setting up bottom.
Is he also, did I see that right? He's also going Butterfly.
Yeah, he is. The downside is I don't think his Butterfly is as good as Bakaz's Butterfly in terms of how they can use it and what it's going to mean timings-wise.
Yeah.
Also, because Bakaz did not go Butterfly. He went Halberd. Ooh, 1,000 IQ play here.
That's okay. I actually remember seeing this a lot from AMs in the Slardar matchups specifically.
This is some kind of old school tech versus these right-click lineups where you just get the earlier evasion item that also gives you the aggressive disarm versus a range carry like Furion. It destroys him. It's a pretty nice timing pickup as well. Might just be able to end the game here in the next 5 to 6 minutes if you're EG. Just getting a single fight into high ground. I don't know if you can deal with AM.
No, I do think that the difference, Heaven's Halberd versus Butterfly, it is a little bit more committal for this timing. Would you agree with that? Like, it's not going to scale quite as well?
No. And I think he was having such a good game, he probably could have gone Butterfly anyway.
Sure.
But I don't mind this because they are just routing the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, it fits EG. The way they won game 1 against OG was hit a timing, understand that OG can't fight back, and crush them in that window.
It's just going to buff his HP up. This AM has 3,000 HP, plus the auras behind him, right?
Yeah.
The built-in Sange is pretty nice when Whisper has Crimson and Grease for you, and he has a second Halberd of his own. Double Halberds up for EG. They're just going high ground. What's your answer here when you have a bunch of right-clickers with AMP that can't get through it? There is no answer. OG are not defending this, choosing to just farm out the map.
Yeah, their entire way to kill the AM is to coil him and beat him down in that period of time, but as he is, he's tanky enough to live through the coil, and then on top of that, they've got double disarms. Man, this is really cool from EG. Great itemization to be able to get this overwhelming advantage right now that results in a one-lane barracks lead. We'll see how much more they can get. Surely the Aegis is still going on for a little bit. Yeah, they still got another 2 minutes of the Aegis, and they're going to use it now. Try and catch Yuragi. DM actually blinking into this one while Yuragi goes out. He's going to get the kill on Panda eventually, surely, right? Tether, hookshot misses.
He's out.
He's away. Oh, OG. I mean, that was already split decision making, but you don't even get the one kill you committed your core for.
They got him on the other side. EZM cleans him up on the reload.
Yeah, I guess he did, yeah.
So that works out. Again, still just no clean team fight from OG as Matthew catches Yuragi on a rune. And I think Yuragi's lucky that IO brought the Storm and not the AM with Abyssal, because then you're not even getting out of that jump.
Oh, he spotted him.
Glimpsed for a second, but...
Oh, see smile.
Fogged himself.
Yeah.
The iframe. The fog frame. There's a term for you.
The F frame.
Prakash is going Scotty. This is a tanky anti-mage right here.
Ooh. Also, he's getting these items so damn quickly.
Yeah, he is out of control.
Oh, and Mindbreaker is just the cherry on top. Now when he blinks on somebody, they're silenced for a bit. Then he can Abyssal Blade.
You're just going high ground here. I don't think you care about Roshan's in this game. You still have Aegis. It's about to time out in 30. But again, I don't think you care about Aegis timers when you're just hitting a massive net worth timing on these heroes. I don't think OG have the damage to kill AM. Through all of the heal, they have to go on the IO, but the IO has Ghost Scepter, Locket, Double Bracer, Cloak of Flames.
Oh, Tiger trying to sneak up the side, but Kaz finds him immediately.
This EG team looks so good when they play these climbing push lineups. Honestly, they're brutal.
The game's just going to end without that Linken's.
They're just never going to get to it.
Got another curry. He's hitting the tier 4s while they're going for this kill.
I mean, what is there to stop him? Are you out right-clicking this man? You have a Silver Edge to break him.
Going for the IO, but it gets Ghost Scepter off first.
There's the coil.
After the 3 of them.
Halberd.
Another Heaven's Halberd. The Cogs pushback.
Nice
Beautiful stuff from Chu. Actually breaks 2 of them. The Doom might actually fall from this when he used the Hurricane to be able to push himself a little bit farther, while Bakaz goes to work on the back line. T-Rug is already dead. Now he targets DM, cuts through his mana, bashes him up once or twice, and gets the beyond godlike double kill, make it a triple. Ultra, perhaps? No, they're going to GG out first as Taiga runs down the mid lane. EG, excuse me. EG managing to take game 3 and will take the series over OG. The way they did it too, I think was very cool. I think it was very much EG style and kind of a way that I'm not sure if any other team in this group stage that's left would play like that.
I like this team when they
end it.
When they just play aggression, hit a timing, and just end the game.
Yeah.
I think it's when they look the best. When these games get drawn out and they're in some like weird late game scaling position, sure, but the cores on this team are very comfortable in those games, but they haven't looked comfortable as an overall 5-man unit a lot of times. Whereas in these games, it's just go, go, go. They're getting ahead of you on farm, they're finding the pickoffs. C-Smile can just play around with all the space that the cause is giving them. They prioritized the right things in the lane stage, got through what was maybe the tough part of that draft, and then it's just smooth sailing. You force defensive items out from this puck, he's not dealing the damage he wants to. DM's off to a rough start, and the second you hit that double Halberd Grease Crimson, plus lock it on IO, there is no way you have damage to cut through that. Beautiful read by OG, forced the high ground, forced the game, and forced a Game 3 victory for a series win.
And I guess the only other team that really has made the same kind of moves is maybe Shopify, but
Yeah,
I would
like
argue
with
that's
the
more
Lycan
of a,
drafts. They do it through summons and Helm of the Overlord timing.
Yeah, the way they do it is more through heroes, whereas I think with this, it's more through itemization, which I think is kind of cool.
Itemize for the ball and run it up your hill.
Yeah. Good stuff. All right. EG taking that game 3 and take the series, and we take ourselves off to the panel.
A very systematic victory from Evil Geniuses. More shades of Game 1 as opposed to shades of Game 2. As they come in with a clear idea. Last pick, the anti-mage, had no fear whatsoever of a Slardar being a rebuttal and executed.
Yeah, I think the Amage pick was the winning factor here because even though they did get the counter pick of the Slardar, I think that it was a hero that looked really good for OG that game, and I think they were probably eyeing it. I would be very surprised if they weren't, because it looked perfect for their team. They snag it instead. They go for the Slardar counter pick. AM still does great in the lane, and just, despite that the game wasn't free from there, like EG still had to play really well, but the way that they just like bring these really greedy heroes together and play them as a team, despite these heroes not necessarily wanting to be that active early, is extremely impressive.
It was really nice. I would say this bot lane, Anti-Mage did well, but that's as well off the back of Matthew roaming around, going bot. Like, I think I saw him down there at least twice.
Yep.
Brought a Storm as well, just killing the Slaughter multiple times. I mean, this hero feels bad when he's not having the great... Like, you want to crush your lane and take, like, that area so you can keep farming the wave safely. When you're forced to resort to, like, creep camps, you're kind of just crying.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can analyze this draft all we want, but that play by EG, that was probably some of the sexiest professional Dota I've seen.
Can you describe it in like a
while.
really sultry voice?
Take a button down, you know?
Oh,
It was like,
Give me 50 Shades of Brian.
Yes.
So, C-Smile, he had lost his lane
button back up. This is
by
too
a
much.
full level, and he recovered in the jungle and then went to base, and man, did he gank that Slardar alongside Matthew. And after they ganked him once, 2 minutes later, you guessed right,
They did it again.
oh, and some of those whisper plays.
Oh, yeah.
Those mech saves on the early coils, like straight up ruined BZM's game. And the outplays with the Hurricane creep. I don't know. I was just watching that. I'm like, EG is just playing better. That was my analysis.
You have more penning on your hands. This guy is a literal
No, that's
tile.
been there forever. That was the
Both
exact
hands
penny.
he has
Because
penning
he
on.
takes so many notes and is a
Exactly.
diligent analyst.
Thank
all right?
you. Like, it's all about how you spin it.
Yeah, come on. This
Throw
is
the
hard
camera
work
in your
over here.
hand.
Spin that shit. There it is. You see it? Yeah, you see it?
Exclusive hot new mix.
Done.
Okay, that was a little bit too on the
That seemed planned.
Where'd you find this? And I think this is yet again emphasizing how much we were saying Evil Geniuses against international opponents just tends to step up. Beast Coast is their kryptonite time and time again within their own region, but whenever they're facing off against opponents from Western Europe and other North America, which are the only other two regions that they'll face off in the remainder of this tournament, it looks damn good.
Yeah, like you can see when they play Beast Coast, they just do sloppy stuff and they'll run into them and they'll feed. I mean, Beast Coast will do the exact same thing. It's literally just both teams mirroring each other. In this game, you see, oh, we have an actual timing. We're going to make sure we play on it properly. We get the Abyssal plus Talisman of Evasion. Anti-Mage no longer takes damage from the enemy team. Now's our time. Let's go take a good fight. And they do. These are the types of moves by EG that make them look good. They're controlling themselves. This is SA on another level.
Then it's just against Beast Coast that they don't approach this level.
They just have a little... I don't know what's going on there. I don't.
Yeah, a little kooky.
I have no idea. Can we ask them?
Yes, we will actually be speaking to Matthew soon. And I know that burning question for me is life as a Ricky on the other side of the map for a long, long time. I'm very curious how he feels about that. And also being so heavily targeted by Beast Coast, because we can ask about the Beast Coast series as well. But satisfying stuff. OG, on the other hand, were they mentally broken, Trent, from this second game? Even though it was a victory, it was a very, very hard-fought victory, or was this just them getting outplayed in game?
No, I'm just going straight up outplayed right there. Outplayed and outdrafted. I think that, again, those last picks at the end there, I'm not expecting a whole lot of flex coming from the Nature's Prophet from OG. Like, I kind of assume it's going to be for Uragi, but I think like they actually kind of had a good idea here with the Anti-Mage, and then it just gets taken away. Maybe I'm totally off base, but that would be my assumption based on how things were looking there, because that aim was just like way too good, and the slider answer wasn't enough. So... I mean, outdrafted and like really, really outplayed. Like again, it's kind of like game one where they made good moves. Like OG were trying to defend themselves. And, like it seems like they're in the brain of EG where they're prepared. They're like TPing DM to the tower and he's sitting there waiting. Then they show up to go for the gank like, aha, we were here the whole time. Oh, but it doesn't matter. You know, you try so hard, and EG just was better.
Tried so hard, got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. Matthew, hello there.
Hello.
Are you going to be doing this interview in English, or would you like the translations?
With translator.
Okay, no problem. My first question would be, what's the day in the life of Matthew playing Ricky? When you're in that game number 2, are you talking to your team at all, or are you just sitting there staring at the map looking for donkeys?
Matthew, no sé si puedes decirles que bajen un poquito el volumen. Y también estoy preguntando qué opiniones tienes respecto al pick de Ricky. Y pues no las puedo escuchar. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I just want to know, whenever he's playing Ricky, is he ever talking to his team, or is he just quietly killing couriers?
Oh, yeah. Cuando juegas Ricky, ¿siempre hablas con tu equipo sobre que vas a matar a los couriers?
En realidad no, depende mucho del juego. Si es que nos están estompeando y nos están ganando, es como que siempre les digo que se tranquilicen y yo solo me pongo a matar couriers porque creo que les afecta psicológicamente el equipo enemigo.
Oh, okay. Actually, it depends of the draft, it depends of the game. Normally, if they are having a bad moment, he's just looking for the couriers because he thinks that it really affects psychologically to the enemy team.
Yeah, I think we saw that too from the OG player cams. Brian, do you have any questions for Matthew?
I was just insanely impressed with your guys' gameplay in Game 3 specifically. What about it? What about you guys do you think you can play 3 greedy cores and yet be so active on the map at the same time?
Oh, okay. Dice que le sorprendió mucho tu tercer juego. ¿Qué los hace piquear 3 cores greedy, avariciosos, y al mismo tiempo ser súper activos durante el juego?
En realidad es como que cuando terminó el draft yo sentí que nos habían outdrafteado y las líneas tenían que salir muy bien como para poder responderlos, porque nuestros 6 cores eran greedy, los 3 tenían que farmear, pero nos fue muy bien en la línea de la off y en la línea de la safe, entonces como que pudimos responder a todas las peleas y creo que ellos se marearon por eso.
Okay. Actually, I think we were all drafted during the draft phase, but our lane stage was pretty good. Actually, I think that all of our cores needs to farm, but actually our lines were pretty good. And after that, we just feel like super safe, super secure to fight against them.
All right. I'd like to know, what is it about Beast Coast Online that you guys struggle so much with?
Oh, ¿qué es lo que hace que Beast Coast les gane de alguna manera en este momento, en la partida anterior?
Qué fuerte se pregunta. En realidad creo que es algo, no sé, es como que algo psicológico, porque siento que ayer el segundo juego debimos haberlo ganado, pero lamentablemente tuvimos errores de comunicación y no jugamos como estamos jugando hoy en día en la DreamLeague. Entonces creo que ellos también aprovecharon todos los errores y son un buen equipo, ¿no? Y nos ganaron creo que por problemas de comunicación y por mérito de ellos.
Okay. Actually, I think this is a really hard question, but I think yesterday we were playing like not in our best psychologically, and after that, I think we had a lot of mistakes and a lot of miscommunication, and they played so much better than us yesterday. But we don't just to play like in this way as always. We are playing pretty good in DreamLeague.
Yeah, and it shows. It's just every once in a while, Beast Coast, they're hard to get a handle on it. Matthew, thank you so much for this interview, and we'll speak to you again soon. Congratulations on this win.
Thank you so much. See you guys.
Muchas gracias, Matthew.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Because on the topic of Beast Coast, that's actually the next series that we're getting into. Beast Coast versus TSM are eagerly waiting to face off against one another. So stick around and we'll be back with our final series of day number 2 of this second group stage coming up next.
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out.
Welcome back, everybody, to Dream League Season 19. No, let me hear it. There we go. The Smoky Pandas featuring Trent on the triangle.
Oh, get it while it's moving. That was talent.
Oh God, you're so talented.
That should be like a new instrument. It combines skill, you know, with music. Like get it while it's spinning around here. We don't need another panelist, do we? We can just do this.
Well, let's say hypothetically we were to bring another panelist, you know, just for consistency's sake.
Hypothetically, I hope it's Jenkins.
Oh, or Purge? Is it Purge?
It might even be Effie.
Oh my God.
Those all sound really
The
good.
suspense is killing me, and there's only one way to find out. Smoky Pandas, please welcome our final panelist!
Hey, that's the guy from the show with the kobold.
I'm sorry.
He's the farm and chiller?
That's me?
No, he's Kezu in that one.
He is Kezu in that
that's
one.
true. But I'm sorry, I'm not Effie or Jenkins or Purge.
You've made my day by being none of those people.
You're welcome.
Kezu, welcome back to Beast Coast versus TSM. How long did it take you to get those last hits as a kobold? First of all, how did you come up with the idea to do a kobold?
I think I was like, I want to do one of these videos. And then someone was like, maybe you should try it with a kobold.
Okay.
I don't know who this person was. Was it you? You want to take the credit?
It was me.
It was her. She's just so good. She can always just set me up for success in the draft, out of the draft, everywhere. Even here, she was like, I saw her on camera. I'm like, okay, you know, I need to match the style. I need to look good today. So for once, I have a good outfit.
I actually sent a message in the group chat saying, at Kezu, I'm wearing good clothes today.
She did
please
not
match.
do that.
Yeah,
No.
you added those two, but not me.
I forgot you were on the panel.
You were supposed to say, you know that I just have good taste.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you didn't-
Oh, yeah, she meant to say that.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Naturally dapper.
Naturally.
Yes.
As a father, don't you always want to dress down because the
whatever,
clothes will get ruined by the children?
I do actually, yes.
Fair point.
See, I didn't even flinch.
Yes. He's been there.
This is normal.
Usually it's coming to the other end, so that would be a highlight.
I see. I don't have the buttons anymore on my
Oh, they
thing.
took away the power?
They took away the
Yeah.
power. They did not trust me.
Unlucky.
They abused it more than you.
They did. I know.
Did they?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah,
flying
Okay, then you're
everywhere.
good.
I pressed it 3 times.
Trust
They
me.
pressed it like 50
Fart
times.
SJ might have been disqualified, but they were here. Like they were all over
The whole
the
Fort
stream.
Studios is here.
Classic.
But we are into our final series of today. It's going to be Beast Coast versus TSM. Kezu, how much of Beast Coast versus Evil Geniuses did you get to watch? Because I know you were feeling a little bit under the weather yesterday.
Yesterday, not so much, but today, I looked through the replays.
Okay.
And I was impressed by a few things. First of all, Hector's farming. Schofield's Rubik.
Yeah.
I was very close to. I was like, should I make a segment on this? I was like, nah, screw it. Because I checked that you guys already talked about it yesterday on the panel. And then in the third game, I was like, I'm not sure if Beast Coast should have won that game.
Yes.
Because they were down a lot of gold. So basically, I saw most of it.
And a very smug sheepstick is smiling next to you because if you had watched our pregame analysis, which I'm sure you did, them being behind is just part of the plan.
All according
It's
to
just
plan.
normal.
They don't play well from ahead because when they're ahead, they can throw. When they're behind, they can only come back, which is how they work.
Actually, that checks out.
It does. This is the Beast Coast way. I expect the same here. Actually, no. Maybe against TSM, they'll be in the throwing position.
Should they be down 8k gold to then win the game? Like, is that the normal
That's like the
trajectory?
hope, yeah.
It's pretty accurate.
That's pretty good.
To be honest.
I like that strat. That's good.
Because
been
like their
working for
high ground
several
is where
years.
they live, where they grew up. You know, they've spent years touching and caressing the tier 4s and tier 3s, knowing this is
So smooth.
what I have to defend.
The ancient. Defend the
Exactly.
ancient. Name of the
they're
game.
good. They
name.
understand Dota, actually, more than anyone else.
Yeah.
I've been told that you've done so much homework on Beast Coast, you might even have something prepared for us, Kezu. Not to throw you under the bus if you're not quite ready.
I am ready.
Well, then let's talk
I don't know
about
if it's going to look like what I would have hoped, but we have something.
What you got?
So I looked at their drafts and I was like, it was supposed to be like this cool picture where you can see that every time they play, there's basically a tusk coming out in the first phase, because they've done that in all of their last like 6 or 7 matches, apart from one time where it did get banned out. And then basically you see the same for Hector, where all his carries are going to be just illusion carries. He's going to farm a lot. Apart from one time where they picked Alchemist. But you know what his problem was?
What was the problem?
He didn't buy Manta. He didn't turn into an illusion.
He didn't?
hero. Yes.
That's fucked up.
But the cool thing with their Tusk, at least, is that they can flex it. I know for once that they have done it at least one time. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if they've done it more than once, but they definitely have done it one time.
Definitely at least once.
So they do pick this hero pretty much every time, but you're not super sure if it's going to be Schofield playing it or if it's going to be mid, but you're going to be damn sure that K1 Hector, farm king god of Goldman,
Yes.
he's going to farm the entire map on his illusion hero.
That is so true. What is the highest GPM average carry in the entire goddamn tournament?
Correct. It was the highest net worth of... So whenever the game ends, the composition of net worth between the 5 players, between K1, Pakaz, and 4th place was actually Tomato, who's on TSM, who they're facing off against. These players oftentimes have over 25% of their entire team's net worth whenever the game ends.
But there's 5 players.
I know. And K1's out here taking 30% of it.
Just wanted to help out with the math there, guys.
It's the law. It's big numbers.
Big number.
And the opponent that he's going up against, Tomato, also cut from the same cloth with that Peruvian carry blood. As we can also take a look at TSM, who are Beast Coast opponents who have had a rocky start to the beginning of this second group stage. They kind of got smashed 2-0'd, but now at least they're fighting a semi-regional enemy. We've just kind of bundled Americas together recently.
Of course.
That's how it always was back in the
how
day.
it's always been, right?
Of course.
They used to play in all the same qualifiers and everything, so, you know, not much different than before.
And both these regions famously friendly with one another.
That's right. They're at an advantage on TSM because they love Lycan, and it's the last game of the day. It's 10:10 local time here in Sweden, so nighttime bonuses and power. I hope Scriff's dog's not here.
Oh, she's so cute. I hope she's here. Actually, I want to see her after some panel.
I don't think she's here.
We'll see what we can do. We'll pull some
But we can try
strings.
howling louder, and maybe that would bring the dog.
Or you could not. You furry scum.
Scared.
All right.
Got him.
If anyone's watching at home on their televisions, I apologize if your dogs are freaking out right now.
That's true.
But if not, then you can also tell me, yes, Kasane has been doing a damn good job on the Lycan every single time TSM get their hands on it. And I think Whitemon is still not with them on location yet, which is also a little bit of a detriment to TSM's capabilities.
Well, that's rough.
Yeah.
That is not good.
I know. I'm assuming that I haven't heard anything about when he will be arriving. He should be arriving before Berlin, but we also know like Abed is en route eventually to join Shopify Rebellion in maybe 1 or 2 days. So still kind of settling those things out. But yeah, they're going to be going up against Beast Coast, who won their first series of this second group stage against Evil Geniuses.
Look at these stats.
Right?
Dude.
Tell me about it.
I am red in the face. Just so...
8 denies.
What an attractive bunch of numbers.
8 denies?
On average.
Whoa.
This man...
You know why?
hates creeps.
It's so low because
he doesn't care.
The other guy's out of the lane so fast.
Damn.
That's why.
He's just
never
so good.
bother, you know?
He kills those creeps so fast, he doesn't have time for the denies. The creep's already running away.
Yeah. They just turn around.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So they go start hitting their own tower. Get me out of here.
Like, we have to talk about the fact that sometimes K1 goes a little too rough, though. Like
Probably.
He's just like playing Chaos Knight. Right? This ult is something that is needed both for farming and for fighting.
Are you sure?
And yes, that is actually a thing. And he's given up, like the last series I remember when he played it, it was giving up like Aegises because they couldn't fight because he'd used his ult to go farm. Like his teammates would want to go fight. He didn't have his ult. Like he's definitely so farm orientated that there is ways to massively abuse that. And he probably should have lost these games.
You know, like in the ancient world, okay. There were these things called oracles, right? Where you had to go and you had to like pray and you get these mysterious answers. And usually they were drug-induced hallucinations.
Keep it going.
And it was very mysterious and you had to interpret what was told to you.
He was on a vision quest.
A vision quest. That's very good. Yeah, something like that. That's kind of what it's like, I think, playing with Hector, you know? So it's kind of like this mystery of like, is this fight good or not? He doesn't respond.
Yeah.
You just have to look at his ulti timer. And if you don't respect that, you know, he will tell you when the right time is to fight. The oracle of the battle from his farming patterns. It's like tea leaves, you know? You need to read it up there. You got to figure it out. What I'm saying is that he's a mystery. And don't try and control him or you'll ruin the magic.
To a degree, yes. But I would say that lack of control is what hinders them from reaching the upper echelon of international Dota.
Okay.
That is a good point.
Yeah.
That is a very good point.
Yes, thank you, Kezu.
Maybe that is why they only give him illusion heroes.
Yeah.
So that they don't really have to fight for a long time until they hope he has 4 items where he's like, guys, I can play now. I'll come to you.
Then how do you abuse that? If you're TSM,
you play fast.
Okay. So you want Lycan then?
Or Io, or
Io?
Beastmaster. But if they do pick Beastmaster, which they have done in nearly every other game, I would like a better support, at least personally, than Rubik. If I go to my offlane as a Beast or Lycan, I don't want to have some random Rubik with me. Like if someone asks me, what do you want? I want, give me a Hoodwink. Give me an Ench. Carry me out of the lane so that when the lane is over, I destroy every tower for you.
I kind of want to see that. Yeah. I hate but the Rubik is like, I am in 2 minds of it because I really like people picking it to dissuade like Disruptor.
Yes.
But then what you say is also correct.
Then how about we get the Rubik later in the second phase?
Okay. But
and then we throw it on the other boy.
Put on 5.
On Wivemon. You're like, you buy the Shard, bro. You can save me.
Yeah.
And then Ari on the Primal Beast or some Ench or some Hoodwink. He can go make rotations because they like going mid a lot to the runes, but then he's Rubik.
Yeah.
And if I'm a mid, I don't want my 4 to be a Rubik to open a rune.
Okay.
No, there's better stuff. I want the better things.
You got the pregame correct. It's out of there.
Pascal, baby.
It's gone.
Damn, these guys looked at the Dota buff page.
they did the bare minimum in research,
Round of
just
applause
like
for
us
TSM.
casters.
Moonmeander, you've done it again, you absolute genius.
He's printing out that page.
This is crazy.
All right, that gets taken out, which means the very front of your graphic has been eliminated, but we'll see at what point these illusion carries will get targeted by TSM. And meanwhile, you gotta take out the Broodmother. Will you take out Kasane's Lycan in the first phase if you're Beast Coast? Or you got other things on the mind?
I'm down.
Guess it depends on what they want to do. Like against it. Since Ench is in the pool, I don't really mind if you leave it.
Okay.
But then TSM could close the phase with it, which kind of means if they pick Lycan, like basically no matter what, if they take it or not, you're pretty much forced to take it yourself.
Or take Doom.
Sure, or
Maybe.
take Doom.
Yeah.
I think Lycan is not good against Beast Coast heroes so much, honestly.
I agree with that, actually.
Yeah, they play a lot of like stuns and like embers and pangos and all this stuff. Things that are hard to kill or like have good weight like control.
Okay.
I mean, they can definitely still play it. I think the hero has a lot of merit, especially when I watch Saberlight play it. I know different team XD, but the ability to send, like, for example, a Helm Creep plus Wolves to, like, harass supports or push mid. Like, you can exert a lot of pressure on the map.
Yeah, and I guess also all of Hector's heroes are actually really good against Lycan.
Yeah.
Most of the illusion carries are good against it. TB, Naga, you free farm in the lane. You have way too high armor for Lycan to ever pressure you. You deal with the map. So, yeah, to be fair, I think you're spot on. So if they care about Lycan, they're stupid and they should have listened to Sheep.
Thank you. You're complimenting me too much today. I don't feel comfortable anymore.
Okay, I'll stop. You're so dumb.
Thank you. This is my natural place on the panel.
I'll give you a 50-50. But they do take the Ench anyway.
Yeah.
That's a good hero, so why not?
Yeah.
Rubik. I don't know why I just yelled Rubik.
Rubik! Oh, they did it! They picked that stupid hero we didn't want to see.
Yeah, I just wanted to say TSM picked Rubik, therefore they lost. If they had listened to my pre-game analysis.
I did.
Kezu,
That's
he's
why
also
Rubik-
so goddamn smart. Kezu.
Can't control
Out of
emotions around this thing.
You can tell I don't like Rubik too much.
It's that bobby little head, you know? His beady little eyes. Oh my goodness.
That's probably just a dual support pick. I mean, obviously they can flex it, right? Dark Mago is a pretty damn good tiny.
Yeah.
Very true.
but it has the
Famous
potential to be small.
analyst BSJ. I was speaking to him yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I know
Yeah,
him.
I've seen him a couple times around. Thankfully gone now. He did say his least favorite person to play against is Schofield Tiny.
That's
He's
true.
playing against that.
His pub anecdote.
Yeah.
Because he runs around and ganks him with tossback?
Probably.
Just, I
He's a carry player, of course.
Yeah, he said
Like,
he's just the most annoying. He's
I don't
way
like
too
playing
good.
against fours.
Wait,
They gank
force
me.
staffs. Everyone's building a force staffs against me. Brian, is that you? Oh my god. Oh.
TSM close out the first phase with a Doom, which means that you don't really get any of the Kasane push heroes, at least the typical ones like the Beastmaster or the Death Prophet.
I mean, he has been... I saw him pop Doom. I don't know if it was yesterday or a few days ago. I'm pretty okay with them trying something different than the summon heroes because, I mean, it didn't work out very well in their recent series, especially against Tundra. They had, like, no chance, so I'm kind of okay with them doing this.
Guys, Tomato Doom. Tomato.
You think so?
Again,
Potentially.
you just say something so smart. I have to agree with you. You need to stop. It's
What
not me.
can you do?
Why would you want Tomato on Doom?
He's played it before.
It gets gold.
Yeah, but
It
is
gets-
that what you want to see Tomato on when trying to win a game?
I really don't mind if it'll win them. If it'll give them a good
Tomato
draw.
Doom?
Yes.
That's not a mood.
What do
See
you
what I did there? Anagram. Boom.
Anagram. How are you creating anagrams on the fly? What?
He's not thinking about the Dota, he's thinking about the wordplay.
Yeah.
And the famous NBA superstar Lamar Odom.
Oh, another one.
Boom. He's a famous Doom
No,
player.
Boom has a B, not a D.
What?
Boom is not an answer.
I wasn't trying to, but thank you.
You were, though.
Oh God.
One illusion carry.
I stopped listening, so you have to carry this.
All right. So anyway,
Yeah, let's start. Where were we?
the Doom may be nicer on the offlane though, only because.
Wow,
you
one
will-
anagram and I changed your mind that fast?
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Because you're playing into
flaky.
Enchantress,
Yep.
and it's nice to be able to put your Doom there because she can eat the creep. Just as a nice lane thing. I mean, there's a potential it still gets put on Tomato B. They just like lane swap, and then they send Tomato off lane. Because yeah, you like Schofield is not gonna play Edge, to my knowledge.
Illusion carries getting bit. Yo, are we? Is this stream on a delay, Kezu? Did Moonmeander just watch your graphic and he's like, oh, I'm gonna ban out all these things?
Maybe he did, but to be fair, they should know that that's kind of what you want to ban.
Of course.
Because it's good in the lane against Doom. You have the pressure, and then also a lot of these heroes, they don't care too much if they get Doom. TV already pops meta. But I would say most importantly, what teams are trying to abuse nowadays is like the state of the map. The more you get to push out lanes with illusions, the harder it kind of is for Doom to go around and find these pickoffs. I haven't watched as much Beast Coast as maybe some of you guys have. Does he play? He was famous for his Wraith King.
Yeah, he's still been playing it.
Yeah, K1, he would sometimes first phase pick the Wraith King into a Doom opener. That's how confident he was in the matchup. Yeah.
Okay. Because that's we've seen it before against Doom.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think that is
Okay.
definitely like a hero to be watching.
Yeah.
This game.
Okay.
Third carry ban. TSM take out the Slark, leave some vacancies. Naga Siren is still in the pool. The Wraith King, as you mentioned, still in the pool. Other K1 signatures like Bloodseeker remain. And Beast Ghost, they take out a little bit of everything. They take out the Undying, they take out the Anti-Mage.
And there goes the Bloodseeker. So carry pool dwindling down a little bit. I mean, there's still like the Faceless Void in there. The Drought Ranger's still in there who never makes that far. But for various reasons, you know, those heroes have some issues here.
So we got a Sacred Pango on the plate.
That's what it looks like.
Bam.
This is, so you said you hadn't watched Beast Coast, right?
Not as much, but I've seen this guy's Pango.
That you saw in Game 3?
How they
Lost.
were
Yes.
down 8k gold, or what else?
When he was 4k net worth beneath the enemy carry.
I did
12
see
minutes
that.
in.
That was very sad.
Yeah, but
Was it though?
Don't matter.
He comes back.
He's very happy in that situation. It's
yeah, this guy is very like I like them opening with it here. Obviously they banned the Bloodseeker at least to protect it in the game. Usually he does get kind of reamed in lane. I don't think I've seen him win a lane as off lane Pango so far. He usually just manages to exist and get levels. And then what will happen is Dark Margo will come to his lane. Like he'll be level 5 and Dark Margo's Storm Spirit will like come zip in his lane and kill the enemy carry and be like, haha, got him.
That is honestly very important when you play some of these heroes that are very susceptible in the lane. That someone can at least come by and maybe help you get back in the game.
Yeah.
Because Pango is pretty dog shit offlaner
He's
in the first
super
couple
bad.
minutes. He's
Yeah.
probably like one of the worst heroes you can pick if you want to have a bad lane. And Pango is your goal.
Yeah.
So them having Dark Mago to run around and make some plays, I like that.
I could too. I mean, I would even still be down with this Tiny if they can bring supports to like secure Tiny runes and then take that to the
Yeah.
side lanes. That works for me.
Because the snap is still in. So I think if the pick shows here from TSM that the mid matchup for the Tiny's fine, I feel like they might go snap.
That would be sick. I'd love Snap. I really like it when they play like the Tiny and then they have the follow-up Snap. Okay, this makes Snap less good.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, definitely not.
Well, I
top.
guess the lane is actually okay. If they don't have a 5 that can like harass Snap, Snap can kind of like dumpster lifesteal a little bit because you want to use Rage, right? But it's
Yeah.
a long cooldown and Snap's just scatter blasting you in the face, which feels pretty awful.
Yeah. I would be vibing with a range 4 quite a lot. The only problem is how good would we feel if we're throwing our mid player to play Core Tiny into Lifestealer?
Say the question again. Sorry.
That's what we would have to do, right?
Yeah.
If we're picking a range 4,
Yeah.
it means Dark Mago, you're playing Tiny mid.
Yeah, for sure.
which maybe.
I mean, I'm down for it personally. I'm
down for it.
definitely less keen on the snap as a 4. Like if it was an off lane, I'd be fine. But because I think we're putting Sacred on Pango here, then maybe they could pick a better pos 4. Maybe something with. I mean, I would look to like some Hex Lion hero here if I was watching Kaka play, watching Beast Coast. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Or maybe they could play some.
I mean, they've had to deal with Matthew quite a bit, you know? Maybe they've taken some notes.
I mean, this could just be a pos for Tiny, and then they just take something else mid.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You would probably look at your mid pick here simply because you see the Doom and Nyx.
Yeah.
But a lot of the heroes that I would want against Doom and that Hector plays, they don't seem amazing against Lifestealer. Like, Wraith King's matchup, I think, is not great against Lifestealer unless something changed. Naga Siren is good against Doom, but I think Nyx is actually one of the better heroes in the game because you get to stand your ground with Mjolnir. So I do think this pick makes a lot of sense for Beast Coast to close the phase with it.
Yeah.
But I like that. I feel like there was more reason behind TSM picking it because they knew it would be good against
Yeah,
the pick.
they've seen
That's what
the
it feels
drafts,
like
you know, like they know that when they banned Slark, Naga Siren was very likely coming out in this next phase. So they have this Lifestealer to just say, you know, it's not a total wash here for them.
Is this a Radiance build out of the Lifestealer anytime you're against an Illusion hero? Or just, it's not that simple?
You can go Mjolnir, right? Potentially.
Well, I wish we had. I feel like Brian will probably know this more than I do.
Yeah.
But I just know that typically in the mid game, Lifestealer has a good time because of the items you build. I assume you can build Radiance, maybe just straight up, and then you get like some Mjolnir after. But I could also see some Armlet into Mjolnir and kind of like play the early game and then fall back. Wow, this guy's beautiful. Look at him.
Oh my god.
Sexy tomato.
Holy.
That is luxurious. Get this man a shampoo sponsor.
When you're ready for the W right here.
Is he born with it?
Maybe.
Maybe it's TSM. Clockwork and Batrider taken out by TSM.
Yeah, I did note actually, or notice that that bat was still lurking in there. Kind of frightening coming to that last pick possibility here.
Everyone's taking care of themselves.
I like it.
That's great.
Grooming is important.
I'm so good. I'm so glad this happened. Oh, we're grooming everywhere here. Perfect.
All right. Well, that's enough of that.
All right.
Back to the Dota.
All right. Do we want a mobile hero for TSM? Do I need to have some infest bombs? Am I right?
Oh, they banned Storm themselves.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the infest bomb.
All right. Are we bringing back the 9 mid Spirit Breaker?
Maybe. How about?
You did that this morning.
How about Dragon Knight?
Wow, that sounds blasé and good. Press stun, kill hero.
Press stun sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Beast Coast and just their game style, they're gonna have. That's a great call, Kezer. Great call.
Very blasé.
Please continue.
They're gonna basically just try and play really hard as a 4-man while Naga farms. Like Naga will just not show up. You don't have to worry about this like early carry joining. I mean, maybe if they go to his lane, but
then he's there.
He'll just
but he's a 4-man, so I was mostly just thinking you're pretty low damage early on on the side of TSM.
Yeah, you definitely are.
If Beast Coast managed to pick some like higher damage hero here on the last pick and they want to fight you, I think it's quite difficult for their heroes. Like DK's nice, but they're still low damage.
They are. I mean, there's a lot of. Maybe you do it in a way how Tundra does it, where you hope your Doom has a good lane in the offlane and he builds Meteor Hammer. So instead of you having to go to one lane together, this guy's Meteor Hammering here, I'm Dragon forming mid. Because I feel like Tundra are kind of, I don't know if this is a real or the correct word, revitalizing.
That's a great
on
word,
how you can take towers.
Okay.
You don't need to go together. It's more like split pressure over 1, 2, 3 minutes combined. So that's maybe why it can work. But I agree, their damage is, I mean, their kills are gonna take a long time.
Yeah.
They're just tickling you.
There she
there's
is.
the
Ooh, snappy doodles.
I think it was the best one left. You know, running through all like the different heroes that were there, and now that they have that DK, this is what we were worried about. Like, if the matchup looks fine, Dark Mago does his thing. This was traditionally
It is mid-tiny.
probably his best hero, I would say, that he flexed a lot at the beginning, alongside the bat. The bat's really good too, but his tiny rules. So
You guys know them so well that
Coming
after
in.
2 picks in, you guys called for the snap.
I mean,
It is
a lot of
Beast
times first base ban it.
Yeah.
Because they just don't want to deal with this exact
Yeah.
situation at
Yeah.
the end of the draft.
Throughout Lima, it was like every single game in group stage they picked Snapfire, and then teams started banning it every game because they were like, we're sick of this.
Yeah.
Because they flex it so hard and they're really comfortable playing with it, and all their heroes work well with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they used to always pick, like when Hector used to play all these different carries, the rule was that Hector would just pick a stun because they would just run the snap mid, and then every single time snap hit 6, TP to Hector's lane and just kill the enemy offlaner.
I'd also I'd like to make a big case here. Like I hope Schofield farms and doesn't feed up this game, because if he's able to get an Ags playing against Doom and Bane is going to be like mega giga value to like save your cause.
Yeah. All right. Looking forward to seeing how this game number 1 goes out, and since our band might be leaving us for the rest of the night, for one last time, it's the Smoky Pandas.
Beautiful stuff. Welcome, everybody, to the last game of the night. TSM versus Beast Coast. Another NA versus SA matchup. One that I'm sure we're going to have a lot of fun with, because both these teams, I think, have been pretty interesting to watch. TSM side, they've got Tomato, who has been playing a different hero every single time, and this time around it's going to be Lifestealer. I know you hate that hero. I am not a big fan myself. What makes it a good Lifestealer game? Let's focus on the positives here, Avery.
I mean, you get to hit people. This hero feels pretty good. You just got to keep hitting them. Hitting them in the lane, hit them in the mid game, hit them in the late game, hit them until you can hit their throne. You just got to keep hitting them, which means you want a lot of stuns with this hero. Anything that can hurt the enemy's utility and allow him to not get kited. That's pretty nice.
I see a lot of stuns.
Now, they got that going for him.
Yeah.
Infest bombs, pretty nice. If you can aid the jump and just burst somebody off the high physical burst initiation, that's pretty good for the hero.
You got 2 cores that get Blink Dagger, potentially.
Not a bad Lifestealer game.
Okay.
You might go ham. Downside is there is some natural kiting for Beast Coast. You have a toss save that can come out. You have Naga who can net you for at least some of those engagements. Send the illusions down the sides of the map. Pango can disarm you. It can roll away. This is a double-edged sword. You can hit him in the rage. That's pretty good.
Is he going to go Radiance, do you think?
Yeah, probably. I think it's like anti-Naga build is Mjolnir Radiance? BKB?
Yeah.
I want to say?
Yeah.
So I feel like he'll go that route. Probably Maelstrom into Radiance. And it is kind of what he has queued up here, but we'll see if he commits to all of that. Tomato does like to plan out his items and not always commit to them. Either way, this is not the strongest Lifestealer lane. He's versatile. Pangu can disarm him or just jump in with the shield crash and get the negation, and then you have a ranged support on Schofield with the Snapfire that's stronger than your Bane. So I would expect Beast Coast to actually play up in this lane and kind of take it to Tomato. And a lot of times, if Lifestealer doesn't get to just hit the melee core out of the lane, especially on the early waves, his lane can feel a little lackluster. So I would not expect this to be some super fast snowball game for TSM, but I think they have a lot of stuns. They have very strong cores who can pressure all 3 lanes simultaneously over the long run. So if they get that going, it can create a scenario where Beast Coast maybe don't have as much freedom to make the moves that they normally want to make in a lot of their games. I like that idea that Kezu brought up in the panel. That was, you create this simultaneous tower pressure on multiple lanes, and you don't just group up somewhere for an objective. I kind of like that idea of how to play this lane. Of course, you're playing versus Dark Mago Tiny, though. And even the best of plans have been waylaid by this player-hero combination, which I believe is the highest win rate in the world, Cap.
Really?
Sure.
All right.
No, I actually am pretty... I know this is at least one of the highest. It might be the highest in terms of total games played. I think it's at least a 75% win rate.
Wow.
And over like 100 Tiny games. It's ridiculous.
That is really good.
It's actually just ridiculous how good this guy is at Tiny. Statistically, probably the best Tiny in the world at this point.
Yeah, probably.
I'll tell you something. I always banned it versus man whenever I played it versus.
Yeah. Kasane on the receiving end of a few impetuses. It's going to be pretty annoying for him. He's matched up into a Naga Siren lane as well. His helping partner is going to be the Rubik. Down here, we've got the Whitemon Bane, which is a hero we don't necessarily see all the time. Oh, I'm surprised he didn't pop his stick there and fight. Either way, pretty good lane winner, at least traditionally. Is he still good at doing that? I feel like I just haven't seen that much.
Bane does not really win lanes anymore. The best he can do is stall, create some gap for his carry to free farm and get the levels later. The level 1 and 2 are really trash for this hero in terms of trading now. Level 3 is okay with level 2 Brain Sap. That's where you can start to ramp it up. So if you make it through the early waves and you still have some mangoes and some regen left, the hero becomes okay on the lane. But ultimately, you're not picking Bane for the lane anymore. You're picking him for the mid game and grip. You want a hero that grip really debilitates. In this game, it's going to be the Pango. Even the Tiny when he jumps in, there's not a lot of instant grip cancel in this game. So he should have pretty good targets. And of course, Nightmare is his second best spell. It's an okay Nightmare game. I think whenever you're playing versus these illusion carries and summons heroes, which Enchantresses can be a little rough, depending on how easily they can wake it up.
Uh-oh, Ari. Okay, if he started running back, he would have ran into the Hell Bear and been blocked out. I thought maybe he would die in that situation, but he does successfully get away from the clap, which wasn't even used. It was faked out by Stinger, who is still threatening it.
Overall, though, 3 TSM cores topping the charts here pretty much. So they're pretty happy with what's going on in this laning phase, I think, considering their lineup is a bit more single target focused and maybe early momentum based. As long as you can get out of lanes in a decent position, then those single moves you want to make or the ganks with supports become a lot more feasible. That's the word I was looking for. Schofield Falls.
Finally. Just gotta say, First Blood was still out there, and all of these heroes getting low, but not quite biting the dust until Schofield steps a bit too far to Whitemon.
And Schofield, he was popping off yesterday, so if you can shut anybody down, I'd be shutting him down. I don't want flashbacks of that series.
Seriously.
Also, just extra XP for Whitemon on this Bane is gonna be really nice. I put Bane in that category of like Shadow Shaman, you know? If you start feeding him some kills, starts getting swole, you're gonna regret it later. Very powerful spells.
It's part of that reason the strength is because they both have a channeling single target spell.
Yeah, you know?
Kind of need to be stronger than the enemy to utilize that one.
Exactly. If you can get the levels faster, if you can get fast boots, which can sometimes be a struggle on these types of heroes, but is a pretty important gap close item.
Get to Aether Lens. Both of those heroes really need Aether Lens.
I tell you, Bane and Shadow Shaman are like, they're long-lost spiritual twins.
Yeah, light and dark. Two sides of the same coin, yin and yang.
In fact, they were born to the same mother, lore-wise, which is actually Morta, and that's where she comes from.
It's going to be your bit now of just people complained about not getting lorgasms lately, and you're just going to make stuff up.
I mean, somebody has to step in. Where is Slacks? He's on vacation. Somebody has to fill the role that the community has called for. Not respecting Shadow Shaman's twin here, as Whitemon gets another kill on the board for Tomato.
Ooh, look at this pressure mid. Bryle is going to push back Mago and start dinking away at that mid-tier 1 tower with the Siege Wagon being protected a little bit too.
I mean, Bryle played this mid lane pretty damn well. Got the level advantage, level 6, just creating that innate pressure that forces a Beast Coast response. This Dragon Knight Tiny matchup is pretty nice because Tiny almost never has threat on you for a very long time, and you just burn him down. Now, Haste
got Haste Rune, so that's a free kill on Sacred. And once again, Sacred is going to walk away from this laning phase a bit dejected. He is having a rough one.
He does it to himself, though. They know this is going to happen every time.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody in this meta picking off-lane Pango expecting the lane to go well.
That is true.
That's some masochism right there. This is making me want to play some off-lane.
Is there anybody else who's playing offlane Pango? Like, regularly?
Sickos.
Never heard of them.
Weren't you playing it?
I am an offlane Pango player. I don't play it
so low.
I do not play it in this patch because it's garbage, I think.
Oh, okay.
But, you know, Sacred continues to prove me wrong.
It's not about the lane. It's about the game. It's about what he does with limited net worth to make up for it in the team fights. That is all they picked this Pango for, the disruption and the utility. So you have to make up for it past the lane, and here's a second Dragon form. Just throwing it in on this Tiny. Burn the rock.
Man, he hit level 6 first, but they've been dual laning so much that Mago actually hit 7 first.
Also, Brile was running around a bit. He made the rotation bottom. He's been getting some runes. This is still a strong push. You just don't have time. You don't have the damage to confront this Dragon Knight, really. Your other cores are not going to come in and help you either. Naga, Pango, they're not rotating the mid. Battle for the 8-minute rune. It'll spawn top, but Whitemon is going to pay the price. And I don't know if that's a kill he should be giving up because he has the night vision here on Bane. You got to abuse it, son.
Yeah, playing in the river does you no good. Schofield will be the return kill, but
power damage.
Dragon form is going to be running out soon, but they can maybe finish off this tower.
They're going
to go for it. They're going to go for the Dragon Tail stun. They're actually doing a lot of damage to Mago. Finally gets the tower.
So that rotation, they work out for TSM in the end. Beast Coast unable to respond with this Enchantress support duo. And it's not often you see Enchantress outmaneuvered in that mid lane in the 3-on-3. But Stinger was just playing top, hasn't really joined these engagements. He is very high level. I don't know how he's this high level, actually. He's almost level 6 on Enchantress. 0-0-0 with 7 CS, and he's level 6. Okay.
I'm going to guess this lane just got too hard for the Naga Siren, so Enchantress was left alone in lane.
That's really high level for Enchantress, though. And he's saving skill points. Even more interesting. Nonetheless, Dark Mago is continuing to get beat on here.
Yeah, where's the help? Where are the supports? Where's that high-level Enchantress? Comes now to the rescue.
Wait, Hurricane him back in.
Wait, what? He's an actor.
He wants more solo XP. He's an actor.